Martial Peak Chapter 1414 to Chapter 1446. Although the name and strength of this woman surnamed Yi was terrifying, she was still just one person. With so many masters joining forces, how could she possibly resist? Only Qian Tong and Fei Ji too stood in place with gloomy expressions, biding their time. With their relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, they naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble with this woman surnamed Yi. They were more worried about the situation on Yang Kai's side. In addition to them, there were two other groups of people who hadn't moved. One group was led by Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou, and the other group was led by Colored Glass Sect's Elder Gong Ao Fu. It was impossible to tell what the former was thinking, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stared towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain with great interest, as if he was enjoying a good show and waiting to see what was about to unfold. Although the latter wanted to break into Dragon Cave Mountain, Gong Ao Fu was just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so her strength was slightly inferior. Seeing the woman surnamed Yi display such great strength, she could only stand in place anxiously. In addition to these people, almost everyone else, regardless of their cultivation, desperately rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. Most of them didn't want to be enemies with this woman surnamed Yi, but they were simply too curious about the secret hidden behind that beam of light. Taking advantage of the fact that the woman surnamed Yi was being besieged by many third-order origin returning realm masters, these people used various methods to bypass the battlefield and rush into the mountain. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Gu Qi, Chang Qi, Haoan, Ning Xiangchen, and the others naturally took action, summoning their respective artifacts to stop these people. Various colored Saint Qis burst out and a fierce battle instantly broke out in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. This battle began and ended quickly. After all, there were simply too many enemies. The woman surnamed Yi and the other four origin returning realm masters had no way to stop everyone. Taking advantage of the woman surnamed Yi being entangled, Mo Xiaoxing once again displayed his mysterious space force and his figure blurred. This time, the woman surnamed Yi was unable to stop him and could only watch as he disappeared and rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. Damn it! The woman surnamed Yi grit her teeth, and in that brief moment of absent-mindedness, more origin returning realm masters were able to escape her grasp and quickly rush into the mountain. The woman surnamed Yi felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. If she were an origin king realm master, it would not have taken her much effort to stop this group of people, but she was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although she had already taken one step into the territory of an origin king, under the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, she was unable to break through the final barrier and the strength she could display was greatly reduced. There was no point in continuing to fight, so the woman surnamed Yi grabbed the bone-incinerating flame lamp. Her delicate body flickered as she wrapped up the young inflammation and chased after the others into the mountain. Since she had already left, the others were naturally unwilling to stay behind and followed her. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too looked at each other and frowned with worry. They sighed helplessly and followed him in. Over on Clear Sky Sect's side, Mou thought for a moment and said, "All of you stay outside, this old master will go in and take a look." Looking at the situation, it was likely that a great battle would break out soon, so Mou would not allow his disciples to follow him in and risk their lives. "Honored Master!" Xianxia Tao suddenly shouted. Mou glanced at her and smiled kindly. "Do you have something to say?" Xianxia Tao bit her red lips lightly and said with some unease, "Junior brother Yang saved my and junior sister Lu Ying's lives. If possible, I hope Honored Master can take care of us." She had mustered up the courage to say these words. After all, Mou was her master and she was not qualified to ask him to do anything for her. What's more, this time's situation was too complicated, and once she intervened, it was very likely she would draw fire to herself. When she said these words, she was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded by her honored master. However, Mou only pondered for a moment before nodding readily. "Good, this old master will do his best, but don't expect too much. This time, heh." Mou didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. Clearly, he felt that Dragon Cave Mountain situation was not good this time. However, Xianxia Tao and Xianxia Tao were overjoyed and thanked him profusely, but by the time they got up again, Mou had already disappeared. The two women glanced at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, never having expected their honored master to be so accommodating. Regardless of the final result, they had mustered up the courage to ask for help for Xianxia in front of Mou, so they had done all they could. On the other side, Gong Ao Fu also told Yin Su Dai and Dai Yuan to wait outside while she rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain alone. Along the way, her path was unimpeded, but Gong Ao Fu could still sense that this mountain was originally filled with barriers and spirit arrays, but at this moment, these barriers and spirit arrays had all been destroyed. So many masters had rushed in before, so no matter how many barriers and spirit arrays there were, they could not stop them. What's more, there was no one controlling these spirit arrays on Dragon Cave Mountain right now, so it was impossible to display their full power. Gong Ao Fu was secretly shocked. A short time later, she arrived at a certain place on Dragon Cave Mountain where a large number of Origin Returning Realm Masters had gathered. There was no lack of third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters who had formed a semicircle around a large area. At the center of this semicircle was the spot where the Emperor Garden's beam of light had descended. At this moment, a young man stood proudly with an indifferent expression on his face. This was the master of Dragon Cave Mountain, the third-order Saint King Cultivator Xianxia. Gong Ao Fu only glanced at him for a moment before her eyes were instantly attracted by an object in his hand. This object was a square jade token about half the size of a palm. It was pure and flawless and had a faint red light flowing inside it, like a fish swimming in water, giving it a mysterious appearance. Even with Gong Ao Fu's eyesight, she was unable to see what material this jade token was made of and only felt an inexplicable power radiating from it. Countless pairs of eyes stared greedily and curiously at this jade token. Could this be something that fell from the Emperor Garden? Gong Ao Fu's mind was sharp and immediately thought of this possibility. When the beam of light from the Emperor Garden disappeared, it was clear that something had been left behind, and Xianxia had been the first to arrive. If there was something he had discovered, it would definitely be this jade token. Otherwise, why would others be so greedy? Gong Ao Fu's guess was correct. With the help of the woman surnamed Ji, Xianxia had only found this jade token when he arrived, but before he had time to study it, Mo Xiaoxing had already broken through the woman surnamed Ji's obstruction and arrived here. It was not that the woman surnamed Ji was incompetent, but rather that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. It was not difficult for her to defeat Mo Xiaoxing, but preventing him from leaving was a different matter. After all, the other party cultivated the Tao of space and his movement skills were unparalleled. The situation instantly turned into an awkward situation where he was surrounded by so many masters, but Xianxia was not afraid. If he was forced into a corner, he could simply tear space and escape. Although there were many enemies present, Xianxia was at least 50% sure he could escape safely. With such confidence, Xianxia naturally had nothing to fear. What's more, with the woman surnamed Ji on his side, he might not be completely powerless. Little brother. The silence was broken by Mo Xiaoxing as he stared at the jade token in Xianxia's hand with a sharp light in his eyes, doing his best to speak in a calm tone. Can you let this old master have a look at your jade token? No matter what this jade token was, since it had fallen from the Emperor Garden, it was definitely related to the great emperors of Star Field. How could something related to the great emperors be of low value? Mo Xiaoxing was not the only one who wanted to take a closer look at this jade token. Everyone else also wanted to, but Mo Xiaoxing was the first to mention it. Let you have a look? Xianxia grinned sarcastically. Isn't that the same as throwing a meat bun at a dog? Xianxia didn't have a good impression of Heaven Battling Union, so he didn't hold back with his words. Mo Xiaoxing's face instantly became gloomy as he coldly snorted, "Little brat, watch your mouth. This old master just wants to have a look. Do you think with this old master's status, he would covet something that belongs to a junior like you? Isn't that so?" Xianxia spat disdainfully. "If not, why did you chase me all the way here?" Saying so, Xianxia directly stuffed the jade token into his space ring. Many masters' faces suddenly became ugly. As the saying went, treasures belonged to those with the ability. Although this treasure that had fallen from the Emperor Garden had fallen on Dragon Cave Mountain and was obtained by Xianxia first, a trivial third-order Saint King like him had no right to possess it. On top of that, in front of everyone's eyes, Xianxia had actually put this jade token into his space ring. Obviously, he didn't put any of them in his eyes, which was truly infuriating. If it were any other occasion, everyone wouldn't mind killing someone to snatch their treasures. This kind of thing was commonplace and everyone had done it more than once, but this was Dragon Cave Mountain and this woman surnamed Yi was here, so they couldn't help feeling some dread. This was especially true after witnessing the power of this woman surnamed Yi's bone-incinerating flame lamp. Little brother, if you can give this jade token to this old master is willing to pay 100 million saint crystals. What do you think? Compared with Mo Xiaoxing's hypocrisy, Qingpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon sect was much more straightforward. Knowing that it was impossible to take something for free, he immediately tried to purchase it at a high price. In his opinion, 100 million saint crystals was definitely an astronomical figure for this little Dragon Cave Mountain. This young man would likely never see so much wealth in his lifetime, so as long as he was smart enough to understand that this jade token was tantamount to a hot potato, he would never refuse his offer. 100 million. Yang Kai raised his brow, seemingly interested, pondering for a moment before saying, I'll think about it. Qingpeng Xian smiled happily and asked, then how long will it take little brother to consider this offer? A long night was fraught with problems, so of course, he felt that the sooner the better. Perhaps 10 days or half a month, perhaps 3 or 5 years, who knows? This is a matter of great importance, so Junior needs to consider it carefully. Senior Cheng, why don't you return to Thunder Typhoon sect first and wait for news from this junior? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him sincerely. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Qingpeng Xian's old face immediately sank. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Yang Kai was just being perfunctory. If he really left like this, he would likely never be able to obtain that jade token. Qingpeng Xian was furious in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. This person held the position of Great Elder of Thunder Typhoon sect and had a highly respected status, so he wouldn't reveal his true feelings over such a trivial matter. Brother Chung, Brother Mo, why bother talking nonsense with this little brat? Since he doesn't put us in his eyes, let's just snatch it from him. Xianxia of Demon Blood Temple coldly snorted, a trivial Saint King actually dares to snatch a treasure in front of us? Simply ignorant. In any case, he and Dragon Cave Mountain had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so there was no need for him to speak politely. He was eager to drag Qingpeng Xian and Mo Xiaoxing into the water to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain. Although he feared the strength of this woman surnamed Yi, if everyone attacked together, even if there was another woman surnamed Yi, she would definitely not be their opponent. As long as they killed Yang Kai, not only would they be able to snatch the jade token, but they would also be able to snatch the profound gold, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How could Xianxia let go of this opportunity? Many people had the same idea as him, but besides Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, no one else nodded in agreement. Old Woman Feng, on the other hand, was a straightforward person, so after hearing Xianxia's proposal, she raised her dragon head cane and coldly said, Old Ghost Jin's proposal is good, this old woman agrees. What does everyone else think? Although everyone could guess the intentions of Xianxia and Old Woman Feng, whether it was Mo Xiaoxing, Qingpeng Xian, or the masters from other great forces, all of them couldn't help feeling somewhat tempted. There was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Since they wanted this treasure, they could only snatch it from them. Mo Xiaoxing and Qingpeng Xian glanced at each other, both understanding the other's intentions. Whoever dares to act will be this queen's enemy. As long as this queen lives, this queen will not rest until one of us is dead. The woman surnamed Yi swept her eyes around coldly as she shouted. Many people felt a headache coming on, they quickly averted their eyes. On the other hand, Xianxia let out a long laugh as he stared at her sarcastically. Sister Yi, have you been away from the world for so long that you've become pedantic? Do you really think that with your strength alone, you can disregard so many people here? Miss Yi, let this old man remind you, it's better to retreat when the fire burns you. It was a faint threat, but it also had the intention of tying everyone together, wanting to create a situation where they outnumbered the enemy. If you want to die, I'll be the first to fulfill your wish. The woman surnamed Yi stared at Xianxia. The bone-incinerating flame lamp appeared once again and floated above her head, ready to attack. Xianxia's expression changed. Although his tone was arrogant, seeing this Origin King-grade artifact gave him a headache, but for the jade token and the profound gold, it was impossible for him to retreat. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Old Woman Feng was also on his side. A dignified look appeared on the old woman's face as she said loudly, Sister Yi, although your methods are profound, you are still just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Since you have not appeared in the world for so long, why do you insist on wading into these muddy waters? Why not just leave? Another day, we will definitely pay you a visit to apologize. These words were neither servile nor overbearing, giving the woman surnamed Ji face without losing her status. As long as the other party still had the intention to reconcile, it would not be difficult for her to make a choice. Hearing what she said, Mo Xiaoxing, Qin Pengxian, and the others also nodded in agreement, earnestly trying to persuade the woman surnamed Ji, all of them looking at her expectantly, hoping she would make the right choice. Unfortunately, the result disappointed and annoyed them. The woman surnamed Ji had come out of seclusion this time precisely to deal with Yang Inflammation. Now that Dragon Cave Mountain, where Yang Inflammation resided, was in trouble, how could she just ignore it? There's no need to speak any more nonsense. If you really want to fight, just do it, as long as you can withstand this queen's anger and retaliation. This queen is all alone, so I don't know if any of you have the strength to protect your sex. The woman surnamed Ye's attitude and position were extremely firm. Good, I gave you face but you refused. A fierce look flashed across Xianxia's face, since that's the case. Don't blame me for being ruthless, Sister Yi. Saying so, an extremely evil aura suddenly erupted from Xianxia's body and the phantom of a golden cicada appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia summoned countless strange black insects formed from his Saint Qi, buzzing incessantly as they swarmed towards the woman surnamed Ji. The secret art Xianxia cultivated was the golden cicada extreme demon art, a technique passed down from the ancient demon race, which was extremely powerful and could not be underestimated. Old woman Feng also threw out the dragon head walking stick in her hand and poured her Saint Qi into it. With a twist, the dragon head walking stick transformed into a fierce-scaled dragon several dozen meters in length that opened its bloody maw and bit towards the woman surnamed Ye's head. Since things had already developed to this point, there was naturally nothing more to say. Either they didn't do anything, or they had to go all out. The experts present were all decisive people, and they were afraid that the woman surnamed Yi would escape this calamity and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. Therefore, as soon as they attacked, they were ready to kill her. The moment Xianxia and old woman Feng took action, Qin Pengxian and Mo Xiaoxing also joined the battle without hesitation, the former seal artifact and the latter's short ruler both exuding astonishing energy fluctuations as they rushed towards the woman surnamed Ji. This battle was a bit different from the previous one. Just now, everyone was focused on getting rid of the woman surnamed Ji, so most of their attention was not on her, but now, they were fighting with the intention of killing her, so the strength they could display was much higher than before. With 4 third-order origin returning realm masters besieging the woman surnamed Ji, even if she had an origin king-grade artifact like the bone-incinerating flame lamp, she was still struggling. However, she was worthy of being the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, a tyrannical character who had made a name for herself hundreds of years ago. Even if she was at a disadvantage in this battle, she was still not easy to deal with. Blue flames flew out from the bone-incinerating flame lamp and counterattacked the 4 masters, causing them to panic. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that the battle between these 5 top masters would not be decided in a short time. However, the purpose of Xianxia and the others had been achieved. With the woman surnamed Ji, the only one of Dragon Cave Mountain's top experts, being entangled, everyone else was just fish on the chopping block. This was wishful thinking on everyone's part. Seeing the woman surnamed Ji being entangled, the other masters naturally did not want to be left out and attacked Xianxia and the others. Currently, there were more than 100 origin returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain, with 3rd order and 2nd order origin returning realm cultivators everywhere. Xianxia and the others were all alone, so how could they be their opponents? Every time they fought, they would fall into a dangerous situation. Fortunately, the artifacts they used were all personally refined by Yang Yan, so their lives weren't in any danger. Moreover, at this critical moment, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too also rushed in. The 2 of them naturally would not just stand by and watch the people from Dragon Cave Mountain be besieged. Without even mentioning their good relationship with Yang Kai, this was still the territory of Shadow Moon Hall, and Dragon Cave Mountain was under the protection of Shadow Moon Hall. With so many masters bullying the weak right under their noses, the 2 of them had enough reason to intervene. However, the two of them were only able to entangle a few enemies on their own, so they could not help feeling anxious. Almost everyone was involved in this dispute at this critical moment, and while everyone's attention was focused on this battle, Yang Yan formed a series of seals with her hands and her figure suddenly disappeared. No one knew where she had gone. With the help of the barrier and spirit array here, Yang Yan easily escaped. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was in big trouble. The woman surnamed Ji, Changqi, and the others were all entangled, and even Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, who had been taking care of him, had no time to care about him. In an instant, he was being targeted by more than a dozen origin-returning realm masters. These dozen or so people stared at Yang Kai with greedy looks on their faces as they rushed over, all of them wanting to be the first to kill Yang Kai and snatch his space ring. As long as they could snatch the space ring, they would be rewarded with the greatest merit. "Brother Yang, you go, Xian, and I will delay them." At this critical moment, two figures rushed in front of him. It was Wei Gucheng and Dong Xin'er. Seeing that the situation was bad, the two of them came to his side. Yang Kai did not have time to say anything, so he just cast a grateful look at them. He was not worried about the safety of Wei Gucheng and Dong Xin'er. After all, these two were elites of Shadow Moon Hall and were famous among the younger generation. Now that they had both broken through to the origin returning realm, even if they could not defeat the enemy, they could still protect themselves. What's more, these enemies might not have the guts to really kill Wei Gucheng and Dong Xin'er. If anything happened to the two of them, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not let this matter rest. In an instant, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xin'er joined forces to release their secret techniques and Saint Qi to wrap up the four enemies, making it impossible for them to interfere with Yang Kai, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. In this situation, fleeing was undoubtedly the best choice, but how could Yang Kai abandon his friends and helpers and flee alone? Standing in place with a cold expression, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned out an artifact refining furnace. This Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace expanded in the wind and in the blink of an eye became a behemoth several dozen meters in height. From inside the furnace, a strange fiery bird flew out with a cry and flapped its wings, engulfing several enemies in flames. The current combat power of the Firebird artifact spirit was not inferior to an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master, so it had no problem dealing with these enemies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, sneered as he reached into the artifact refining furnace and gripped it fiercely, seemingly grabbing onto something and immediately dragging it out with great difficulty. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation spread out from the furnace. The strength of this energy fluctuation caused the remaining enemies' faces to change greatly. Although they did not know what Yang Kai was trying to take out of the artifact refining furnace, they could not just stand by and watch. As they rushed forward, they summoned one artifact after another and used one secret technique after another to bombard Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and stretched out his hand, summoning a purple shield in front of him that transformed into a violent sandstorm that covered his body. The various attacks and secret techniques collided with the sandstorm in an instant, causing sand to fly everywhere. Although the purple shield's defensive power was outstanding, there were simply too many enemies attacking Yang Kai this time, and all of them were origin-returning realm masters. The power of the artifacts they summoned was simply not something an ordinary cultivator could compare with. The purple shield's protective barrier was on the verge of breaking in just 2 breaths of time and appeared to be in imminent danger. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and just as he was about to put up another protective barrier, a powerful attack suddenly shot towards him from the front. This attack was just a beam of light that seemed to be aimed at Yang Kai, but when it hit the purple shield, the power of the artifacts and secret techniques it was using was reduced to a mess. In an instant, the pressure on Yang Kai was greatly reduced, and this change made him raise his brow. Looking in the direction of the source of the attack, Yang Kai saw a middle-aged scholarly man with waist-length hair standing there with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. What's the meaning of this? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. The others were even more confused, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "Elder Mo, what are you doing?" This middle-aged man with waist-length hair was Clear Sky Sect's great Elder Mou. His personal strength was not inferior to Mo Shaoxing and Qingpeng Xian's, and he was even stronger than Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng. Hearing this, Mou smiled indifferently. "What else can I do? This Mo has taken a fancy to the treasure in this little brat's hand and simply wants to kill him and steal it." What's wrong? The man who spoke frowned, and although his expression was one of anger, he didn't have time to pursue the matter. Judging from the attack just now, Mou had indeed intended to kill Yang Kai and steal his treasure, but judging from the result, he had actually helped Yang Kai a great deal because he had resolved most of the attacks aimed at Yang Kai. It was unknown whether Mou had done this intentionally or not, but in his annoyance, he could only remind him loudly, "Elder Mou, you can attack, but can't you take it easy?" Mou smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with interest. Previously, Dragon Cave Mountain had been in a precarious situation and was on the verge of collapsing, but a woman surnamed Ji had suddenly appeared at the critical moment. If it weren't for the Emperor Garden incident, Dragon Cave Mountain would have been calm by now. However, because of the changes in the Emperor Garden, Dragon Cave Mountain was once again pushed to the heart of the struggle, and the situation was even more dangerous than before. He really wanted to know if Yang Kai's luck would end here, or if he could be blessed with good luck again and resolve this crisis. As the great elder of Clear Sky Sect, Mou naturally wouldn't be so bored as to believe in luck and destiny, but Yang Kai had saved the lives of 2 of his disciples. Mou wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so since he had already agreed to Qianxia Tao's request, he would naturally do his best. If it weren't for Qianxia Tao, Mou wouldn't have minded adding insult to injury. After all, the Emperor Garden's rare treasure was something he was also interested in. On top of that, if Yang Kai really died, Mou would be the first to snatch Yang Kai's space ring. After this attack, Mou didn't take action again and instead chose to wait and see. Most of his attention focused on the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace. The strong energy fluctuations radiating from it surprised him greatly, making him wonder what was hidden inside. The group of enemies who had been eyeing Yang Kai covetously had also regrouped at this moment, their artifacts humming as they prepared to launch a new round of attacks. Right at this moment, a series of whooshing sounds suddenly came from the side. Along with this sound, a scorching power enveloped the entire area. At the same time, a series of golden whips descended from the sky and lashed out at the enemies. Each of these attacks was incredibly powerful, causing all who saw them to pale in fright. These enemies, who had been preparing to attack Yang Kai, were all shocked and quickly tried to resist. This is... Mou's eyes bulged as he stared at the source of this attack in disbelief, quickly discovering that it was actually a towering tree several dozen meters tall with lush branches and leaves. This tree was a dazzling golden color, and at this moment, its branches swayed and countless golden leaves fell like rain, transforming into golden rays of light that shot towards the group of enemies like flying daggers and arrows. These whip-like attacks were clearly formed from the branches of this ancient tree. What shocked Mou wasn't the attacks of this ancient tree, but rather the clear facial features on its thick trunk. At this moment, these facial features were distorted and looked extremely angry. The power of the branches and the attacks of the golden leaves were not inferior to the full strength of a first-order Saint King cultivator. A dense barrage of attacks rained down, creating a terrifying scene. Even a master like Mou would be flustered if he fell into this attack, let alone others. At this moment, there were very few third-order origin returning realm masters among the enemies gathered in front of Yang Kai, so if they were enveloped by these strange attacks, if not for their superior numbers, they would have immediately suffered casualties. Sentient ancient tree. Mou exclaimed, never having expected that Dragon Cave Mountain would have such a treasure. In particular, this sentient ancient tree was actually a rare Yang attribute spirit tree. Although trees were also a type of living creature, it was extremely difficult for a tree to gain sentience. Mou had lived for so many years but had only heard of the existence of sentient ancient trees and had never seen one with his own eyes. This was the first time he had seen one. A sentient ancient tree was at least 10,000 years old, perhaps even several tens of thousands of years old. This was a rare and heaven-defying treasure. If it was used for artifact refining, it would definitely be able to refine an extremely powerful artifact. What made him even more flabbergasted was that this psychic ancient tree actually possessed such a powerful offensive ability. How is this possible? Even if an ordinary sentient ancient tree gained sentience, it wouldn't have much strength. When encountering a powerful cultivator, it could only use a special divine technique to hide its aura and avoid disaster. However, the sentient ancient tree on Dragon Cave Mountain had actually transformed into a weapon of war, its branches and leaves acting as a means to attack the enemy. Just by standing there, it was like a single man could hold back 10,000 enemies, making it difficult for even Xianxia to break through in a short time. This Dragon Cave Mountain has some unfathomable secrets. Mou's eyes shone brightly as he became more and more excited. The divine tree's sudden display of power also surprised Xianxia for a moment, but he soon relaxed. The divine tree had gained sentience before he obtained it and was a high-grade spirit tree. Over the years, Xianxia had fed it no less than 10 drops of golden blood, so it wasn't difficult to explain how it could grow so quickly. Considering all this, Xianxia grinned. "Boy, hand over your life." An angry roar suddenly sounded, and immediately after, a ripple appeared in the void not far away and a fierce-looking cultivator wearing Heaven Battling Union's uniform appeared out of thin air. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from his body, this person was already a powerful second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was extremely proficient in concealment. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being attracted to different things, this cultivator sneaked up on Xianxia and launched a fatal blow. It had to be said that this person's calculations were quite good and he knew how to grasp the right opportunity. At this moment, Xianxia's mind was relaxed, allowing him to launch a sneak attack to increase his chances of success. A lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Although this person was powerful, on Dragon Cave Mountain's home ground, he didn't dare underestimate Xianxia, so he attacked with all his strength. The two of them suddenly closed in on each other, and the sword in this man's hand flashed with a cold light as it pierced towards Kaiyang's chest. Before the long sword had even arrived, the sword light was like a snake's tongue, and the biting cold murderous intent was like the cold wind of an ice field, causing Kaiyang's skin to feel pain. Kaiyang still stood motionless in the same place, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, seemingly unmoved. "Something's wrong." The second-order origin returning realm master's heart clenched as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. All he knew was that if he rashly attacked again, he would be the one to suffer a loss. As this thought flashed through his mind, this man's expression became fierce and he not only showed no intention of stopping, but instead began pouring his Saint Chi into his sword even more violently. The sword waved sword as its momentum soared. Mou stood not far away and stared at Xianxia without blinking, wondering what he was relying on that allowed him to be so confident in facing a surprise attack from a second-order origin returning realm master. The answer was instantly revealed. Just as the enemy's attack was about to land, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. This figure was gray and inconspicuous, no more than 2 meters tall, only reaching up to Xianxia's knees. Mou raised his brow in surprise as he stared carefully at this gray figure, unable to recognize what it was for a while. It looked like a stone, but it had 4 limbs and facial features. It had a simple and honest face, a sharp nose, mouth, and ears that seemed to have been carved out of stone, but its 2 eyes were extremely bright. Its waist was stooped and its hands reached up to its knees, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Can a stone gain sentience? Mou almost couldn't believe his eyes. What surprised Mou the most though was that he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations or life aura from this thing. Is it alive or dead? The stone mongoose answered Mou's doubts with its actions. Facing the sneak attack of the second-order origin returning realm cultivator, the stone mongoose opened its mouth and spat out a black stick. Immediately after, it stretched out its hand, grabbed this stick, and casually swept it forward. As the stick swept out, the world changed color and the world energy within a radius of several kilometers seemed to be stirred up. The corners of Mou's eyes twitched. With his eyesight, he could naturally see how powerful this seemingly casual sweep of the stick was. An ordinary attack wouldn't be able to produce such power. That Heaven Battling Union cultivator is probably out of luck, Mou thought to himself. His guess wasn't wrong. Although this Heaven Battling Union cultivator was a second-order origin returning realm master and was able to see through the power of the stick, he was now riding a tiger and had no way to back down. Dodging was simply impossible, so he could only desperately push his Saint Chi, the long sword in his hand humming and bursting with infinite brilliance. This dazzling brilliance only flashed for a moment before it was extinguished by some kind of attack. Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds rang out as the high-grade artifact in the hands of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator broke apart as soon as it came into contact with the black stick, appearing extremely fragile. How is this possible? The cultivator's eyes trembled violently. His artifact was an origin-grade artifact, and although it was known for its sharpness and elegance rather than its sturdiness, it shouldn't have been so easily destroyed. This artifact had accompanied him for several dozen years and had been nourished by his Saint Chi and spiritual energy after killing countless enemies. It could be regarded as the artifact he relied on the most. But now, it was being destroyed here. At the same time, a trace of horror flashed across the cultivator's eyes. He didn't know what kind of power this black stick contained, but it had actually destroyed his sword with just a casual sweep. If he had been hit head-on, how could he have survived? Considering all this, the cultivator's eyes flashed with determination as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist. At the same time, he quickly retreated in an attempt to avoid the stick. His plan was sound, but he had underestimated the strangeness of this black stick. This black stick was undoubtedly the heaven-shaking pillar that Yang Kai had brought out from the Emperor Garden. According to Yang Yan, this stick was cast from heavenly crystal profound iron, an origin king-grade artifact refining material. It was extremely heavy, with a palm-sized piece weighing 10,000 kilograms. It was extremely sturdy and there were few methods in the world that could damage it. Even Yang Kai himself wouldn't be able to wield this heaven-shaking pillar. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this artifact, but it had the ability to change its size at will. When the puppet in the Emperor Garden used this heaven-shaking pillar, it was several dozen meters in length. In the end, it was given to the stone mongoose and swallowed into its belly. At this moment, the stone mongoose had taken out the heaven-shaking pillar to match its size. The heaven-shaking pillar was only 3 meters in length, but that didn't mean it was limited to this size. Seeing the Heaven Battling Union cultivator spitting out a mouthful of blood mist and trying to avoid its attack range, the stone mongoose's round eyes flashed and the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand actually lengthened a bit, once again enveloping the enemy in its attack range before sweeping out with undiminished momentum. This sudden turn of events caused the cultivators from Heaven Battling Union to despair. In a moment of desperation, they could only desperately push their Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around their bodies. *Pa*, a soft sound rang out as the heaven-shaking pillar hit the cultivator's body. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator's body of pain, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's skin. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator's body was distorted, and the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's blood gushed out from his mouth, mixed with the fragments of his internal organs. The martial artist himself was like an arrow that had been released from a bow as he was swept far away by the heaven-shaking pillar. Although he didn't die from a single blow, this kind of injury was definitely not light. If he was only facing the stone mongoose, he might have had a chance to escape, but how could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity to beat a drowning dog? He shot out his golden blood threads and enveloped his opponent in golden light. Even in midair, this second-order origin returning realm cultivator was already dead. In the blink of an eye, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was killed on the spot. What's more, the way he died was too horrible to look at, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. In fact, it was reasonable to say that the scene just now wasn't that dangerous. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator could only blame his bad luck for encountering the stone puppet wielding the heaven-shaking pillar. The stone puppet was able to change the length of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's heaven-shaking pillar at will, catching him off guard. This was the biggest culprit for his instant death. If he had known this in advance, he would not have been so careless. But it was too late to say anything now. After killing its enemy, the stone mongoose let out a beast-like roar and its small body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it became a 34-meter-tall stone giant. Correspondingly, the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand also became much longer. Hong hong hong. After its transformation, the stone mongoose took a big step forward and rushed forward with great momentum. The 34-meter-tall stone giant, coupled with a heaven-defying artifact like the heaven-shaking pillar, could display combat power that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have to avoid. Every time it swung its staff, even space itself seemed to freeze. Many of the cultivators who were entangled by the divine tree were unlucky. One after another, they screamed and didn't hesitate to use secret techniques that greatly damaged their yuan qi in order to escape from the stone mongoose's sight. However, how could the divine tree allow them to do as they wished? Countless branches transformed into long whips that danced in the air, wrapping all of the enemies within. If one was hit by one of the whips in a moment of carelessness, it was inevitable that one's flesh would be torn apart. The stone mongoose took this opportunity to display its might and swung its heaven-shaking pillar one at a time. Every enemy that was hit by it coughed up blood and fell into a miserable state. The heaven-shaking pillar itself weighed several 100,000 kilograms, but in the stone mongoose's hand, it was as light as a feather. Even without the infusion of Saint Qi, it was still an incredible weapon. Only Origin Kings could resist it, while Origin returning realm cultivators could only evade. The stone mongoose didn't need to be proficient in any secret techniques, just its earth-shattering strength alone was enough to make the world pale in comparison. A first-order cultivator would die instantly if they were hit by it. Occasionally, an enemy with good luck would survive a blow, but even then, they would only be struggling at death's door. A few golden leaves from the divine tree would easily reap their lives. Only a second-order master would be able to block a single blow, and even a third-order master wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Standing not far away, the corners of Mou's eyes twitched as his lips trembled. This dragon cave mountain. What kind of dragon pool and tiger den is it? First, there was the sentient ancient tree, and now there was the shocking appearance of the stone giant. This was a novel scene that had not been seen in 80 years, but today, it was a feast for the eyes. Mou was not an ignorant person. On the contrary, as the great elder of Clear Sky sect, he was extremely knowledgeable, but what he saw today was simply too shocking. Just this sentient ancient tree and the stone giant were enough to contend against an army of thousands. What's more, that little brat named Xianxia still hadn't made a move yet, so Mou didn't know what he was doing. Although Mou hadn't seen Xianxia take action yet, a person who could possess two powerful spirit beasts, the sentient ancient tree and the stone giant, would definitely possess some kind of strength. He definitely couldn't be underestimated as an ordinary third-order Saint King. For a moment, Mou actually felt a little lucky that he had listened to his disciple's request and not directly confronted Dragon Cave Mountain. Otherwise, if this enmity had been formed, it would have only brought harm to Clear Sky sect. The sentient ancient tree wasn't so bad. Although it was extremely powerful, it was still a spirit tree, so its mobility was limited. It was able to take root in place and act as a defensive fortress, but using it to attack was somewhat lacking. That stone giant, on the other hand, was extremely frightening. On Shadowed Star, who could fight such a monster? Even a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator wouldn't be able to. Only by gathering a large number of people and besieging it would it be possible to defeat it. Mou had just helped that little brat, so he should know, right? Mou's heart was in turmoil as he was worried that Xianxia hadn't sensed his goodwill just now. If that were the case, he would have suffered a great loss. Just as the divine tree and stone puppet were fighting together, sweeping away all obstacles in their path, a loud dragon roar suddenly rang out, and immediately, the sky darkened as a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The strength of this pressure caused everyone present to feel their scalps tingle, as if a pair of eyes were staring at them, threatening to crush them if they made the slightest movement. Even if this pressure wasn't as strong as the Emperor pressure produced by the Emperor Garden just now, it wasn't far off. Everyone's movements came to a standstill as they turned their heads towards the source of this pressure, their eyes filled with horror. What they saw was Xianxia standing proudly in place, the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace spinning beside him as he slowly pulled out a dark green, sword-like object from the artifact refining furnace. As this object appeared, the invisible pressure it released became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, the dark green sword-like object had been completely extracted. As far as the eye could see, the object was no more than a meter long, but it was verdant and glistening. It looked like a sword, but it was extremely strange. It didn't look sharp because the sword didn't have a blade at all. It looked as if it was crudely made from a piece of bone. On the hilt of the sword, there was a round bead the size of a longan. Within the dark green body of the sword, there was something that looked like a small snake that was happily swimming around. This sword seemed to have gained sentience, and when it was held in Xianxia's hand, it hummed as if it wanted to break free from Xianxia's grasp and fly into the sky. A huge phantom of a dragon's head suddenly emerged from the dark green sword. The dragon's head was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a living creature. Its two eyes, the size of gongs, contained an endless majesty. As it swept its eyes over the countless masters present, they couldn't help but feel as if they were as tiny as ants. This horrifying pressure was being emitted by this dark green sword. No one dared to look directly at this dragon head. Only Xianxia raised his head thoughtfully, his demon eye of annihilation appearing in his left eye as he met this dragon head's gaze without fear. An invisible shockwave centered on Xianxia suddenly spread out in all directions as a terrifying spiritual energy swept out. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator felt his knowledge sea tumble for a moment. Xianxia also let out a muffled snort as his brow furrowed. From his demon eye of annihilation, a lotus bud appeared and strangely sank into the dragon head. The blossoming lotus secret technique was the most powerful soul secret technique Xianxia had mastered. The dragon roar rang out again, this time filled with dread and panic as a look of pain flashed across the dragon's eyes. Immediately after, its body flickered and disappeared into the dark green sword in Xianxia's hand. The humming sound disappeared and the trembling sword body calmed down, no longer struggling. Xianxia let out a soft breath as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This dark green sword was the first time Xianxia had used it, and it was refined from the dragon bone and dragon bead. The dragon bone and dragon bead were obtained by Xianxia from the Saint Crystal lode in the second layer of the Luyan sand field. It had been several years since Xianxia obtained them. At that time, Xianxia didn't know what to do with them. After all, these were real dragon bone and dragon beads, materials from ancient life forms, not something an ordinary artifact refiner could refine. Fortunately, Yang Yan had taught him a method to slowly refine the dragon bone and dragon bead using the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace and the Firebird Artifact Spirit. The artifact spirit had a mental connection with Xianxia, so allowing it to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead was no different from Xianxia refining it himself. This method did not require exquisite artifact refining techniques, all it required was the accumulation of time. Although it was somewhat crude, it was better than handing it over to an unreliable artifact refiner and wasting materials. Even Yang Yan herself did not have the competence to use the dragon bone and dragon bead for artifact refining as it was beyond the scope of her abilities. It could be said that this method was only suitable for Xianxia because he had an Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace and the Firebird Artifact Spirit. The combination of all these conditions was indispensable. After several years, the dragon bone and dragon bead had completely merged into one. After all, they were of the same origin, so it was not difficult to fuse them together. Now, it was time to use them. However, Xianxia had not expected that the first time he used this method, he would almost cause trouble. The remnant dragon soul in the dragon bead was unwilling to submit to him. Even if it was just a remnant soul without sentience, it was still the remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit, so how could it be willing to submit? Fortunately, Xianxia had the blossoming lotus secret technique, so at the critical moment, he had forcibly suppressed the dragon soul's tenacity, allowing him to avoid any trouble. However, this was not a long-term solution. It seemed that he would need to spend some time in the future to refine this dragon bone sword before he could use it without worry. Xianxia thought to himself as he swept his eyes around coldly, the smile on his face as sharp as a blade. The terrifying pressure slowly dissipated. However, everyone still felt cold sweat dripping down their backs as a gentle breeze blew past. A chill ran down their spines. Everyone thought they could flatten Dragon Cave Mountain at will, but at this moment, it had actually erupted with such terrifying combat power, something they could not have imagined. The sentient ancient tree, the stone giant, and this strange turquoise sword, which one of these did not cause them to feel fear? This was especially true for this dark green longsword. Everyone knew that it was definitely a good item, but no one knew how much power it could unleash. For a moment, Xianxia once again became the center of attention. Many greedy and fearful gazes stared at the dark green sword. Xianxia also wanted to test the power of his new artifact, so naturally, he didn't want to waste any time. Pouring his Saint Qi into the dark green sword, a faint dragon roar rang out as the sword began to hum. Go! Xianxia pointed his finger, and a green light suddenly flashed from his hand and disappeared. Soon after, a behemoth that was several hundred feet long suddenly took shape in midair. It was a strange creature that was completely green in color. Its wings covered the sky, and its entire body was covered in scales. It looked like an impregnable fortress. The creature opened its bloody mouth, revealing sword-like teeth. The claws were like long spears, emitting a faint cold light that made people shudder. Ancient divine spirit. Mou groaned. Even with his shrewdness, he almost fell to the ground. He had never seen an ancient sacred spirit before. However, Mou was no stranger to this kind of creature. He had read about it in the ancient records of almost every great sect. There were more or less records about the long-extinct ancient sacred spirit, so Mou had naturally seen its image. The behemoth in front of him was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the records. It was clearly the image of an ancient sacred spirit. What's more, it was a true dragon, one of the top ancient sacred spirits. The aura it exuded alone was enough to make any cultivator below the third-order origin returning realm feel their hands and feet go cold, not to mention its aggressive nature. He also has a remnant soul. He actually has an ancient sacred spirit remnant soul. On the other side, Fei Jitu's eyes trembled violently as he muttered to himself, standing in place stupidly, completely forgetting to entangle with his opponent. Qiantong was the same, and their opponents were also in the same situation. At this moment, no one was in the mood to continue fighting, all of them turning their attention to the several hundred-meter-long azure dragon. Last time in the Emperor Garden, Fei Jitu had seen an ice phoenix phantom and knew that Yang Kai possessed the remnant soul of an ancient sacred spirit. At that time, Fei Jitu had almost been shocked by Yang Kai's opportunities, thinking that he had obtained such a heaven-defying treasure. It was because of this that Fei Jitu had changed his attitude towards Yang Kai, no longer daring to take advantage of his seniority. Even if this was just a remnant soul, as long as there was enough time and opportunity, it was not impossible for it to grow into an existence not inferior to an origin king. It was better to bully the old than the young. Who could guarantee that Yang Kai would not stand at the top of the pyramid in the future? Forming a good relationship with him now would definitely bring many benefits in the future. So, this time, when Dragon Cave Mountain was in trouble, Yang Kai had followed Qiantong without hesitation to mediate. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's personality, how could he have done such a thankless thing? He would have definitely sat in Heavenly Fate City and watched from the sidelines. He had thought that Yang Kai possessing the remnant soul of an ice phoenix was already a heaven-defying opportunity, but now he actually had the remnant soul of a true dragon. What's more, this true dragon remnant soul seemed to be even more powerful than the ice phoenix remnant soul he had seen last time. Fei Jitu was both envious and jealous, nearly coughing up blood. Compared with Yang Kai's heritage, everything he had was trash. While everyone was in a daze, the giant Cyan dragon had already arrived in front of an origin returning realm master from Thunder Typhoon sect. This cultivator was a peak first-order origin returning realm cultivator, only one step away from breaking through to the second-order origin returning realm, so his strength was not weak. He had been fighting against the divine tree and the stone mongoose before, but even after such a long time, he had remained unscathed, which only showed how strong he was. However, no matter how strong an individual was, they could not directly face an ancient sacred spirit. Seeing the true dragon rushing towards him, this cultivator's face went pale and he hurriedly summoned a black gold shield in front of him. There was a trace of human-like disdain in the eyes of the huge true dragon. It swiped its claw forward, and with a tearing sound, the shield was torn apart like it was made of tofu. Immediately after, the giant Cyan dragon opened its bloody maw and swallowed this first-order origin returning realm cultivator in front of everyone's eyes. A scream rang out but soon came to an abrupt end as the life aura of this cultivator was instantly annihilated. When the giant Cyan dragon's body rushed past the cultivator's position, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. All that was left was a skeleton in a defensive posture, but all the flesh and blood on the skeleton had disappeared. A cold wind blew, causing everyone present to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Mo Shaoxing, Qingpeng Xian, Jin Shi, and old woman Feng all had ashen faces as they were almost killed by the woman surnamed Ji. After swallowing the flesh and blood essence of the Thunder Typhoon sect cultivator, the giant Cyan dragon raised its head and let out a deafening roar before opening its mouth again and spraying out a green mist that covered the area below. The dozen or so origin-returning realm cultivator were instantly enveloped in this mist, and screams rang out one after another. It's poisonous. Get out of the way. This green mist actually contained a violent toxicity, causing the cultivator who was shrouded in it to feel dizzy and find it difficult to breathe, even unable to circulate their saint chi properly. Those with slightly lower strength staggered to the ground as their flesh and blood rapidly melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing their white bones, a shocking sight to behold. Only cultivators above the second-order origin-returning realm were able to force themselves to escape the range of this green mist, but all of their faces were covered in a green aura, indicating that they had been severely poisoned and would require a lot of time and precious pills to detoxify. This giant cyan dragon turned out to be a poison dragon. Xianxia was also greatly surprised. He didn't know what kind of divine technique the original body of the dragon bone and dragon bead he had obtained before its death. At this moment, he had taken action with the intention of experimenting, but now that the results were out, he couldn't help raising his brow in joy. Among the true dragon race of ancient divine spirits, poison dragons and fire dragons were the two most aggressive species, so this discovery naturally made Xianxia very happy. Since his last trip to Grand Burial Valley, when his only offensive artifact, the 100 Mountains picture, self-destructed, Xianxia had no other offensive artifacts to use. Firstly, he was confident in his own methods and felt there was no need to ask Xianxia to refine anything for him, because even if he could refine an artifact, it would take a lot of time to nourish it. Secondly, and more importantly, Xianxia had been waiting for the refinement of this dragon bone and dragon bead to be completed. Now, it seemed that his expectations had not been in vain. This dragon bone and dragon bead artifact was comparable to an Origin King grade artifact, and it also seemed to have a lot of room for growth. After the true dragon transformed from the green sword just now swallowed the physique essence of an origin-returning realm cultivator, Xianxia clearly felt the aura of this artifact grow slightly stronger. This was obviously a sign that it could grow. While Xianxia was thinking about this, the few origin-returning realm cultivators who had just escaped the green mist were targeted by the stone mongoose. These cultivators were lucky and had good strength, but that was as far as they could go. The heaven-shaking pillar swung out, causing the world to tremble and all of them to fall like wheat. The smell of blood filled the air and all of Dragon Cave Mountain instantly became a purgatory. The situation was eerily one-sided. What's more, it was not a one-sided slaughter of Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators as everyone had imagined. Instead, they were the ones being slaughtered, causing the enemy's morale to plummet to the extreme. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia and the others launched a fierce counterattack, quickly regaining the initiative. Speaking of which, Xianxia and the others weren't particularly strong. They were only relying on the exquisite artifacts in their hands. These artifacts were tailor-made origin-grade high-rank artifacts Xianxia had personally crafted for them and were the limit of what a cultivator of their level could use. Originally, they were in a precarious situation and could only support each other in order to stall for time. Now that the enemy's morale had plummeted, Xianxia and the others were fighting fiercely, forcing the enemy to retreat again and again. Xianxia and the others did not act rashly and instead advanced cautiously, not seeking to gain any merit but only to avoid making any mistakes. For a time, they were full of vigor, causing the enemy to be flustered and unable to do anything. Not far away, Emo Xiaoxing and the others who were entangled with the woman surnamed Ji let out a long sigh, knowing that there was nothing they could do at this moment. They had underestimated Dragon Cave Mountain's heritage, thinking that Dragon Cave Mountain was able to kill the first group of Xia family cultivators by relying on the power of their barriers and spirit arrays. None of them had expected that even without these barriers, this small mountain would not be easy to bully. The four-peak third-order origin returning realm masters looked at each other and saw the intent to retreat in each other's eyes. There was no need to discuss anything. At their level of strength, a single glance was enough to convey a lot of information. The four of them quickly shook off the woman surnamed Ye's entanglement and flew away. Now that the four of them had withdrawn, how could the others dare to remain? Naturally, they hurriedly fled. Qiantong and Feiji too did not stop their opponents. Although they had helped Dragon Cave Mountain this time, they did not deliberately make enemies with these people. After all, the two of them represented Shadow Moon Hall and had many concerns in their hearts. As such, after a moment of contemplation, they allowed their opponents to withdraw safely. The same was true for Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner. The two of them had just broken through to the First Order Origin returning realm not long ago, so their opponent's strength was not bad. If they wanted to leave, they simply could not stop them. The reason they had managed to survive until now was because their opponents had shown them mercy, not really killing them. Otherwise, with the number and methods of their opponents, even if the two of them had not died, they would not have been able to escape unscathed. The invading enemies retreated like the tide, with several dozen Origin returning realm masters hurriedly withdrawing. Besides Yang Kai, who used his dragon bone sword to block a few of them, only the stone mongoose and firebird artifact spirit were left behind, preventing them from leaving. Yang Kai frowned as a sense of helplessness rose from the depths of his heart. If the enemy wanted to leave, he could not stop them all. Although the invasion of Dragon Cave Mountain this time annoyed him greatly, the other party had paid a painful price, so this result was not unacceptable. Moreover, if they continued to fight, Dragon Cave Mountain was bound to suffer casualties. Yang Kai didn't really care about the Yi woman. He now had the dragon bone sword, the stone mongoose, the artifact spirit, and the divine tree. The Yi woman was a person with extraordinary means. The only thing he had to worry about was Changqi, Helen, and the others. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. If Changqi, Helen, and the others really died here, that was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. Yang Kai was willing to let this matter end here, but it didn't mean that others were willing to do the same. Just as these people were about to leave the range of Dragon Cave Mountain, the originally broken mountain defending array flashed and activated once again, blocking their path. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of Mo Shaoxing and the others, but soon their expressions turned cold. They had only retreated to avoid the brunt of Dragon Cave Mountain's attacks, not because they were afraid of it. The other party's attitude, as if they weren't willing to give up, naturally made them feel like they had lost face and become annoyed. You want to leave? Wishful thinking. Is my Dragon Cave Mountain a place where you can come and go as you please? A tender voice suddenly called out. The source of this voice seemed to be far away, but at the same time, it seemed to be right in front of everyone's eyes. However, this voice was without a doubt Yang Yan's. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise, not knowing what Yang Yan wanted to do. While Yang Kai was still in shock, the earth suddenly began to tremble, and with a loud humming sound, the ground around Dragon Cave Mountain began to crack. In the blink of an eye, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain was torn apart. Kong, with a loud bang, a certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge crater. Immediately after, a huge black behemoth slowly rose from this crater. When they saw what this huge thing was, cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone was dumbfounded. Impossible. A starship? There's actually a starship here? Today, Dragon Cave Mountain was destined to become the focus of attention on Shadowed Star, bringing about one shocking event after another. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of seeing the remnant soul of the ancient divine spirit appear, but now they were witnessing another incredible scene. Underneath Dragon Cave Mountain, there had been a starship hidden. This starship was different from the starships the Great Sects regarded as treasures. The main difference was its size. It was not too big, only a few dozen meters long, about a quarter the size of an ordinary starship, and had a sleek oval shape. However, this starship exuded an oppressive aura that made one feel even more uncomfortable facing it than facing the true dragon remnant soul just now. A series of cracking sounds rang out as a series of cannon-like objects extended from the starship's abdomen. None of the people present were ignorant and inexperienced. Naturally, they knew what this was. Crystal cannons. These were offensive artifacts that every starship possessed, and they could also be called weapons. Using Saint crystals as an energy source, they were extremely powerful. Normally, a starship would not use crystal cannons because every time they were used, a large number of Saint crystals would be consumed. Generally speaking, a starship would carry at most 2 or 3 crystal cannons, and crystal cannons were known as the most powerful trump cards of a starship. But at this moment, more than a dozen crystal cannons had extended from the abdomen of this starship. These crystal cannons were aimed in different directions, but all of them were aimed at the densest part of the crowd. Looking at these black cannons, everyone felt an extremely uneasy feeling in their hearts, as if the aura of death was rushing towards them. Giggles resounded throughout the world as Yang Yan's tender voice called out, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." As soon as her voice fell, the dozen or so crystal cannons released a dazzling light and an energy fluctuation that caused the world to tremble spread out. Not good. Mo Xiaoxing and the others' pupils shrank as they exclaimed, "Disperse." With his eyesight and experience, he could naturally perceive what kind of destructive power was contained in these crystal cannons. Although his shout was timely, the attack speed of this starship refined by Yang Yan was extremely fast. Almost at the same time as Mo Xiaoxing's voice rang out, more than a dozen white beams of light each the thickness of a human arm shot out from the crystal cannons. There was no sound, no screams, no struggle, and no resistance. Wherever those slender beams of light passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. Not only was Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array broken once again, even the cultivator blocking the path ahead disappeared like a snowflake under the scorching sun. The dozen or so pillars of pure white light shot out for dozens of kilometers before gradually weakening and disappearing. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was a mess as the world energy aura became extremely chaotic. Dida. A crisp sound rang out as Mo Xiaoxing and the others all stood in place with pale faces, staring in horror at the starship that had appeared out of nowhere, none of them daring to believe their eyes. When this starship appeared just now, none of them had paid much attention to it. After all, this starship wasn't very large, so they subconsciously thought it wasn't of high grade. However, when the dozen or so crystal cannons appeared, Mo Xiaoxing realized he was wrong. It wasn't until now that he realized how wrong he had been. The grade of this starship was beyond the scope of his imagination. It was definitely not Origin grade and was on the same level as an Origin King grade, otherwise, the power of the crystal cannons would not have been so powerful. An Origin King grade starship. How was this possible? But the facts were right in front of him, so he couldn't doubt anything. Because one of the crystal cannon's beams of light had been aimed at them just now, Mo Xiaoxing and the other 3 peak origin returning realm masters didn't dare to meet it head-on and could only dodge in embarrassment. Even so, half of Demon Blood Temple's Xianxia's body had been grazed by this attack and now his entire arm had disappeared. The dripping sound was the sound of blood dripping from his wound, causing Xianxia's face to twist in pain. Old Woman Feng and Qingpeng Xian's faces were also extremely ugly. If they hadn't been fast enough just now, they would likely have suffered the same fate as Xianxia. Looking around again, Mo Xiaoxing's face was filled with grief. Because at this time, there were only a dozen or so people still alive. At least 50 to 60 origin returning. Realm masters had died under the crystal cannon's barrage just now. Those were 50 to 60 origin returning realm masters, not 50 to 60 cabbages. They were the mainstays of the various great sects, but now they had all died on Dragon Cave Mountain. Mo Xiaoxing and the others felt as if a knife had been twisted in their hearts. If possible, the masters from the various great forces would have preferred not to set foot on this hill today, but unfortunately, it was too late for regret. The dead could not be brought back to life. Not only had they suffered heavy losses, but they had also made such a powerful enemy. For a time, the faces of the masters who were still alive went pale. Run! Mo Xiaoxing grit his teeth, not willing to remain here any longer, his figure flickering as he used his space force to quickly flee. How could Qingpeng Xian, Xianxia, and Old Woman Feng dare to remain? Fearing that the other party's starship would fire another round of crystal cannons, all of them fled as fast as rabbits. This time, Yang Yan didn't try to stop him because she was also powerless to do so. Although the starship was powerful, it wasn't omnipotent. The round of crystal cannons just now seemed quite impressive, but in fact it consumed a lot of energy. A scream rang out as Yang Kai killed his last opponent. With a wave of his hand, the azure dragon transformed back into a green sword and returned to his hand. Looking down at it for a moment, Yang Kai showed a satisfied look before tossing it back into the artifact refining furnace and storing it into his body. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was silent at this moment. Only the several dozen meter-long starship remained suspended mid-air. And this small mountain that was originally full of spirit chi, after going through such an unbelievable battle, was now full of devastation and was extremely dilapidated. The stone mongoose had returned to its original appearance and the heaven-shaking pillar was nowhere to be seen. It seemed to have been swallowed into its stomach. At this moment, using its hands and feet, it ran over to Yang Kai and climbed up onto Yang Kai's shoulder, grinning widely. Looking around, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Since arriving on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had settled down on Dragon Cave Mountain, and it had been several years since then. Yang Yan, Wu Yi, and the others had managed this place beautifully, but now, it was undoubtedly no longer suitable for living. Fortunately, Yang Kai still had a place he could go to, so he didn't feel any regrets. That place was much better than Dragon Cave Mountain, and he had intended to move everyone there. This time's incident was just an opportunity. Yang Kai. Not far away, a voice called out. Yang Kai raised his eyes and saw Qian Tong and Fei Ji staring at him in a daze, glancing over at the starship floating midair from time to time, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Although these two were top masters on Shadowed Star, they were still shocked speechless at this moment. When had they ever seen an Origin King grade starship? Although Shadow Moon Hall also had starships, the highest quality was only Origin grade low rank. Grandmaster Gulin had spent several years working with a large number of artifact refiners in the sect to refine this starship using countless materials. Such a starship would have no problem searching for mineral lodes near Shadowed Star, but if it wanted to penetrate deep into Shadowed Star's territory, it would undoubtedly be impossible. The dangers hidden in Shadowed Star's territory could not be understood with common sense. Shadow Moon Hall's starship was not good, but that did not mean Dragon Cave Mountain's starship was not. An Origin King grade starship already had the ability to travel long distances, so with its power, it was not impossible to restore Shadowed Star's connection to the outside world. At the very least, Yang Kai could use it to leave Shadowed Star, escape the shackles of world principles, and travel to other stars to break through to the Origin King realm. Qian Tong and Fei Ji instantly thought of many possibilities, causing their mood to fluctuate and their expressions to become excited. Whether or not Shadowed Star could be reconnected to the outside world was something they did not care about, but the two of them had been stuck at the peak of the Origin returning realm for a long time now, unable to break through due to the suppression of world principles. Now that they had suddenly seen such hope, they were naturally excited. But even if their relationship with Yang Kai was good, they were too embarrassed to ask for such a thing at this moment. After all, the value of this Origin King grade starship was too great. Glancing at them, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they were thinking and smiled lightly. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei, you two can wait patiently for a while. Right now, my affairs are in a mess, so how about I contact you once I've dealt with my own affairs? Qian Tong and Fei Ji both nodded and said, all right. Although Yang Kai did not make any promises, nor did he mention anything, as long as he was still on Shadowed Star, they could naturally contact each other. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain was now in a state of devastation, with several small hills razed to the ground by the power of the crystal cannons. It was clearly no longer suitable for habitation. Considering all this, Qian Tong said, Yang Kai, if you don't mind, you can take those people to my Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters. What do you think? As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Although Qian Tong's proposal was for his own sake, it was also to provide a foothold for Yang Kai. It was a proposal that was beneficial to both sides. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, I appreciate Elder Qian's kindness, but this junior already has a place to go, so there is no need for you to worry. Is that so? A trace of disappointment flashed across Qian Tong's face, but he did not insist and simply nodded, very well, although this old master does not know where you want to go, since you already have a place to stay, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. When you settle down in the future, just send this old master a message and this old master will pay you a visit in person. Of course. Yang Kai kept his fists slightly. Immediately, he turned his head to Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer and thanked them. This time, when Dragon Cave Mountain was besieged by so many masters, very few people had come to his aid. Besides the mysterious woman surnamed Ji, only the 4 people from Shadow Moon Hall had come to his aid. This kindness was something Yang Kai would naturally remember in his heart. At this moment, only these people had the courage to remain, the others who were still alive had already fled. Even Mou from Clear Sky Sect, who had an ambiguous attitude towards them, had disappeared. Kacha, a soft sound came from midair and the hatch of the starship floating nearby suddenly opened. Yang Kai glanced over and grinned. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei, this junior will take his leave first. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu nodded lightly and did not try to persuade him to stay. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he arrived in front of the divine tree and stretched out his hand to cover it. At the same time, his spiritual energy burst forth and pulled the divine tree into the black book space. Everyone, led by the woman surnamed Ji, flew over and disappeared through the starship's hatch. Yang Kai followed closely behind. After Yang Kai entered, the hatch quickly closed and a humming sound came from the starship before it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. So fast. Fei Zhitu stared in shock in the direction the starship disappeared. Compared to the speed of the starship from Shadow Moon Hall, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. A trace of inexplicable excitement appeared on Qian Tong's face as he murmured, "I didn't expect that this little mountain would have such a strong heritage. Mo Xiaosheng and the others have provoked someone they shouldn't have this time." Fei Zhitu grinned meaningfully, "What's the point of worrying about them? What you and I should be thinking about now is how to persuade Yang Kai to use this starship to leave the cage that is Shadowed Star. As long as you and I break through to the Origin King realm, Shadowed Star will belong to Shadow Moon Hall." Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression shook as his eyes flashed and he nodded repeatedly. A few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, Mo Xiaosheng and the others, who had just escaped, all looked up in the direction the starship disappeared, their faces ashen. Not only had they suffered a great loss this time, but they had also become enemies with Dragon Cave Mountain. Judging from the heritage of this little mountain, heaven battling Union's days in the future would not be easy. Mo Xiaosheng's expression was ugly as he wore a worried look. Heaven battling Union's great elder was like this, so were Qingpeng Xian, Jin Shi, and old woman Feng. Each and every one of them looked like they had just lost their parents as their intestines turned green with regret, especially Jin Shi. Today's battle had cost him an arm, which could be considered a great loss to Yuan Qi. However, while some were happy while others were sad, over on Clear Sky Sect's side, Mou was in a good mood. In any case, he did not hold any malice towards Dragon Cave Mountain this time and had even helped Yang Kai resolve a crisis. As long as the other party was not blind, they should be able to see through his goodwill. On top of that, his two disciples had some friendship with Yang Kai, so it seemed that he could take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. Qian Tong naturally had some ideas about what Fei Zhitu was planning to do. Thinking so, Mou slowly called out, "Tower. Disciple is here," Chen Tao responded and stepped forward. "In the future, you should spend more time with this Yang Kai. If you can somehow capture his heart and soul, that would be best." "Honored master." Chen Tao blushed. Although her honored master was usually mild-tempered, he had never talked about such a sensitive topic with her before, so now that he was speaking so bluntly, Chen Tao felt a little overwhelmed. This woman had a proud figure and a mature temperament, so her bashful demeanor only added to her alluring charm, causing all the male disciples of Clear Sky Sect to stare at her blankly. "Honored master is not joking," Mou said seriously. Mou's expression became serious. "If you can marry him, you will be the greatest contributor to my Clear Sky Sect." Chen Tao was stunned. She had been waiting outside with Lu Ying and the others, and although she had heard that the struggle inside Dragon Cave Mountain was fierce, she did not know what was going on. However, from her honored master's words at this moment, it seemed that Yang Kai's performance inside Dragon Cave Mountain had won her honored master's admiration. What exactly happened inside that caused her honored master's attitude to change so drastically? She was very clear about how high her honored master's vision was. Not long after she had been accepted into the sect by her honored master, one of the sect's elders had proposed marriage to one of his juniors, but he had been flatly refused by her honored master. That elder's junior had excellent aptitude and strength, but even such a person could not enter her honored master's eyes, so how could Yang Kai be so highly regarded by her honored master? In Chen Tao's impression, Yang Kai's strength was indeed amazing, and he could be considered a master among cultivators in the same realm, but Chen Tao had always thought that his greatest advantage was his unparalleled luck. However, her honored master was clearly not interested in such matters. Chen Tao couldn't figure it out. Ignoring the thoughts of these outsiders, inside the starship, Yang Kai was looking around in amazement. When he went to the Luyan Desert with Yang Inflammation a few days ago, He had heard Yang Inflammation say that there was a larger starship in Dragon Cave Mountain's vault, so when this starship appeared, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. The only surprise was that this starship was a bit too small. After entering the interior, Yang Kai realized that this starship was like a completely different world. Just like the Flying Shark battle shuttle, it didn't look big on the outside, but its interior was extremely spacious. There were exquisite rooms, meditation rooms, artifact refiners, alchemy rooms, martial arts arenas, and a variety of other facilities. Such a starship was even more high-end than the huge Hangluo Chamber of Commerce starship Yang Kai had ridden in the past. Walking forward, Yang Kai soon arrived at an arched hall. This hall was filled with a refreshing sandalwood incense and the floor was covered with a large red carpet. The surroundings were decorated with strange stones used for illumination, giving it a very warm atmosphere. At this moment, almost everyone who could speak on Dragon Cave Mountain was here, including the newcomer surnamed Ji and Guqi, who were standing beside Yang Inflammation. Changqi, Hoan, and the others all wore the same expression. After all, when the starship was being refined, they had also helped out and entered it many times. As for Qian Yu and Wu Yi, the two of them had already become Yang Inflammation's right-hand men. Ning Xianxia, on the other hand, maintained a shocked expression, as if he was in a dream. From time to time, he would glance over at the woman surnamed Ji with a submissive expression. He knew the origins of this woman better than anyone present, so naturally, he was unable to act freely in front of her. What shocked Ning Xianxia even more was that this woman surnamed Ji actually called Yang Inflammation master. With a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was actually obedient to Yang Inflammation and treated him with respect. Ning Xianxia couldn't wait to punch himself in the face to confirm whether he was really dreaming or not. When Yang Kai arrived, Wu Yi and the others had sad looks on their faces as they sighed constantly. Although Dragon Cave Mountain could be said to have won a great victory in this battle, not only killing countless enemies without suffering any losses, how could they be happy with the destruction of their home? That was the home they had painstakingly built. But because of an unexpected battle, it had been destroyed. Several years of hard work and effort had now been destroyed, so who wouldn't feel distressed? Why are all of you frowning? Yang Kai could tell what Changqi and the others were worried about and grinned. It's just a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain, if it's gone then it's gone, there's no need to worry too much about it. But that's our home, Wu Yi sighed deeply. There is a saying that if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Yang Kai smiled at her. Even if Dragon Cave Mountain is gone, we still have another place to settle down, and that place's environment is thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain's. Wu Yi and the others all looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Dragon Cave Mountain was originally just a small mountain with low world energy aura, making it unsuitable for living and cultivating, over the past few years, it had become a famous cultivation destination. Many cultivators who did not belong to any sect were eager to join Dragon Cave Mountain in search of a place to cultivate. However, Dragon Cave Mountain had never accepted outsiders and had always politely refused those who wished to join. Otherwise, it would have long since become a small sect with thousands of cultivators. Now that Yang Kai said he had a new place to settle down that was thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain, it was no wonder Wu Yi and the others didn't believe him. Even if it's Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters, it can't be thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. Wu Yi pursed her lips, subconsciously thinking Yang Kai was just comforting her and the others. What if that place is even better than Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. How could that be? If there was such a good place, why wouldn't the other great forces occupy it? Every place on Shadowed Star with rich world energy has already been occupied by a sect or other great force. How could it possibly be our turn? Changqi also couldn't believe it. And what old man Chang said is correct, but that place is not something that can be occupied. Besides us, I'm afraid others won't even be able to set foot on it, Yang Kai said with a mysterious look on his face. Even if there was no war this time, Yang Yan and I were preparing to relocate everyone there. This time's events can be considered an opportunity, so you don't need to worry too much about Dragon Cave Mountain. Elder Sister Yang Inflammation, is what he said true? Wu Yi turned her head in amazement towards Yang Inflammation. Yang Yan gently nodded, indicating that what Yang Kai said was right. Seeing Yang Yan nod, everyone showed a look of disbelief. What kind of place is that? Since the environment is so good, why hasn't any great force occupied it? Wui couldn't understand. As I said, they don't have the ability to occupy it even if they want to. Yang Kai smiled. Because that place is inside Luyan Sandland. Inside Luyan's desert? Wui and the others exclaimed. On the contrary, a wisp of a thoughtful expression appeared on the face of the woman surnamed Ji, and she said with surprise, the ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect. Oh? Senior actually knows about it. Yang Kai was a little surprised. The only reason he knew about the ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect was because Young Inflammation had told him about it, but this woman surnamed Ji actually knew about it as well. It was a bit strange. Naturally, I know about it, I just read about it in some ancient records. After all, that place is the Masters, the sect that the great emperors once supported. The woman surnamed Ye's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she glanced over at Young Inflammation, intentionally or unintentionally. So that's how it is, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he didn't ask what the relationship between this woman and Young Inflammation was, it was clear that she knew about Young Inflammation's identity. Otherwise, with her strength and cultivation, it would have been impossible for her to act so respectfully towards Young Inflammation. It seemed that this woman surnamed Ji really knew some secrets. However, it wasn't convenient for Yang Kai to inquire about it now. He would have to find an opportunity to ask Young Inflammation later. On the other hand, when Chang Qi and the others heard the conversation between the woman surnamed Ji and Yang Kai, they all showed surprised expressions. It seemed that they didn't expect that there would be a sect ruin inside the Luyan desert. You'll know when we arrive. Let's not talk about this for now. Go and maintain the operation of the starship. I have already set the route, so you just need to maintain the current speed, Young Inflammation said lightly. Chang Qi and the others nodded and excused themselves. Soon, only Yang Kai, Young Inflammation, the woman surnamed Ji, and Guqi remained in the hall. Young Inflammation cast a glance at the woman surnamed Ji, who understood and waved to Guqi. Little Qi, you can leave. Yes, martial ancestor. Guqi bowed slightly and withdrew. After there were only 3 people left, Young Inflammation hurriedly stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and said, "Show me what you just obtained." Yang Kai was startled but quickly reacted, took out a palm-sized jade token from his space ring, and tossed it to Young Inflammation. The latter caught it, examined it carefully, and said, "Sure enough, it's an Emperor Jade." Emperor Jade? Yang Kai frowned. What's the use of this thing? It's used to resist the Emperor pressure and is also a pass to enter the Emperor Garden. Without this thing, no one can enter the Emperor Garden. Young Inflammation quickly explained, when the Emperor Garden opens, only those who hold an Emperor Jade can safely enter. Oh? Doesn't that mean there will be many Emperor Jades appearing? Yang Kai immediately grasped the key point. If the Emperor Garden opened, it was impossible for only one person to enter, and since the Emperor Jade was a pass to enter, it meant that there would be many Emperor Jades appearing. And the first Emperor Jade fell into Dragon Cave Mountain probably because I was there. Soon, more Emperor Jades will appear, Young Inflammation frowned, seemingly thinking about something. A moment later, she raised her head and exchanged a glance with Yang Kai, both of them understanding the other's intentions. Snatch the Emperor Jades. No matter what, Yang Kai had to grab some Emperor Jades, otherwise, when the Emperor Garden opened, without enough passes, he and Young Inflammation would not be able to enter the Emperor Garden at the same time. Moreover, now that there was another woman surnamed Ji in Dragon Cave Mountain, if possible, she would also enter the Emperor Garden. In other words, Yang Kai needed to obtain at least 3 Emperor Jades to be able to sit back and relax. At that moment though, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out outside, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming what was happening, his face sank. The Emperor Jades really did appear. At that moment, from the Emperor Garden directly above Dragon Cave Mountain, dozens of streams of white light suddenly shot out. These streams of white light flew aimlessly in all directions at an incredible speed, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. The many masters who had just evacuated Dragon Cave Mountain were also attracted by this bizarre scene, and after a moment, they summoned their star shuttles without hesitation and chased after these streams of white light like meteors. No one knew what these Emperor Jades were, but since they had been shot out from the Emperor Garden, they naturally did not want to miss them. A lucky cultivator was just standing in place when an Emperor Jade happened to fall not too far away. He rushed over with joy and picked it up, but before he could see what it was, he was found by a stronger cultivator and a great battle ensued. There were also some cultivator who chased after the Emperor Jades but soon lost track of them. After all, these things were simply flying too fast. There were even some who desperately used their secret techniques to chase after the Emperor Jades, determined to capture them. All of Shadowed Star fell into chaos in an instant as masters from all the great forces rushed out towards the Emperor Jade, causing the scene to become extremely chaotic. After Yang Kai noticed that the Emperor Jades had appeared, he immediately left the starship with Yang Yan and the woman surnamed Yi. Just as he stood still though, Yang Kai stared at a certain spot in the sky and saw a white light shooting towards him. My luck is really good. Not only did Yang Kai show a look of joy, but so did the woman surnamed Yi. With a wave of her hand, she summoned an ancient lamp above her head. This lamp's flame was a deep blue color and exuded a palpitating chill. Origin King Great Artifact, Bone Incinerating Flame Lamp. It was a famous existence on all of Shadowed Star. In the blink of an eye, the white light shooting out from the Emperor Garden was only 1,000 meters away from the trio. Just as it was about to reach them, the woman surnamed Ji stretched out her hand and gracefully pinched the bone incinerating flame lamp's flame, plucking it before flicking her finger and transforming it into a deep blue light barrier that blocked the Emperor Jade's path. Just as this light barrier took shape, the Emperor Jade slammed into it and silently punched a hole in the seemingly solid blue light barrier. The woman surnamed Ye's face changed slightly as she flicked her finger towards the bone incinerating flame lamp and sent out a burst of energy towards it. The flame flickered as it flew out from the lamp and met the Emperor Jade head-on, transforming into a series of blue light barriers. With a loud sizzling sound, the white light from the Emperor Jade was extremely terrifying. The defensive measures the woman surnamed Ji had set up were unable to withstand a single blow and were completely destroyed. This time, her complexion really changed. Before she could do anything, Yang Kai had already taken action. The Firebird artifact spirit let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings to meet the Emperor Jade head-on. However, the Firebird artifact spirit was unable to stop the Emperor Jade's advance, and the moment it came into contact with it, its body dissipated. Fortunately, after experiencing this obstruction, the Emperor Jade's speed dropped significantly. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, and with a flick of her hand, the crimson ring she wore on her wrist transformed into a ring of fire that shot towards the Emperor Jade. 3 blazing flame rings. This artifact had once belonged to the great emperors of Star Field, and its grade could not be measured by common sense. The entire Luyan sand field was a forbidden land on Shadowed Star formed because of the 3 blazing flame rings. Although Yang Yan had only collected one of these flame rings and was unable to display the full power of this artifact, as an emperor artifact, it was not to be underestimated. The Emperor Jade, which even the bone incinerating flame lamp and the Firebird artifact spirit could not stop, seemed to have encountered its nemesis the moment it came into contact with this ring of fire. It suddenly froze in midair, and then the ring of fire rapidly shrank, wrapping around the entire Emperor Jade. A buzzing sound rang out as the Emperor Jade seemed to be trying to break free from the 3 blazing flame rings, but now that it had fallen into the trap, how could it be so simple? Yang Yan sent out a burst of Saint Qi, and the 3 blazing flame rings wrapped around the Emperor Jade like an iron hoop, completely imprisoning it. Half a month later, outside Luyan Sand Field, a several dozen meter long starship floated quietly in the air. Inside this starship, Changqi, Haoan, Wu Yi, and Qianyu were waiting anxiously. Since the day the Emperor Garden changed, Yang Kai and Yang Yan had left the starship and disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had gone, but this carefully refined starship had successfully arrived at Luyan Sand Field, but Changqi and the others did not dare to rush in and could only dock and wait outside. Fortunately, after the battle half a month ago, Dragon Cave Mountain's reputation had spread far and wide, so even though this starship was quite eye-catching, no one dared to cause trouble here. After the disappearance of the first layer flame area in Luyan Sand Field, many cultivators had come here to inquire about the situation, so the current Luyan Sand Field was not a desolate place and was instead quite lively. Now that such a starship had suddenly appeared here, it naturally attracted attention. Changqi and the others had been waiting here for 3 days, but there was still no sign of Yang Kai or Yang Yan. Just as they were wondering what to do, the buck-toothed cultivator, Guqi, suddenly raised his brow and showed a look of joy. Martial ancestor has returned, more than 3,000 kilometers from here. Oh? Wu Yi was overjoyed and did not doubt him, happily saying, since Senior Yi has returned, Yang Kai and Yang Yan elder sister must have returned as well. Saying so, she immediately ordered her subordinates to open the starship's hatch and wait. Sure enough, a moment later, a stream of light shot out from the horizon and arrived in front of the starship in the blink of an eye. When the brilliance of this light dissipated, a small starship appeared, one that looked like a shark in the sea. Naturally, this was the Flying Shark battle shuttle refined by Yang Yan. Yang Kai and the others flew out and Yang Yan released his Saint Chi to take back the Flying Shark battle shuttle. Standing mid-air, Yang Kai released his divine sense and could not help frowning. He noticed that many cultivators were lingering near Lu Yan's sand field. When he and the others appeared, all of them showed a look of curiosity and began whispering to each other. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly pushed his Saint Chi and shouted, from today onwards, the area within 100,000 kilometers of the Flowing Flames sand field will be under the jurisdiction of my Dragon Cave Mountain. Everyone, please leave immediately. If anyone tries to approach, it will be considered a provocation to my Dragon Cave Mountain and you will bear the consequences. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia shouted out. Although Dragon Cave Mountain had made a name for itself in the battle half a month ago, causing many masters from first-rate sects to suffer greatly, this news was still just hearsay. Whether it was true or false had not yet been confirmed, so Yang Kai's announcement was undoubtedly the same as poking a hornet's nest. After the first layer flame area of Lu Yan's sand field mysteriously disappeared, the second layer treasure area was exposed. Although the cultivator who came here did not find many precious treasures here, they occasionally found some rare ores. There were even rumors that there was a rich Saint Crystal lode in the territory where the second layer treasure area used to be. There were countless Saint Crystals stored there, enough to increase the strength of a first-rate sect several times over. Saint Crystal lodes were scarce on Shadowed Star. Although the great forces had Saint Crystal lodes in their hands, they did not have many and their mining efficiency was not high. Most of the cultivator who came here came with the idea of finding a Saint Crystal lode, but Yang Kai wanted to drive them all away with just a few words, so how could they bear it? In an instant, the crowd was enraged and clamoring filled the air. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the majority. What's more, Lu Yan Sand Field was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas, a place where anyone could enter and leave freely, so what right did Yang Kai have to do this? Listening to the noise and clamor coming from all directions, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, unmoved. In the future, he would consider the Supreme Profound Sect ruins in Lu Yan Sand Field as his base of operations, so naturally, he would not allow irrelevant people to remain nearby. Shut up. Yang Kai didn't say anything, but the woman surnamed Ji suddenly shouted. With her peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation coupled with her strange soul secret technique, although her shout wasn't loud, it was enough to cause those who were making noise to feel dizzy and aghast. The scene immediately quieted down. Looking around with her beautiful eyes, the woman surnamed Ji coldly declared, I'll give you 1 day. If this queen still sees you here after 1 day, don't blame this queen for being impolite. As soon as these words fell, a powerful pressure spread out and the surrounding area seemed to solidify. All the cultivator who was wrapped in this invisible force were shocked to find that they could not move, speak, or even circulate their Saint Chi. Under this power, it was as if they had become as small as ants. How could these stray cats and dogs resist the power of a Shur that had reached the grand accomplishment stage? Even top masters at the third-order origin returning realm would feel like they had fallen into a quagmire after falling into the Shur of this woman surnamed Ji, let alone these cultivators. Third-order origin returning realm. Immediately, some knowledgeable cultivators recognized the terrifying cultivation of this woman surnamed Ji and were horrified. The strong were respected, this was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. The woman surnamed Ji only needed to show a slight hint of her power to shut the noisy people up. After she withdrew her Shur, many of the cultivator immediately summoned their star shuttles and fled at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yan Sand Field second layer treasure area did indeed have many benefits and opportunities, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. If one lost their life, even if there were great benefits in front of them, what use would it be? Although they were unwilling, compared to their own lives, it was undoubtedly unwise to stay here and provoke such a powerful existence. After the first batch of cultivators fled, more and more people quickly left, and in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, all the cultivators who had gathered around had disappeared. The woman surnamed Yi coldly snorted, turned around, and gently nodded to Yang Yan, respectfully saying, "Master, the miscellaneous people have been cleared out." N. Yang Yan responded faintly before turning his head to look at the flame barrier in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 blazing flame rings flew out and merged into the flame barrier of Lu Yan sand field. The next moment, a crack appeared on the flame barrier, large enough for the starship to pass through safely. Lu Yan sand field's 3rd layer flame area was originally formed by the 3 blazing flame rings, an emperor artifact. Yang Yan, as the sole clone of one of the great emperors, could naturally control it. Although he could not take back the 2nd flame ring, he could still separate it. After Yang Kai, Yang Yan, and the others jumped into the starship, a humming sound rang out as the starship slowly flew into Lu Yan sand field. The journey was unimpeded. A moment later, in the original 4th layer of Lu Yan sand field, in front of the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, Yang Kai and the others stood in front of the sect defending array and stared at the cloud-covered Cross Mountain range. Amidst the clouds, pavilions and towers could be seen, and the mountain range was filled with rich world energy. Clear springs flowed through the mountains and fields, creating a beautiful scenery that seemed out of this world. Standing here, Wu Yi and the others breathed in the air exaggeratedly, their faces flushed with excitement. Before, when Yang Kai said that there was a new place to settle down, one that was hundreds of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain, they had been skeptical and thought it was impossible, but standing here at this moment, they no longer had the slightest doubt. Before even entering, they had already felt such rich world energy, so what kind of scene would it be if they really entered? Saying that this place was hundreds of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain was not an exaggeration. Moreover, if they could really settle down here, with the flowing flame sand field's flame barrier protecting them, no one would be able to pose a threat to them. This was simply a paradise, enough to make anyone go crazy and covet it. Was there such an existence in Lu Yan sand field? However, this sect defending array seemed to be impregnable, much more profound than Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, so it was hard to say whether it could be broken. Just as everyone was secretly worrying, Yang Yan turned to look at Yang Kai, stretched out her hand, and whispered something to him. No one heard what she said, but Yang Kai understood and reached out to his space ring, took out a token, and handed it to Yang Yan. An emperor token. The woman surnamed Ye's eyes were sharp and immediately recognized that this was a Star Emperor token. Thinking about how she had taken out this Star Emperor token, which had been passed down for countless years, in order to heal her injuries, she could not help feeling guilty and uneasy. The Star Emperor token she had previously owned was a treasure passed down from great emperors, and although the divine technique sealed inside had been used, it was not something she could casually exchange. Thinking of this, the woman surnamed Yi felt uneasy, wondering if her master would blame her for this. Fortunately, Yang Yan did not seem to have any intention of pursuing this matter. Holding the Star Emperor token, he poured his Saint Qi into it and immediately placed it on the sect defending array's light curtain. With a flash of light, countless complex runes appeared on the seemingly impregnable sect defending array and began swimming around like fish. Immediately afterward, a humming sound rang out and accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation, the Supreme Profound sect defending array suddenly split apart, revealing a path that led directly to the inside. Although he had a hunch, when Yang Yan opened the light curtain in front of him so easily, Yang Kai could not help smiling bitterly. When he had entered the 4th layer of the Lu Yan sand field, he had seen the cultivator named Ling Qing from Star Emperor Mountain violently attacking this light curtain, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to destroy it. At that time, that guy named Ling Qing had even invited him, but Yang Kai had refused. Now that he thought about it, his decision at that time was extremely wise. Although the sect defending array had remained intact for countless years, it was not something a Saint King Realm cultivator could break with brute force. Let's go. Yang Yan's expression was slightly complicated, as if he was recalling something, but at the same time, he did not seem to have any clue. After all, she was not the original body of the great emperors. Although she had inherited some of the great emperor's memories, they were not complete, so she was both familiar and unfamiliar with this supreme profound sect. The huge supreme profound sect ruins, after tens of thousands of years of silence, finally welcomed its first group of visitors today. Rich world energy wrapped around one's body, making them feel warm and comfortable. There was almost no need to circulate one's secret art for this world energy to flow into one's body on its own. Cultivating in this environment could save several times the amount of time. Not only were Wu Yi and the others excited, even the woman surnamed Ji wore a look of fascination. On Shadowed Star, the place with the richest world energy was Star Emperor Mountain. The woman surnamed Ji, as the former sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, naturally had the right to comment on this matter, but compared to Star Emperor Mountain's world energy here, it was like comparing a small wizard to a great wizard. At the foot of Star Emperor Mountain, there was a top-grade earth vein that provided the flow of world energy, but in the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, there seemed to be more than one such earth vein, but several. In front of them was a set of white jade steps that looked pure and flawless. Even if no one had cleaned them for tens of thousands of years, they were still spotless. These white jade steps were made of the purest jade and had a warm luster that led straight to the top. At a rough count, there were at least 10,000 steps. Yang Kai and Yang Yan walked forward side by side at a leisurely pace, feeling the rich world energy here while releasing their divine senses to explore their surroundings. The woman surnamed Ji followed closely behind, followed by Changqi and the others. The several dozen disciples who originally belonged to the Haika family fell behind, whispering amongst themselves in groups of 3 or 5, all of them clearly excited. They had followed Wu Yi and left the Haika family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was a heartfelt act, each of them more or less cherished the memory of their original family. But in the following few years, they had obtained abundant cultivation materials and a good cultivation environment on Dragon Cave Mountain, which gradually gave them a sense of belonging to Dragon Cave Mountain and made them feel as if they were a part of it. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground. Although it was a pity, Yang Kai and Yang Yan had led them into a new world, one that was countless times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. The past flashed before his eyes. Every cultivator secretly rejoiced at the decision they had made back then. Those who remained in the Haika family were probably still struggling for some trivial cultivation materials at this moment, but they didn't need to worry about this at all. All they needed to do was sit in meditation and cultivate. There was an unlimited supply of saint crystals, as well as an unlimited supply of pills. Even their secret treasures were of excellent quality. This kind of treatment was something even the first-class sects on Shadowed Star could not provide, yet they were able to enjoy. If someone from Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect came to invite them to join now, they would definitely scoff at them. So what if they were Heaven Battling Union? So what if it was Thunder Typhoon sect? Could it be compared with Dragon Cave Mountain? Step by step, the steps fell behind them. After about half an hour, Yang Kai and the others finally reached the top. Looking up, they saw 2 towering pillars standing in front of them. Above the 2 giant pillars, there was a huge plaque hanging on it. There were 3 words written on the horizontal board. Supreme Profound Sect. These 3 words faintly gave off a profound and unfathomable charm. It was impossible to imagine who had left behind this handwriting, but their strength was definitely not low, most likely an Origin King Realm Master. The mountain breeze blew by, clear and natural. Looking through the gate of the Supreme Xian sect, one could see mountains and pavilions everywhere. It was a scene that stretched as far as the eye could see. However, in this magnificent sect ruins, there was no sign of life at all. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense but was still unable to cover the entire Supreme Profound Sect. Such a huge sect, even if it accommodated 100,000 disciples, would not be crowded, but now, less than 100 people had entered. What's more, for a long time, there would be less than 100 people living and cultivating here. Each person would have no problem occupying an entire mountain peak. This should be the front hall. Yang Yanyan frowned slightly as she thought of something. Let's split up and explore. It seems that there is no barrier here, but we can't be careless. If you encounter anything suspicious, don't rush in, just send a message to me or Yang Kai. Okay. Wu nodded and immediately divided the several dozen cultivators into more than a dozen teams of 3 or 5 people before dispersing in all directions. Yang Kai naturally did not remain idle and began exploring the front hall of Supreme Profound Sect alone. He thought there would be some good things left here, but to his surprise, there was nothing of value at all. It seemed that all that remained were the huge sect ruins, which disappointed him a little. After exploring for a whole day, Yang Kai gained nothing. On the other hand, the disciples of the Haika family had good luck. Some of them found some ancient artifacts while others found some pills that could still be taken. One by one, they ran over to report to Yang Kai about what they had found. How could Yang Kai be interested in these things? After a brief inspection, he had them keep them for themselves. This decision stimulated the disciples' desire to explore even more, and in the entire front hall of Supreme Profound Sect, they excitedly walked back and forth, entering and exiting the various palaces. Time flew by and half a month passed. During this half a month, the group of several dozen people did nothing but explore the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, but even so, they had not finished exploring them all. There were 81 mountain peaks in this place, and they varied in size. Every mountain peak had an overwhelming amount of spirit chi, which was not inferior to any sect's main altar in terms of spirit chi. In fact, it might even be better. As for the 9 largest peaks, the richness of the aura was even more amazing. Although there were not many additional gains, being able to settle down in such a place was enough to satisfy everyone. After a while, everyone decided to settle down in the front hall. After all, there were too few people and the Supreme Profound Sect ruins were too large. If they were scattered, it would be inconvenient for them to communicate with each other. Although the aura of the front hall was not as good as that of the 9 largest peaks, it was better than anywhere else. Yang Kai occupied a magnificent palace by himself, which happened to be located at the mouth of a spirit spring. The aura that leaked out of the spirit spring was restricted by a spirit array. With no leakage, it was the best place to cultivate. Of course, Yang Kai was very satisfied. However, now that everyone had settled down here, the name Supreme Profound Sect could no longer be used. After all, they would have to deal with the other great forces on Shadowed Star in the future, so they could not always use the name of Dragon Cave Mountain or Supreme Profound Sect. Yang Yan, Wu Yi, and the others came over to consult Yang Kai, and Yang Kai immediately replaced the plaque of Supreme Profound Sect with High Heaven Sect. Although this was not announced to the world, it could still be considered a low-key sect. High Heaven Pavilion was the sect Yang Kai came from, so it was natural for him to call this new place High Heaven Sect. No one else had any objections to this and did not even ask about the meaning of the name Yang Kai. They had long regarded Yang Kai as a leader, so even if Yang Kai's name was bad, they would not say anything. On the other hand, the woman surnamed Yi praised the name of this new sect. After such a long period of contact, Yang Kai also learned about the background of this woman surnamed Yi. Yi Shiyun, the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain. A famous and illustrious figure. On Shadowed Star, she had once wielded great authority, but unfortunately, many years ago, she had left Star Emperor Mountain for some unknown reason. Everyone thought she had fallen and died, but no one knew that she had been living in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. If it weren't for Guqi accidentally discovering Yang Yan this time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. She would probably not have come out of seclusion. As the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shiyun had only taken 2 things with her when she left Star Emperor Mountain. One was the Origin King Great Artifact, the bone incinerating flame lamp, and the other was a portrait of a person. A portrait of Starfield's great emperors. Star Emperor Mountain had an ancient legend that although the great emperors were sleeping, one day, they would reappear in the world. Tens of thousands of years had passed. This ancestral teaching had gradually been forgotten, and Star Emperor Mountain itself did not know whether it really had anything to do with the great emperors of Starfield, but Yi Shiyun firmly believed in it. In order to inquire about the secrets of the great emperors, she had searched through ancient books and records and found an amazing clue. The great emperors had encountered a powerful enemy and were severely injured, so they had no choice but to use some kind of divine technique to fall into a deep sleep and wait for their injuries to heal. This coincided with the secret that Yang Yan and Yang Kai had told before. In order to investigate this information, Yi Shiyun had spent several hundred years. During that time, she had not asked about any of Star Emperor Mountain's affairs, resulting in her authority falling to the hands of a traitor and finally being forced to leave Star Emperor Mountain. She had spent so much time inquiring about the clues of the great emperors for only one reason: to break through to the Origin King realm. Although she did not know much about the cultivation of the great emperors, she knew that they had definitely surpassed the Origin King realm. Since the great emperors could reach such a realm tens of thousands of years ago, why couldn't she? Yi Shiyan's original intention was to find a way to break through to the Origin King realm by inquiring about the great emperors, but she had not expected to discover such a secret. After leaving Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shiyan had lived in seclusion. The portraits of the great emperors were hung in her secluded home, burning a stick of incense in the morning and kowtowing 3 times in the morning and evening. Guqi was a disciple she had adopted many years ago, and although they were master and disciple, Guqi still called her martial ancestor. When he often visited Yi Shiyan or asked her questions about his cultivation, Guqi had naturally seen the portraits of the great emperors many times. As such, when this guy saw Yang Yan in Heavenly Fate City, it was as if he had seen a ghost, a look of fear and trepidation appearing on his face. Last time, when he returned to Yi Shiyan's side and told her what he had seen, Yi Shiyan had rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain without stopping to wait for her injuries to heal, just in time to encounter a group of masters besieging Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there were people with similar appearances in this world, it was impossible for 2 identical faces to appear. Yi Shiyan guessed at that time that the woman named Yang Yan might be related to the great emperors. After arriving at Dragon Cave Mountain and communicating with Yang Yan using her communication artifact, Yi Shiyan immediately confirmed her guess. Otherwise, how could she have helped Dragon Cave Mountain for no reason? How could a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator be so obedient to Yang Yan? If Yi Shiyan had any doubts before, after these days of contact, all of them were gone. In this world, only the great emperors could refine such a starship, and only the great emperors could easily break through the Supreme Profound Sect defending array. She subconsciously thought that Yang Yan was the reincarnation of the great emperors, unaware that the true bodies of the great emperors were still sleeping in the Emperor Garden. Time flew by and more than 10 days passed. After experiencing the initial excitement and novelty, the people of Dragon Cave Mountain gradually adapted to life in the Supreme Profound Sect's former site, which was now High Heaven Sect. Here, the world energy aura was abundant and the air was clear and natural. It was one of the best cultivation holy lands in the world. Compared to the floating continent Yang Kai had entered when he first set foot in Star Territory, this place was only slightly inferior. The only fly in the ointment was that the entire Luyan sand field was still surrounded by 2 of the 3 blazing flame rings, isolating it from the rest of the world. Not only was it difficult to communicate with the outside world, but when one looked up, one couldn't even see the sun, moon, or stars. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world, but it was also free from many disturbances. Otherwise, with just a few dozen people occupying such a large and beautiful place, it would be strange if no one coveted it. Everything was in order. The 10,000-year incense that Yang Kai brought back from the 6th layer of the Luyan sand field was placed by Yang Yan in the front hall's secret hall, guarded by layers of spirit arrays. If a disciple wanted to break through, they could apply to Wu Yi and the others. After obtaining approval, they could go to the secret hall and use the 10,000-year incense to enter retreat. The 9-branch jade crystal tree was also placed there. Both of these treasures could help one comprehend the mysteries of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as allow one to clear their mind and expel heart demons. Both were treasures that could help one achieve breakthroughs. Both the 10,000-year incense and the 9-branch jade crystal tree were originally placed in Yang Kai's cave mansion on Dragon Cave Mountain. However, more than a month ago, when powerful enemies besieged Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Yan took the opportunity to move these treasures. At that time, Wu Yi had taken advantage of the enemy's attention being attracted by Yang Kai to secretly escape with the help of Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays in order to move these treasures. There was also the red candle holder and a small petal of the red candle fruit. They were now living peacefully in a medicinal garden in the front hall. Although they would not grow again, their medicinal effects were perfectly preserved. Even the mother stalk of the bloodsword grass was brought here by Yang Yan. The huge blood essence stone was also brought here. These things were good treasures that could be used to arrange array cores. How could Yang Yan forget about them? It could be said that although Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground, High Heaven Sect had not suffered the slightest loss. On the contrary, High Heaven Sect had taken advantage of this battle to make a name for itself. At least a dozen great forces and hundreds of origin-returning realm masters had joined forces to attack Yongkai, but in the end, they had suffered heavy casualties and had to flee in embarrassment. Such a battle record was something even the top sects of Shadowed Star could not achieve. Only Star Emperor Mountain was capable of such a feat after that battle. No one dared to not put Dragon Cave Mountain in their eyes anymore, and the name of Dragon Cave Mountain's master, Yongkai, spread far and wide. Performing such a feat with a trivial third-order Saint King cultivation, it was easy for him to become a hot topic in the streets and taverns. High Heaven Sect was established in a low-key manner, and without Yongkai's knowledge, Wu Yi and the others took the initiative to appoint him as sect master. Yang Yan became vice sect master while Yi Shiyin became great elder. Chang Qi, Haoan, Ning Xiangchen, Gu Qi, and the others were all elders. A small sect with only a few dozen people was beginning to take shape. Although it was small, it had all the essentials, and this was only because no one was willing to open their doors to accept disciples. With the prime location that High Heaven Sect now occupied, coupled with its current popularity, all it needed to do was say a single word and it would likely become a bustling market, with countless cultivators without any backing coming to seek shelter. With its foundation unstable, now was not the time to do such things. Everyone understood this truth. The Divine Tree was once again released by Yongkai. In the battle more than a month ago, the Divine Tree's performance had left Yongkai dumbfounded. Naturally, Yongkai would not be stingy with it, immediately forcing out 2 drops of golden blood for the Divine Tree to absorb and refine. The stone mongoose's performance was also commendable, and it also received a very generous reward, a large number of rare metals and ores. The stone mongoose could enhance its strength by absorbing the essence of these metals and ores. This was its innate divine technique. The front hall of High Heaven Pavilion gradually calmed down as everyone went about their duties. Yongkai was also in retreat. Only Yan Yan, Wu Yi, and the others were busy. After all, this place would be her sect's headquarters in the future, so Yan Yan naturally had to rearrange the barriers and spirit arrays. Fortunately, most of the barriers and spirit arrays in Supreme Profound Sect could still be used. It was just that they had run out of energy, so all Yan Yan needed to do was repair them slightly or refill them with Saint crystals. This was not a difficult task for Yan Yan, and in fact, she enjoyed it quite a bit. Yi Shiyin stayed by her side all day long, never leaving her side, maintaining her status as a subordinate. Yongkai had occasionally noticed that when this woman looked at Yang Yan, her eyes would fill with fanaticism and worship, as if she would do anything Yang Yan commanded without hesitation. First Heavenly Palace, the palace Yongkai currently occupied. Inside one of the rooms, he sat cross-legged with his hands stretched out in front of him, holding a green, sword-like artifact in his palms. Although it looked like a long sword, it actually did not have a blade, making it appear extremely blunt. However, at the hilt of this sword, there was a longan-sized bead embedded in it, and inside this green sword body, there was a snake-like thing swimming happily. This long sword artifact was naturally the product of the fusion of the dragon bone and dragon bead. The dragon bone and dragon bead's original form was an aggressive poisonous dragon. As a part of an ancient divine spirit, its strength was simply unfathomable. As such, even if it was just a piece of dragon bone and a crude dragon bead, this artifact still possessed unfathomable power. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yongkai had fully experienced its power, but unfortunately, the wisp of dragon soul was extremely arrogant and unwilling to be controlled by him, nearly causing an accident on the spot. In the end, Yongkai had used his blossoming lotus secret technique to forcibly suppress it. At that time, Yongkai had been forced to do so as a stopgap measure, not a long-term solution. Now that Yongkai had taken out this sword artifact, he naturally intended to solve this problem once and for all. Otherwise, every time he used it in the future, he would have to forcibly suppress it. Not only would he not be able to display its full power, but he would also likely suffer a backlash. This was not a joke. Suffering a backlash from one's own artifact was not uncommon. Forcing one's own artifact to wield a powerful artifact with low strength was a common occurrence. Therefore, any cultivator who chose an artifact would choose one that was suitable for them based on their own strength and the limits of their ability. It did not mean that the more powerful an artifact was, the better. Moreover, the dragon bone sword in Yang Kai's hand could barely be regarded as a prototype and had not been completely refined. It had only reached a level where it could be used. After all, how could it be so easy to refine the body of an ancient divine spirit? However, what made Yang Kai very happy was that this dragon bone sword seemed to be able to grow and evolve. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, this sword had transformed into a giant dark green dragon, and after swallowing the flesh and blood essence of several origin-returning realm cultivator, its aura had significantly increased. After discovering this at that time, Yang Kai did not dare let it swallow at will. It was already difficult for him to completely suppress it now, so wouldn't allowing it to become even stronger be equivalent to smashing his own foot with a stone? Only after this hidden danger was completely resolved could it be allowed to grow unscrupulously. Green all over, I'll call you Green Drop, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he suddenly muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword, pouring a massive amount of Saint Qi into it like a tide. A loud dragon roar resounded throughout First Heavenly Palace, and in the next moment, a gust of wind swept through the room as a dazzling green light burst forth. A violent coercion swept out as a giant dark green dragon suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was none other than the verdant dragon bone sword's illusory form, its massive dragon body hovering in place, its head held high as its two gong-sized eyes stared down at Yang Kai, a look of disdain flashing across its eyes. Although it was only a remnant soul and didn't have much consciousness left, the pride and arrogance of an ancient divine spirit could not be erased. In front of the divine spirit race, Yang Kai's current strength was as insignificant as an ant. As the dragon pressure raged, Yang Kai's bones crackled as if he was being crushed by a towering mountain, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of powerlessness. However, Yang Kai did not retreat, nor did he show the slightest timidity, instead simply staring back at the dragon head indifferently. The demon eye of annihilation appeared in Yang Kai's left eye, its long and narrow golden pupil seemingly exuding infinite demonic power. Around this golden pupil, there was also an inexplicable glow. This was the colored glass divine light. When combined with the demon eye of annihilation, the two complemented each other. Their power was not as simple as 1 + 1. This time, Yang Kai did not use the blossoming lotus secret technique. After all, if he wanted to enjoy the pride of the dragon's soul, relying solely on this secret technique was not advisable. He had to let it know its current situation, let it know who was its master and who was its servant in the future. Only in this way would he be able to use it as he pleased in the future without worrying about being devoured by it. One big and one small, two pairs of eyes stared at each other, one filled with contempt and the other with dignity, neither showing any intention of backing down. Even if the dragon bone and dragon bead had been refined by Yang Kai for several years and had long since been tainted with his aura, wanting to completely subdue it was not a simple matter. An invisible contest unfolded between Yang Kai and the giant dark green dragon as invisible spiritual energy shockwaves spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the barriers around First Heavenly Palace were quite good, otherwise, it would likely have been destroyed in an instant. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the third-order Saint King realm, the strength of his spiritual energy was not inferior to that of a second-order origin returning realm master. Coupled with the assistance of the demon eye of annihilation, even a third-order origin returning realm master would suffer a great loss if caught off guard. Even so, it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with the dragon soul. No matter how Yang Kai urged his divine sense to exert pressure on the dragon soul, the other party remained unmoved, showing no signs of panic, fear, or submission. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai's face gradually paled. Using his spiritual energy continuously and unrestrainedly, even with his profound foundation, was becoming difficult for him to bear. The demon eye of annihilation was already oozing with blood, and his entire left eye was completely red. The golden pupil was constantly emitting an invisible suction force, trying to shake the dragon's soul, but like waves crashing into a reef, the reef remained motionless, unable to move. The stalemate lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, but Yang Kai was unable to make any progress. On the contrary, his spiritual energy had been exhausted and his knowledge sea had dried up. If not for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, His current situation would have been enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Xianxia felt like his head was being pierced by thousands of needles, causing him great pain. Inside his room in First Heavenly Palace, Xianxia let out a muffled roar. The demon eye of annihilation collapsed on its own. Without spiritual energy as its source, the demon eye of annihilation could not be used at all. This was the first time the demon eye of annihilation had failed. In the past, when Xianxia used it, whether it was against enemies or as a deterrent, it had a great effect. But now, it had no effect on the remnant soul inside the verdant dragon bone sword. Xianxia not only did not feel annoyed, he was actually quite happy. The more difficult it was to deal with, the greater the value of the dragon bone sword. As long as he could find a way to subdue this dragon's soul, it would be of great help to him. What should I do to make it submit? Xianxia gasped for breath as he stared at the giant dark green dragon in front of him, deep in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. His expression flickered. Although it was just a vague idea, it was absolutely necessary to try it. As the saying goes, those closely involved cannot see clearly. Xianxia had completely forgotten that there was still a true dragon remnant soul inside his body. It was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance he obtained in Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Valley on Tongxian Realm. After obtaining this inheritance, a golden dragon tattoo had appeared on his body. Before, Xianxia had not seen much and did not know much about the mysteries of this golden dragon tattoo, but after exploring the Emperor Garden with Fei Zhi and the others, he had learned about the existence of ancient divine spirits. Since the Phoenix Empress inheritance he obtained from the Phoenix Nest was an Ice Phoenix remnant soul, the Dragon Emperor inheritance he obtained in Dragon Valley must be the same. Although he had not verified this, Xianxia felt that his guess should be correct. There was no reason for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance to be worse than the Phoenix Empress. Perhaps, he could use the Dragon Monarch's inheritance to achieve this. Thinking of this, Xianxia no longer hesitated. No matter what, this was a way. Whether or not it would work would depend on the will of the heavens. He reached out and unbuttoned his clothes, taking off his top. His refined body was immediately exposed to the air. Xianxia's body didn't look very strong, but his figure was extremely well proportioned. His muscles had a huge amount of power, which was very pleasing to the eye. At this moment, there were two diagrams that were like tattoos on his body. One was the diagram of a golden dragon, and the other was the diagram of an ice phoenix. Both of them looked extremely lifelike. The only difference was that the golden dragon pattern seemed to be alive. It was swimming around Xianxia's body, while the ice phoenix pattern was fixed in one place and did not move. In the final analysis, this ice phoenix pattern was the Phoenix Empress inheritance and did not belong to Xianxia. It was only temporarily using his body as a medium. On the other hand, the golden dragon pattern was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and belonged to Xianxia himself. When Xianxia swept the ice phoenix tattoo with his divine sense, he was surprised to find that its eyes actually moved slightly, as if it was looking directly at him, but after a brief moment, it went still. Xianxia didn't know if it was just his imagination. However, Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed to Su Yan's figure. The reason this ice phoenix pattern was left on him was because he wanted to give it to Su Yan. Unfortunately, after so many years, he had never had a chance to see her again. He didn't know how she was doing now. He didn't know if she was being bullied. He also didn't know if her cultivation was progressing smoothly. After a moment of silence, Xianxia composed himself and focused his attention on the golden dragon pattern. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia began circulating his yin-yang joyous unification art. Although he did not have Su Yan to cooperate with him, Xianxia was already familiar with this secret art, so it was not difficult for him to circulate it. As his Saint Qi surged, the golden dragon pattern swam even faster, as if it was being nourished. After a short while, a deafening dragon roar suddenly came out, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out, enveloping the entire room in it. The original green color in the room instantly dimmed a lot. The giant dark green dragon, which had been staring at Xianxia indifferently, its eyes filled with contempt, suddenly became flustered, as if it had encountered some kind of nemesis, its eyes trembling violently, revealing a faint sense of panic. Roar, golden light radiated from Yang Kai's body and the phantom of a giant golden dragon condensed above his head, like a god overlooking the giant dark green dragon. The two giant dragons were about the same in size and appearance. The only difference was the color of the two dragons. One was gold, one was green. Although the giant green dragon had a fearful expression on its face, it was clearly unwilling to show weakness to the enemy. It raised its head, and the green light shone brightly, covering up a little of the golden light. It seemed to be on par with the majesty of the giant golden dragon. Seeing this scene, Kai Yang was overjoyed. He knew that this time he was like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Since he had found the correct method, naturally he wasn't willing to give up halfway. Forcing himself to focus, he began to circulate the yin-yang joyous unification art. The golden light became even brighter and once again suppressed the green light. But this was not the end of it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret was triggered, but with a crisp phoenix cry, the ice phoenix tattoo that was originally fixed on Yang Kai's body turned into a stream of light and shot out. Cold air swept out in all directions while the golden dragon's body exuded a scorching hot energy. Cold and hot, according to common sense, should be mutually exclusive, but at this moment, they were blending together. Not only did there not seem to be any conflict, but it also increased the power of the other party. The golden light, green light, and white shadow collided with each other, creating a crackling sound. The green light was already no match for the golden light and was being suppressed, but now with the addition of the white shadow, it was defeated in an instant. With a swishing sound and a burst of light, Yang Kai couldn't see anything at all. He only felt that the golden and white lights were frantically suppressing the green light, and under the investigation of his divine sense, the green light was also shrinking at an incredible speed. Kong, with a muffled bang, Yang Kai's body shook. When he opened his eyes again and looked around, he found that his room was a mess, as if it had been ravaged by a violent storm. Even the barriers around First Heavenly Palace had been torn apart. On his body, the golden dragon tattoo had returned and was still swimming around happily as before, while the ice phoenix tattoo was once again fixed in a certain place. It was as if everything before was just an illusion and had never happened. However, Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted by the verdant dragon bone sword on the ground. Reaching out and grasping it, an indescribable feeling came over him. If holding this verdant dragon bone sword before was like holding an artifact, then now Yang Kai felt a connection with it, as if this verdant dragon bone sword had become a part of him and was at his disposal. Although it was very weak, it was a completely different feeling from before. Raising his brow, Yang Kai poured his Xianxia into this sword, causing it to immediately transform into a giant dark green dragon. However, unlike before, the contempt and disdain in this giant dark green dragon's eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by docility and obedience. Yang Kai grinned, unable to contain his joy. He hadn't expected that the idea he had inadvertently come up with would actually succeed. Using dragon pressure to resist dragon pressure was really possible. Moreover, after such a display, Yang Kai faintly felt that the golden dragon tattoo on his body seemed to be superior to this giant dark green dragon. Both were remnant souls of ancient divine spirits, but the giant dark green dragon was obviously at a disadvantage when facing the golden dragon tattoo alone. Even without the addition of the ice phoenix remnant soul, Yang Kai felt that it was only a matter of time before he could subdue it. The addition of the ice phoenix only shortened that time by a great deal. With a single thought, the giant dark green dragon began flying according to Yang Kai's will. From now on, when he used the verdant dragon bone sword, he no longer had to worry about it suffering backlash. Having resolved this hidden danger in his heart, Yang Kai was in a good mood. After experimenting for a long time in his room, Yang Kai reluctantly took the dragon bone sword back into his body and continued to nourish it with his Xianxia. His current strength was still too low to exert the full power of this artifact, and the artifact itself had yet to be fully refined. Yang Kai didn't know how powerful this verdant dragon bone sword would be once all the conditions were met. This was something worth looking forward to. Taking out some pills from his space ring and swallowing them, Yang Kai calmed his mind, sat down cross-legged, and began to restore his consumed Xianxia and spiritual energy. In just one day, Yang Kai's vitality had been restored to its peak, and just as Yang Kai was about to get up, a loud buzz came from outside and the entire First Heavenly Palace began to shake. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he subconsciously thought that High Heaven sect was being attacked, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that wasn't quite right. High Heaven sect now occupied the Supreme Profound sect's ruins and was protected by the 3 blazing flame rings on the outside and the sect defending array on the inside. Who on Shadowed Star had the ability to attack High Heaven sect? Moreover, judging from the turbulence of the world energy, it didn't seem to be a reaction to an attack. Instead, it seemed to be an internal change. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Outside of First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai determined a certain direction and his figure flickered as he approached it at an extremely fast speed. A short while later, Yang Kai arrived at the huge square in the front hall of High Heaven sect. At this moment, several dozen disciples were gathered here, as were all the great elders of the sect, but all of them were looking up at the sky, their eyes fixed on it, as if there was something up there that attracted their attention. Following their gazes, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise because, mid-air, Yang Yan was floating with a solemn expression on her face, her beautiful black hair fluttering in the wind, her hands constantly forming seals as pure Xianxia emerged from her tender body and transformed into a stream of light that shot towards the sky. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, everyone saluted. Now that High Heaven sect could be considered a sect, everyone present, as elders and disciples, naturally could not lack etiquette when meeting the sect master. Even Yi Shiyun, the strongest master in the group, nodded lightly to Yang Kai. But soon, she shifted her gaze and continued to stare at Yang Inflammation's movements, a fanatical light flashing across her beautiful eyes. This woman really takes Yang Inflammation as an idol. Yang Kai quietly curled his lips. He couldn't blame her though, the reputation of the great emperors of Star Field was simply too shocking. The reason Yang Kai could get along with Yang Inflammation so calmly was because they were so familiar with each other. What is this? Yang Kai stared at the sky and asked in confusion. Reporting to Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Yang wants to open the barrier around Luyan's sand field so that our sect can see the sun and moon again. Ning Xiangchen quickly replied, his tone full of respect, his pair of old eyes overflowing with light, seemingly unable to conceal his admiration for Yang Inflammation. In this world, who could open the barrier around Luyan's sand field? Only Yang Inflammation. No wonder Ning Xiangchen had such a look of reverence on his face. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai gently nodded, understanding Yang Inflammation's plan in his heart, so he didn't ask any more questions. Although everyone had moved to the Supreme Profound Sect ruins and changed its name to High Heaven Sect, the 3 blazing flame rings had always shrouded this place. The fiery red barrier obscured the sky, making it impossible to see the sun, moon, and stars. Living in such an environment for a long time, one would feel somewhat depressed. Therefore, Yang Inflammation should be planning to open the flame barrier that covered the sky and reconnect the current High Heaven sect to the outside world. This was a good thing, and only Yang Inflammation could do it. Yang Kai naturally had no intention of expressing his opinion, so he just stood quietly with everyone, waiting and watching. A stream of pure Saint Qi gushed out from Yang Inflammation's tender body, turning into a stream of light that shot towards a certain spot in the sky and disappeared in an instant. As time passed, a whirlpool vaguely appeared in the fiery red sky. The whirlpool was small at first, but it gradually grew in size. The swirling vortex was a ghastly sight, causing people to shudder in fear. It was as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky. After another half an hour or so, accompanied by a shout from Yang Inflammation, the red ring on her wrist buzzed and shot up into the sky, expanding. Directly transformed into a huge ring about a dozen kilometers or so in diameter. This ring slowly rose up into the sky, until it finally came into contact with the flame barrier that covered the sky. Soon after, it fixed itself at a certain spot and did not move at all. It just happened to wrap around the huge whirlpool. Immediately, the vortex rapidly shrank and an unparalleled suction force emerged from it. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the flame barrier covering High Heaven sect burst like a bubble, revealing a space of more than a dozen kilometers around the same size as the vortex. A burst of cheers rang out as all the disciples leapt up in joy. Yang Kai also grinned happily, but soon his eyes were attracted by something in the sky and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Sure. Enough. Young Inflammation also murmured softly, her beautiful eyes staring at a certain spot in the sky as her brow furrowed slightly. Immediately after, she waved her hand and the first ring of the 3 blazing flame rings flew back down and landed on her wrist. However, the flame barrier did not close again and instead maintained a gap of a dozen kilometers or so, allowing sunlight to pour in and allow people to see the blue sky and white clouds outside. However, at this moment, in addition to the blue sky and white clouds, there was another object that attracted the most attention. It was a huge and magnificent palace. The Emperor Garden. Why is that thing here? Wasn't it on Dragon Cave Mountain? When did it move here? A burst of shouts rang out as several dozen disciples wore worried looks on their faces. Once bitten, twice shy. The reason why Dragon Cave Mountain had suffered such a disaster last time was ultimately because of the appearance of the Emperor Garden, causing it to become the center of a vortex of struggle. Originally, everyone had left Dragon Cave Mountain and found a new place to settle down, one that was thousands of times better than the previous Dragon Cave Mountain, sweeping away all of their previous worries, but now, after just a few days of peace, the Emperor Garden had appeared right above them again. This was somewhat unacceptable to all of them. The dignified Emperor Garden, one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden zones, was like a dogskin plaster that could not be shaken off. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain was a 2-month journey from here, so no one knew when the Emperor Garden had appeared above High Heaven Sect. After all, High Heaven Sect had been enveloped by the 3 blazing flame rings all this time, making it impossible to see what was happening outside. Only Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation knew the reason. Yi Shiyun might have some guesses, but she could not be certain. Yang Inflammation landed lightly from the sky and stood beside Yang Kai, her expression indifferent, making it impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Glancing over at her, Yang Kai asked softly, "Did you know about this long ago and decided to break the barrier?" I sensed something, but I wasn't sure. However, regardless of whether this happened or not, the barrier in the sky would have been broken sooner or later. This time, it was just a coincidence. Yang Inflammation gently nodded. Yang Kai understood and pondered for a moment before turning his head to the disciples and shouting, "What are you all shouting for? Since the Emperor Garden has appeared here, it must have its reasons. There's nothing to make a fuss about, just do what you need to do." Hearing Yang Kai's words, the commotion in the crowd calmed down and all of them nodded before respectfully withdrawing. After the weaker disciples left, Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "I don't know when the Emperor Garden moved here, but since it has appeared here, it should be quite lively outside Luyan's desert right now." The Emperor Garden had played a big joke on all of Shadowed Star this time. When it first appeared, it was suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain, causing countless great forces on Shadowed Star to gather in Heavenly Fate City. But no one had expected that it would actually move. Since it had now appeared above High Heaven Sect, the masters on Shadowed Star must have also chased after it, this was without a doubt. The Emperor Jades had appeared and the Emperor Garden's opening was not far away, so no one wanted to miss this opportunity. "Do you want to go out and take a look?" Yang Inflammation asked. Yang Kai nodded. Knowing that the front door of his home must be very lively right now, Yang Kai certainly would not sit idly by. "I'll go with you," Yang Inflammation said worriedly. Yang Kai glanced at her but did not refuse, nodding, "All right." After a brief discussion, Yang Inflammation immediately summoned the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle and the 2 of them flew in. Yi Shiyun did not leave Yang Inflammation's side, so naturally she would not fall behind. High Heaven Sect was originally located in the 4th layer of the Luyan Sand Field, but now that the 1st layer flame area had disappeared, only the 3rd layer flame area stood in front of High Heaven Sect. Soon, the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle passed through the 4th layer and set foot on the 3rd layer flame area, but with Yang Inflammation here, the rolling flames were no threat to the 3 of them at all. They simply parted to the sides and opened up a path for them. After a long time, the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle flickered slightly and appeared outside the flame barrier. The hatch opened and Yang Kai strode out, but just as he stood firm, he couldn't help raising his brow and sweeping his eyes around with a faint smile. At this moment, a large number of cultivator had gathered outside the Luyan Sand Field, some in groups of 3 or 5, some in neat rows, all of them staring towards the Luyan Sand Field anxiously. Almost everyone Yang Kai knew, didn't know, and had enmity with or without enmity with were gathered here, including several hundred great forces from all over Shadowed Star. It could be said that all the cultivator who originally lived in Heavenly Fate City had followed the Emperor Garden here. When the flying shark battle shuttle broke out of the Luyan sand field and Yang Kai appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention, all of them dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Since the Luyan sand field was known as a restricted area, it was naturally extremely dangerous. When it was not open, no one could break into it. There was once an Origin returning realm master who thought he was strong enough to break into the Luyan sand field, but as soon as he set foot in the first layer flame area, he was melted away. The Luyan sand field when it was not open was not something a human could resist. Only when it was open could a cultivator below the Origin returning realm use their own strength to enter. But now, Yang Kai had walked out safely from inside, so didn't that mean he had been inside all this time? How was this possible? Many of the masters present thought they were seeing things, their eyes filled with disbelief and envy. Although they did not know what method Yang Kai had used to freely enter and exit the Luyan sand field, it was obviously extraordinary. Moreover, there were many benefits in this restricted area, so if Yang Kai could enter and leave freely, didn't that mean he had monopolized all the good things inside? The masters who had enmity with Yang Kai all wore gloomy expressions, almost coughing up blood in frustration. Yang Kai was still young, but he was already so difficult to deal with. If he was allowed to monopolize the resources in the Luyan sand field for a long time, once he fully matured, who on Shadowed Star would be his opponent? Thinking so, many of the masters present exchanged glances as murderous intent filled their hearts. However, not everyone had murderous intent towards Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall's Great Elder Qian Tong and Heavenly Fate City's City Lord Fei Ji too both looked over with surprise and joy. After hesitating for a long time, Qian Tong called out, "Yang Kai, there are rumors circulating outside that you have settled down here, is that true?" When the people from Dragon Cave Mountain first arrived here, they had expelled a group of cultivators and Yang Kai had declared the surrounding 10,000 kilometers around Luyan sand field a restricted area, so this news had naturally spread out early on. Many masters on Shadowed Star had also heard about it, but none of them had taken it seriously. No one thought that Yang Kai and a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain could settle down in the Luyan sand field, all of them thinking this little brat was just spouting nonsense. Even Qian Tong and Fei Ji too laughed after hearing this, thinking that Yang Kai was just venting his anger over the destruction of Dragon Cave Mountain. But at this moment, no one dared to think so. Yang Kai had clearly come out of the flowing flame sand field aboard that strange small starship, so seeing was believing, so no one could doubt it. Seeing that it was Qian Tong who asked, Yang Kai naturally didn't show any disdain, simply smiling and cupping his fists politely. Junior greets Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too glanced at each other with happy expressions. They could naturally see that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest contempt for them just because of his fame or the fact that he controlled a powerful starship. This little brat still treated them as his seniors and didn't lack etiquette. Qian Tong's previous care had not been in vain. Considering all this, both of them felt relieved. "Brother Wei, Sister Dong, you've also come." Yang Kai then turned to the man and woman standing behind Qian Tong and Fei Ji too and greeted them with a smile. This man and woman were naturally Wei Gucheng and Dong Xianer. The two of them quickly returned the courtesy, but there was still a trace of surprise on their faces, as if they had not yet recovered from the scene just now. "Yang Kai, that rumor." Qian Tong and the other juniors finished exchanging pleasantries before asking again. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he said loudly, "Yes, the outside rumors are true. Now, I and a group of friends have settled down in Luyan sand field." His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar, with some questioning, some envying, and others gnashing their teeth. "Good, good, good." Qian Tong was shocked but also happy for Yang Kai. "It's great that you have a place to settle down, and such a precious place at that. I'm sure such a thing will never happen again in the future." Living in Luyan sand field could be said to be free of worries, and there was no need to worry about being attacked again. If anyone wanted to attack Yang Kai, they would have to first break through the flame area. Who could do such a thing? No one on Shadowed Star could do so. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Qian, but I don't think there will be any blind fools coming to disturb Junior's cultivation in the future," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at some of the masters. This caused many people's faces to darken, but they couldn't say anything. This junior should have sent a letter earlier, but I've been busy these days, and haven't had the time to rest. Fortunately, the two seniors have come here in person. Since you've come, why don't you come in with Brother Wei and Miss Dong? Junior has some things he would like to ask. Kai Yang proposed. He wasn't being polite, he really did have something he wanted to ask. Go inside? Hearing this, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu's faces lit up. They looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. Good, the two of us also have the same idea. We're just afraid that Yang Kai won't welcome us. Elder Qian must be joking. This junior is too late to invite you, how could he dare say he won't welcome you? Yang Kai stepped aside and smiled. This way, please. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu smiled at each other but didn't refuse, their figures flickering as they entered the flying shark battle shuttle. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer also hurriedly followed. Although the flying shark battle shuttle didn't look very big from the outside, it was big enough to accommodate 20 to 30 people without feeling crowded. There were also many rooms inside, so as soon as they entered, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu looked around with great interest, exclaiming in amazement and admiration. After discovering Yi Shiyin standing behind Yang Yan indifferently, the two of them hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. In front of Yi Shiyin, they didn't dare put on any airs. In fact, they were much younger than Yi Shiyin, so if they wanted to put on airs, it was Yi Shiyin's business. There's no need to be polite, just find a place to sit down. After Sect Master finishes dealing with the matters outside, we'll return together. Yi Shiyin waved her hand lightly. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu quickly nodded, found a chair, and sat down. His own elders were trembling with fear, as if they were walking on thin ice, so Wei Guchang, a junior, didn't dare to say anything, standing straight behind Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, not even daring to breathe loudly. Outside the flying shark battle shuttle, Yang Kai stood straight in place with an indifferent expression. Although many of the masters present had higher cultivation than him, this was his own territory, so how could Yang Kai be afraid? After pondering for a moment, he said in a clear voice, "This Yang must have heard what you just heard. From now on, this Lu Yen Sandland is the territory of my High Heaven sect. I ask that you not stay here for long, otherwise, it will be regarded as a provocation to my High Heaven sect. As for the consequences, heh. High Heaven sect? What's that? Is there such a sect on Shadowed Star?" Many people voiced their doubts, many of them puzzled, but Mo Xiao, Chengpeng Xian, and the others frowned as they faintly guessed something. High Heaven sect is a sect founded by this Yang Kai and like-minded friends. Its headquarters is in the Lu Yen Sandland. Did you hear me clearly? Yang Kai shouted again, taking this opportunity to announce the establishment of High Heaven sect to the world. Founded a sect? Just by you? Even louder doubts and noises rang out. It was no wonder they reacted like this, the establishment of a sect was not a casual matter. At the very least, there needed to be a master capable of holding down the fort. Looking around, of all the big and small forces on Shadowed Star, which one of them did not have a strength equivalent to an origin-returning realm master? Occasionally, there would be a Saint King who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and founded a sect, but they would not survive for long. For various reasons, they would disappear in the long river of history. As such, no one took this unfamiliar High Heaven sect seriously, much less a Saint King like Yang Kai. Letting these people make noise and despise him, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile, remaining completely unmoved. Boy! A shout suddenly rang out, and Yang Kai turned to see Mo Xiaoxing of Heaven Battling Union staring at him with a gloomy face. What you just said, is it true? What does Senior Mo think? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Although Mo Xiaoxing had participated in the siege on Dragon Cave Mountain last time, Yang Kai did not intend to settle accounts with him now. After all, his strength was still slightly lacking. It would not be too late to settle accounts with him after he grew up. In any case, Heaven Battling Union was such a big force that it would not suddenly disappear. Mo Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "This old master will assume you are not joking, but who is your noble sect master?" Junior is not talented, but he has taken up the position of sect master. In the future, I hope seniors can provide me with some guidance, Yang Kai grinned. Sure enough. Mo Xiaoxing was also a shrewd person. Although he knew that Yang Kai would not let this matter rest, at this moment, he did not show the slightest intention of making things difficult for him. Instead, he put on a pleasant smile and said, "Little friend Yang is a dragon among dragons, so there is nothing wrong with him becoming the sect master of your noble sect. In the future, your noble sect will definitely become an existence not inferior to my heaven-battling union, perhaps even surpassing it. Congratulations, this is truly a cause for celebration." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he grinned meaningfully. Senior Mo is too kind. The reason High Heaven Pavilion was created was because this Yang and his friends wanted a place to live. High Heaven Pavilion is the same as this junior. We do not have any great ambitions and only want to live in peace. If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. This old dog wants to push me into the heart of the struggle, he's simply too insidious. Yang Kai secretly cursed. Although Mo Xiaoxing's face was kind and his tone was even gentler, his words just now were obviously filled with malicious intent. Heaven Battling Union was already enough on Shadowed Star. If another great force of equal or greater strength were to appear, how could any other great force survive? Mo Xiaoxing was obviously trying to draw hatred towards High Heaven sect. These old fogies were all old fogies, none of them easy to deal with. If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. Mo Xiaoxing's eyes flashed as a trace of anger appeared. With his shrewdness, he naturally understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. The other party was obviously using the incident on Dragon Cave Mountain to remind him that since he had offended him, he would not let him off easily. However, now was not the time to make things difficult for him, so after thinking about it for a moment, Mo Xiaoxing said, "Since your noble sect has just been established, there must be many things waiting to be done. This old master intends to enter and observe, perhaps he will be able to offer some help." What does Sect Master Yang think? That's not a good proposal. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest intention of giving him face. A senior said, "Shrouded sect has just been established and indeed has many things waiting to be done. Now is not the time to entertain guests. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will invite senior." Mo Xiaoxing fell silent. He didn't want to enter High Heaven sect to inquire about any secrets, but now that the Emperor Garden had suddenly appeared here, he certainly didn't want to wait outside Luyan's sand field. Otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opened, those who stayed inside would definitely be able to get close to it, while those waiting outside, no matter how fast they were, would need at least half a day to fly around Luyan sand field's flame barrier and arrive at the Emperor Garden. After all, the area occupied by Luyan sand field was not small. One shouldn't underestimate this half a day to a day. Perhaps by entering early, one could gain a great advantage. It wasn't just Mo Xiaoxing who thought so, most of the other masters also had such thoughts. Seeing that Mo Xiaoxing's attempts to negotiate were fruitless, Qing Pengxian stepped forward and shouted, "We have all come from afar, why is Sect Master Yang so unreasonable? Why don't you release the barrier and let us in for a short rest and a cup of tea? If there's something we need to discuss, let's all sit down and talk about it." Yes, Sect Master Yang should open the door. Immediately, there were many voices of agreement. There were even some shameless people who took advantage of their seniority to ask Yang Kai to give them some face. How could Yang Kai pay any attention to them? He simply stood in place with a cold expression, waiting for the noise to gradually subside before saying, "It's not that this Yang doesn't want to open the door, it's just that all of you have set foot on this sect's territory without the permission of this sect. If it were your sect that encountered this, how would you deal with it? Presumably, without any explanation, you would be forced to expel all of us, right? However, this sect has only been established recently and has not had time to announce its existence to the world. Considering that this is your first offense, this Yang will not hold you responsible. Please withdraw quickly. This is also the territory of your High Heaven sect?" Someone's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Starting from this flame barrier and extending 100 kilometers out is the territory of my High Heaven sect. Yang Kai said solemnly, "However, anyone who sets foot on this land without permission will be considered a provocation and violation of my High Heaven sect." As soon as this statement came out, everyone frowned. Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng slammed her dragon head walking stick into the ground and coldly snorted, "Young man, don't you think you don't put the heroes of this world in your eyes? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" "I boast shamelessly?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her before chuckling. "Then dare I ask Senior Feng, how many kilometers of your Myriad Beast Mountain's headquarters are forbidden from outsiders? 100 kilometers? 1,000 kilometers? Or even more?" Old woman Feng's face sank as she was rendered speechless for a while. "What about Heaven Battling Union?" Yang Kai turned to Emo Xiaoxing next. Emo Xiaoxing's face was gloomy as he remained silent. "What about Thunder Typhoon Sect?" Yang Kai looked at Qing Pengxian again, but the latter just coldly snorted and did not respond. Yang Kai laughed heartily. "Seniors are all illustrious characters, so there is no need for you to speak in riddles in front of this junior. Not to mention the first-tier sects that seniors come from, even if it is a second-tier or third-tier sect, no outsider can casually step within 100 kilometers of their headquarters. As far as this junior knows, a first-tier sect's restricted area is within 1,000 kilometers of its headquarters, right? Or even more. This Yang does not ask for much, but this 100-kilometer area must be set aside. Or is it that seniors think this Yang is too young and that my High Heaven sect has just been established? Do you not put my High Heaven sect in your eyes?" At the end of his words, Yang Kai's voice gradually turned cold, and his expression also became cold. "Sect Master Yang, you can't say that, right?" A sweet voice suddenly rang out. It was clear and melodious, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai turned his head and happened to see the picturesque young girl standing next to old woman Feng looking at him with a sweet smile. Yang Kai didn't know who this girl was, but since she was standing with old woman Feng, she must be a disciple of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. "What can I do for you, miss?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. The young girl took a step forward and curtsied gracefully. She seemed to know etiquette very well. Coupled with her extraordinary appearance and sweet smile, it was impossible for people to feel any disgust towards her. Opening her red lips lightly, she sweetly said, "Sect Master Yang, this little sister is Feng Yan, a disciple of Myriad Beast Mountain." Feng Yan. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at old woman Feng thoughtfully. The two of them had the same surname, and this woman's cultivation wasn't high, just like him, only a third-order Saint King, but she had been brought along by old woman Feng all this time. It seemed she was one of old woman Feng's descendants, and a very favored one at that. No wonder she dared to speak rashly on such an occasion without fear of being punished. This little sister wouldn't dare offer advice, but this little sister simply wanted to inform Sect Master Yang that this Luyan Sand Field is a restricted area on Shadowed Star, an ownerless land. It can be said that it is a treasure shared by all cultivators on Shadowed Star. Every time the Luyan Sand Field opens, many people obtain benefits and opportunities from it. Sect Master Yang's rash decision to occupy this land and even designate it as a restricted area is somewhat inappropriate, don't you think? Feng Yan's words were sharp and pointed out the crux of the issue in a few words, causing many masters' eyes to light up, and they all nodded in agreement, looking towards her expectantly. Feng Yan, on the other hand, remained calm. At a glance, it was obvious she had experienced many big scenes, so after chuckling lightly, she continued, "If we really want to calculate, every great force on Shadowed Star has a share of this Luyan Sand Field, which is equivalent to Sect Master Yang taking what belongs to everyone. If my Myriad Beast Mountain were to take what belongs to Sect Master Yang, I'm afraid Sect Master Yang would not be happy. By the same token, your noble sect should also ask the opinions of the seniors present before occupying the Luyan Sand Field." "That's right." Emo Xiaoxing immediately seized the opportunity and nodded in agreement. The Luyan Sand Field is one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas. It is the shared wealth of all cultivator on Shadowed Star. No one can monopolize it. Shared wealth? Yang Kai sneered and spat disdainfully. "That's old history. The Luyan Sand Field is now my High Heaven sect's territory. If anyone is not satisfied, they are welcome to attack. If anyone has the ability to capture the Luyan Sand Field, this Yang will offer it up with both hands." Sect Master Yang. Feng Yan frowned, her expression becoming displeased as she faintly said, "Why are you being so aggressive? If you really do so, you will be incurring public anger. I wonder if Sect Master Yang has considered the consequences?" Yang Kai sneered, my Dragon Cave Mountain has never done anything to provoke public anger before, yet it was still besieged by so many people. If it weren't for this Yang's good luck, I'm afraid he would have already been buried on that hill. So what if I provoke public anger? Little girl, don't play word games with me, and don't be alarmist. You are not qualified to talk to this sect master, ask your elders to come out and speak. You. Feng Yan bit her red lips lightly, a look of resentment filling her face, aren't you being unreasonable? Haha, being reasonable? Don't you know that in this world, whoever's fist is bigger is right? Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically, causing Feng Yan to tremble in anger, her face flushing red, but she didn't dare to say anything back. No longer giving others a chance to speak up, Yang Kai coldly snorted, swept his eyes around, and shouted, this Yang has said enough. If you insist on remaining obstinate, this sect master does not mind paying a visit to your headquarters. Since you refused to listen to this Yang's advice and stepped into my High Heaven sect's territory at will, this Yang will not be polite. However, if any of your sects suffer any losses at that time, don't blame this Yang for not warning you in advance. This merciless warning caused everyone's expression to become ugly. Yang Kai looked around and was very satisfied with the reaction of these people. As long as they still feared him, they wouldn't seek trouble for themselves. After all, in the previous battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai's side had displayed amazing combat power, especially that Origin King-grade starship. Yang Kai estimated that no sect master would dare disregard it. With the power of the crystal cannons, Yang Kai believed any sect defending array could be destroyed. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes fixed on a certain spot in the crowd and he grinned before calling out, Sister Dai Yuan. Among the crowd, a group of people from Colored Glass sect was also present, led by Gong Ao Fu, with Dai Yuan and Yin Su Dai following close behind. There were also some other Colored Glass sect disciples. Yang Kai hadn't seen them before. Hearing Yang Kai's call, Dai Yuan showed a smile on her face and gently nodded. Sister Dai Yuan, do you want to come in and have a look? It will be convenient for you to walk around in the future, Yang Kai warmly invited. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Dai Yuan, all of them showing looks of disbelief and shock. If Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, then Yang Kai's invitation could be explained, after all, which young man wasn't romantic? But in fact, Dai Yuan was not only not beautiful, she was also extremely ugly. Her face was pockmarked and her complexion was blue and yellow, giving her a malnourished appearance. Even if she had a beautiful figure, it couldn't cover up the innate deficiencies in her appearance. Such a woman, if she went out, would probably have very few people willing to deal with her. However, Yang Kai, who had just faced a woman like Feng Yan without any hesitation, actually took the initiative to invite her into High Heaven sect and even said that it would be convenient for them to walk around in the future. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that this little brat had a special orientation and didn't like beautiful women, preferring ugly ones instead? When this ridiculous idea appeared, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads slowly, feeling that it was somewhat impossible. Facing countless pairs of eyes, Dai Yuan seemed to be a little embarrassed. After all, there were too many masters here, so she didn't know how to answer for a while. On the other hand, Gong Ao Fu's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her red lips moving slightly as she sent a message to Dai Yuan. Yuan, since he took the initiative to invite you, you should go in and see what High Heaven sect looks like. And, if possible, you might as well ask him if he can allow people from Colored Glass sect to enter the Emperor Garden through Lu Yen Sand Field when the Emperor Garden opens. Dai Yuan frowned, and although she subconsciously rejected this idea, she couldn't disobey her honored master's orders, so she could only grit her teeth and say, receiving junior brother Yang's invitation is Dai Yuan's honor. Dai Yuan will respectfully accept. Good, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai. As soon as his voice fell, Yin Su Dai suddenly called out sweetly, her pair of beautiful eyes shining brightly, giving off an alluring aura. She had cultivated a beguiling technique before, and now that she had broken through to the Origin returning realm, her beguiling technique had greatly improved. Coupled with her extraordinary beauty, it was only natural that Yin Su Dai exuded an alluring aura. Not to mention the masters of the older generation, none of the Saint King realm men could resist this temptation, all of them unable to resist. I also want to go in and have a look, can I? Yin Su Dai asked coquettishly, her voice sweet and soft, as if a jade hand was gently caressing one's heart, making one feel comfortable to the depths of one's bones. Do I know you that well? What made her feel like a wet blanket was that Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to her at all, directly rejecting her. Insu Dai's pretty face went from blue to red as she ground her teeth for a long time, the flirtatious look in her beautiful eyes disappearing and being replaced by endless resentment. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her and instead looked around, a moment later fixing his eyes on a certain direction in the crowd and cupping his fists slightly. Senior. Over there, a middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe with shoulder-length hair who looked wild and unruly raised his brow and laughed happily. Since Sect Master Yang intends to invite me, this old master will not refuse. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, thinking that before he had even finished speaking, the other party had already taken the initiative. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. But it didn't matter, in any case, Yang Kai had intended to invite him anyway. This man seemed to be called Mou. Yang Kai didn't know much about him before, only that he had no malice towards him and was a member of Clear Sky Sect. On Dragon Cave Mountain, this man had taken action once, either intentionally or unintentionally, to help Yang Kai resolve some of his attacks. At that time, Yang Kai didn't quite understand why, but now that he saw Xianxia Tao standing next to him, he suddenly understood. It should be because Xianxia Tao and Luing had asked for his help. These two women were indeed people who knew how to repay kindness, and this middle-aged man from Clear Sky Sect was also a good person, otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly helped him back on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was only once, Yang Kai still remembered it in his heart. After all, at that time, no one was optimistic about Dragon Cave Mountain's future, so this middle-aged man acting righteously was a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Sister Chen and Sister Luing, come with us, Yang Kai called out. Xianxia Tao and Lu Ying's pretty faces filled with joy as they nodded repeatedly, following closely behind Mou. The hatch of the Flying Shark battle shuttle wasn't closed, so a moment later, Dai Yuan and the three from Clear Sky Sect entered. After seeing the situation inside, Mou's expression became solemn and he quickly bowed to Yi Shiyun before imitating Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu and sitting upright. Outside the battle shuttle, Yang Kai's ultimatum rang out. After a short while, Yang Kai also entered the Flying Shark battle shuttle. After he entered, this strange flight-type artifact flickered slightly before submerging into the flame barrier and disappearing. Outside Luyan's sand field, countless masters stared towards Luyan's sand field with livid expressions, but there was nothing they could do. When they saw Yang Kai's rampant appearance just now, many people couldn't help wanting to attack him, but since Mo Xiaoxing and Qingpeng Xian didn't take action, they could only bide their time, resulting in them missing a good opportunity. The other party had already fled into Luyan's sand field, making it impossible for them to chase after him. Elder Mo, that little brat is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him go like this? A burly man stepped forward and looked at Mo Xiaoxing unwillingly. This man was not unknown and his cultivation was not low. He had just broken through to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm a few years ago and was the sect master of a second-tier sect. Although he was a sect master, in front of the Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union, his status was still lower. After all, Heaven Battling Union was not something his sect could compare to. What does Sect Master Lan want? Mo Xiaoxing glanced at him indifferently, his expression neither happy nor angry. I can't take this lying down, Sect Master Lan said hatefully. If Sect Master Lan really can't bear it, why don't you try attacking this Luyan sand field? Perhaps you'll be able to break this flame barrier. At that time, this old master will definitely mobilize the entire Heaven Battling Union to help Sect Master Lan take that brat's head. Hearing Mo Xiaoxing's words, the sect master surnamed Lan not only showed displeasure, but his expression also changed greatly as he quickly waved his hand and said, Elder Mo must be joking, this Luyan sand field has been a restricted area on Shadowed Star since ancient times. Before it opens, no one can enter, so how could this Lan possibly break through this flame barrier? If that's the case, then stop talking nonsense. It's meaningless. Mo Xiaoxing snorted coldly. Sect Master Lan ate a neither soft nor hard rebuff and his expression became extremely awkward, so he could only retreat to the side in a depressed mood. Brother Mo, it seems we have no choice but to play along, Qingpeng Xian frowned and sighed. This Mo also thinks so. For now, we need to find a way to enter this Luyan sand field, otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opens, we will definitely miss this opportunity. As for that High Heaven sect, there's still plenty of time in the future. It's fine to let them take a step back today, but in the future, we'll pay them back double. What Brother Mo says makes sense. Since that's the case, let's not stay here and annoy them. If that little brat really brings out that Origin King grade starship and runs over to my Thunder Typhoon sect. Qingpeng Xian couldn't help shivering at this point and quickly shouted a few words to his disciples before taking the lead to withdraw. Mo Xiaoxing also did the same. Seeing these two giants swallow their anger and retreat, how could the other great forces dare to remain here? Calling out to their companions and disciples, all of them quickly retreated until they were 100 kilometers away. Only then did these countless cultivators stop. At the same time, inside the flying shark battle shuttle, Yang Inflammation stared at a disc in front of him and said with a smile, "Sure enough, they've all retreated and are now 100 kilometers away." A wise choice. Kai Yang sneered, as if he had already expected this scene to occur. It wasn't that Yang Kai could predict the future, but the strength High Heaven Pavilion had displayed today had forced them to make such a decision. Not to mention that High Heaven sect was located in the Luyan sand field and had no need to worry about being attacked. High Heaven sect could rely on the Origin King grade starship as a deterrent. With this alone, no one dared to provoke them easily. After all, once provoked, not only would they not be able to attack someone else's headquarters, but they would also have to worry about being harassed by the Origin King grade starship all day long. Who would be willing to take such a loss? Only being able to take a beating without being able to fight back was a sure way to lose. What's more, the Origin King grade starship was an existence capable of long-distance voyages. With its help, Shadowed Star could completely restore its connection with the outside world. If a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator boarded this starship to leave Shadowed Star, escape the suppression of its world principles, and travel to other stars, they would have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Mo Xiaoxing, Qingpeng Xian, Old Woman Feng, which one of them didn't have such thoughts? Which one of them didn't want to become a passenger on this Origin King grade starship? All of them were masters who had been trapped at the peak of the Origin returning realm for countless years, and their lifelong wish was to break through to the Origin King realm. Now that such an opportunity had appeared in front of them, they naturally wanted to seize it. It could be said that if not for the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them would be trying to establish a good relationship with High Heaven sect and Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain had caused them to shed all pretense of cordiality with High Heaven sect, and these great forces were all prestigious existences, so naturally, they were too embarrassed to lower their posture at this time. If they did so, they would only become laughingstocks in the future. Mo Xiaoxing, Qingpeng Xian, and the others could only settle for the next best thing, stabilizing High Heaven sect as much as possible and not offending the interests of this newly established sect and Yang Kai. If there was a chance to resolve this grievance in the future, that would be the best outcome. If there was no way to resolve it, they wouldn't just sit back and watch High Heaven sect grow stronger and would definitely try to uproot it. With age, they were able to analyze the pros and cons clearly in a short time. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai's warning alone make them withdraw 100 kilometers? All of this was because of High Heaven Pavilion's current position and the existence of the Origin King grade starship. Regarding this, Yang Kai was also well aware of this, which was why he was so confident and domineering. Although the flying shark battle shuttle's speed was very fast, the Luyan sand field covered a large area, so it took half a day before the battle shuttle arrived in front of High Heaven sect. After Yang Yan opened the door of the battle shuttle and walked out with Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, Fei Jitu, Mou, and the others hurriedly rushed out, all of them gasping for breath. Inside the starship just now, the atmosphere had been too oppressive. They were all top existences in their respective sects and were famous figures on Shadowed Star, but when facing Yi Shiyun, they always unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to act presumptuously, even speaking cautiously. It wasn't until they left the battle shuttle that they felt much better, but soon, all of them were dumbfounded, their eyes bulging as shock and disbelief filled their faces. The magnificence of the white jade steps and the rich world energy aura in this place almost made all of them believe they were no longer on Shadowed Star. This is... Qian Tong opened his mouth, but no one knew what he wanted to say, only spitting out a single word before falling silent. Seniors, this is High Heaven Sect's headquarters, what do you think? Yang Kai stood to the side and introduced with a smile. Qian Tong and the others glanced over at him, seemingly unable to speak. After a long time, Qian Tong said, "Boy, why bother showing off in front of this old master? This kind of place with such rich world energy aura is something this old master has never seen before. And this place can be said to be the best cultivation place on Shadowed Star." Mou nodded solemnly. Mou also nodded solemnly, a look of envy filling his face. His clear sky sect's great altar was also located in a mountain range with a rich world energy aura, but compared with this place, it was far inferior. This was just the entrance to the sect, yet it was already comparable to Clear Sky Sect's several cultivation halls. If they really entered, just how amazing would it be? This should be the ruins of an ancient sect, right? You didn't have enough time to build such a huge foundation. Fei Ji too looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. City Lord Fei's vision is indeed sharp. And this is indeed the ruins of an ancient sect. We're just a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. We've made several seniors laugh. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. What turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest? This can only be said to be a stroke of heaven-defying luck. Qian Tong laughed and shook his head. He still didn't know why he and the others were able to pass through the flame barrier so easily. Wasn't this a restricted area? Weren't Origin returning realm masters doomed to die if they entered? If you have anything to say it inside. What's the point of standing here? Yi Shiyin said lightly, leading the way up the white jade steps with Yang Yan. Since she had spoken, no one dared to disobey and quickly followed. Along the way, Qian Tong and the others secretly inspected their surroundings, feeling shocked by the rich world energy aura here. From time to time, they would exchange a few words, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yang Kai walked in the rear, accompanying Wei Gucheng and the other juniors as they chatted and laughed. Not long after, the group finally set foot in the front hall of High Heaven Sect. The palaces and the huge square once again amazed everyone, and the rich world energy aura here caused everyone to unconsciously take a few deep breaths. Everyone's faces were filled with fascination and envy. Looking up, although the entire Luyan desert was still wrapped in the flame barrier, directly above the front hall, there was a 10-kilometer wide hole that allowed sunlight to pour in. From this hole, one could see the Emperor Garden floating above. "This way, please," Yang Kai said and led the group to the reception hall. This palace was where High Heaven Sect received distinguished guests, and Qian Tong and the others could be considered High Heaven Sect's first batch of guests, so Yang Kai certainly would not neglect them. After entering the reception hall, the host and guests took their seats and some disciples immediately served them tea and fruit platters. Yi Shiyan and Yang Yan had not followed them here, so Qian Tong and the others no longer held back and began sipping tea while praising the current High Heaven Sect and its future. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled brightly and brought the topic back to the main topic. Although this is a bit abrupt, Junior still wants to ask, before this Emperor Jade appeared, how many pieces did each of senior sects obtain? Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu's eyes flashed as they pondered for a moment before saying, "Little brat, you are not an outsider. Brother Mo and I have been friends for hundreds of years and know each other well." If someone else had asked this old master would definitely not have answered, but since you asked. My Shadow Moon Hall spent a great deal of effort and only managed to obtain 2 pieces in total. Saying so, he turned to look at Mou, who grinned meaningfully. Although my Clear Sky Sect is very far from where the Emperor Garden originally was, our luck was quite good. An Emperor Jade fell near the sect and was intercepted by the other elders of the sect. This Mo also happened to obtain one by chance. Similarly, they had obtained 2 pieces, the same number as Shadow Moon Hall. On the other side, Dai Yuan lightly opened her mouth. "I don't know how many colored glass sect has, but from what Honored Master said, it doesn't seem to be many, only 1 or 2. Yang Kai gently nodded. This news was similar to what he had expected. When the Emperor Jade appeared, the first piece fell onto Dragon Cave Mountain and broke through its mountain defending array. Yang Kai was the first to obtain it, and when he rushed to the Luyan Desert, he, Yang Yan, and Yi Shiyin joined forces to intercept the next piece of Emperor Jade. Although they had chased after another Emperor Jade, they had not obtained anything and had instead wasted a lot of time. In other words, Xianxia only had 2 pieces of Emperor Jade. An Emperor Jade was a pass to enter the Emperor Garden and was used to resist the Emperor pressure. A single Emperor Jade could only guarantee that one person could safely enter the Emperor Garden, and the number of Emperor Jades that each of the great sects obtained was extremely small. When the Emperor Garden truly opened, there would definitely be a dispute over who should enter. There was no need to mention the Third Order Origin returning realm masters. The Emperor Garden's fame were simply too great. All of them wanted to enter it and seek opportunities to break through to the Origin King realm. The younger generation could not be left behind either. After all, every sect's young disciples were the future of their sect, so allowing them to enter the Emperor Garden would definitely be of great benefit to their future growth. However, the number of spots was limited, so when the time came, who would be chosen would depend on the opinions of the various sects. Xianxia estimated that the elders would probably lead the younger generation to travel together. Although the appearance of this Emperor Jade is a good thing, it also set off a storm of blood on Shadowed Star. During this time, it seems that many small forces and families have been wiped out because of this Emperor Jade. Qiantong sighed and shook his head slowly. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Some small sects and small families had been lucky enough to obtain Emperor Jades, but unfortunately, news of this had leaked out and naturally attracted the attention of powerful masters, leading to their destruction. In addition, Emperor Jades had now become the most sought-after treasures. Some cultivator without a backer who obtained an Emperor Jade knew their strength was too low, or were unwilling to risk their lives, so they intended to sell it. This naturally caused countless people to fight over it. Today, the price of an Emperor Jade had risen to hundreds of millions of Saint crystals, but even so, demand still exceeded supply. Which sect did not hope to obtain an extra slot? This was different from Luyan Sand Field. After Luyan Sand Field opened, only cultivators below the Origin returning realm could enter, but the Emperor Garden did not have such a restriction. It could be said that the sudden appearance of Emperor Jades had caused all of Shadowed Star to prepare for war. Although there were only 2 Emperor Jades in Shadow Moon Hall right now, that did not mean only 2 people could enter in the future. If one was lucky enough, one could purchase more Emperor Jades and increase the number of people who could enter. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind before he asked again, "Dare I ask, what is the purpose of this Emperor Jade?" Qiantong smiled lightly as he reached out and wiped his space ring, summoning a palm-sized white jade token into his hand. Surprisingly, it was an Emperor Jade. Unhurriedly, Qiantong said, "Although I have never used this thing before, according to the speculations of my Shadow Moon Hall's elders, this Emperor Jade is probably the key to the Emperor Garden and the pass to enter." Saying so, he suddenly poured his Saint Qi into the Emperor Jade, causing it to emit a white light that wrapped around Qiantong's hand. The pure white light barrier wasn't big, only about half a foot in radius. "Oh? It's gotten a bit bigger." Qiantong raised his brow and showed a look of joy, seemingly explaining to Xianxia, "When this old master poured his Saint Qi into it a few days ago, this light barrier was not so big. It seems that the light barrier produced by the Emperor Jade gradually grows as time passes. When it is large enough to completely wrap around a person, they should be able to safely enter the Emperor Garden." Mou nodded lightly. Brother Qian's thoughts coincide with this Mo's. Saying so, Mou took out his own Emperor Jade and poured his Saint Qi into it. This Emperor Jade also emitted a white light barrier that completely wrapped around Mou's hand, almost identical in size to Qiantong's. Mou explained, "The Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden is unstoppable and can only be offset by this Emperor Jade. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation is, approaching the Emperor Garden will only result in one outcome: death." When the Emperor Garden first appeared, nearly 100 masters on Shadowed Star joined forces to attempt to enter, but in the end, more than half of them died under the invisible Emperor pressure. These days, while monitoring the movements of the Emperor Garden, the various great sects on Shadowed Star were also racking their brains for a way to neutralize the Emperor pressure, but none of them were able to come up with a good solution. The appearance of the Emperor Jade was a turning point in this matter. Mou and Qiantong had the same idea, both thinking that Xianxia should not understand this matter, so they had kindly demonstrated and voiced their own speculations. Little did they know that Xianxia knew more about this matter than any of them. Yang Kai had called them into High Heaven's sect with the intention of telling them the purpose of the Emperor Jade, but now it seemed that his actions had been superfluous. These people were not idiots and could naturally infer the truth from some clues. Judging from the speed at which the Emperor Jade's light barrier is increasing, it will take at least half a year to safely enter the Emperor Garden. Qian Tong looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. Half a year was a very long buffer period, allowing the various great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to purchase more Emperor Jades, make more preparations before entering the Emperor Garden, and improve their cultivations. Although half a year was nothing for most people and it was impossible for them to grow much, for Yang Kai, this half-year period was extremely precious. Yang Kai's cultivation was now at the Third Order Saint King realm, only one step away from the Origin Returning realm. If his luck was good enough, he could use this half-year period to break through to the Origin Returning realm. As long as he set foot in this territory, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, entering the Emperor Garden would also be much safer. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai also had some confidence in his heart, pondering for a moment before asking, "Right, when did this Emperor Garden appear above my High Heaven sect? Did you discover anything before?" Qian Tong and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Fei Jitu said, "Only the heavens know why. It appeared here. This old master even suspects that you all have some kind of connection with the Emperor Garden, otherwise, why would it chase after you so relentlessly?" Although he was joking, Yang Kai's brow twitched. Fei Jitu was right. Yang Kai estimated that the Emperor Garden's pursuit had something to do with the young inflammation, but this kind of thing could not be revealed. As for when it first appeared, it was about a month ago, not long after you left Dragon Cave Mountain. The first day, the Emperor Garden was fine, but the next day, it disappeared. At that time, this old master and the others were shocked, thinking that the Emperor Garden had simply disappeared and that they had missed a great opportunity. However, news soon spread that the Emperor Garden had moved to the sky above the Luyan Desert, so we rushed over to take a look, but never did we expect it to be true, Fei Jitu said helplessly as he shook his head, seemingly having been tormented by the Emperor Garden. After all, this was the courtyard of the great emperors of Star Field, so no one wanted to see it disappear from their sight. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded and smiled. "It seems that my High Heaven sect and the Emperor Garden are tied together by fate, no matter where we go." Naturally, these words only made everyone laugh. No one took it seriously. After chatting for a while, Mou's expression suddenly flashed and he said, "Sect Master Yang, this old master has a request. I wonder if Sect Master Yang can agree." Yang Kai grinned and said heartily, "Senior Mo is too polite. Although this junior aspires to be sect master, he is still young. If Senior Mo thinks highly of this junior, please don't hesitate to call me Yang Kai, sect master, or whatnot." A strange light flashed across Mou's eyes as he laughed happily. "Good, Sect Master Yang is truly a sentimental person, not bothering with trifles. This old master has decided to befriend you." "Senior is too kind," Yang Kai said modestly. "I just wonder what Senior wants me to agree to." Although he asked this, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what he wanted to say. Mou lightly coughed as his expression gradually became solemn. "Since the Emperor Garden is now above your noble sect is naturally close to it. I wonder if, on the day the Emperor Garden opens, could my Clear Sky sect's people set off from here and enter the Emperor Garden?" Sure enough, it was no different from what Yang Kai had guessed. Now that the Emperor Garden was above High Heaven sect, if one set off from here and entered the Emperor Garden, it would save them at least half a day to a full day's travel time. With such a long head start, they might be able to discover even more good things. It was with this consideration that Mou found it somewhat difficult to ask. After all, his relationship with Yang Kai was not very close, so it was understandable that the other party would not agree. Having some misgivings, Mou immediately added, "Of course, if Yang Kai finds this difficult, just pretend this old master didn't say anything." "What's so difficult about this?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of indifference on his face. "Since Senior Mo is the honored master of Sister Chen and Sister Luing, this junior naturally will not refuse. Not to mention entering the Emperor Garden from here, if Senior Mo wishes, he can stay in my High Heaven sect for a while longer." As soon as this remark came out, the beautiful eyes of Chen Shitao, who had been standing behind Mou, lit up as they directed grateful looks towards Yang Kai. Mou also wore a look of joy, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to agree so easily. He had been considering whether he should ask Qianshi Tao and Luing if Yang Kai did not agree, but now there was no need for him to go through such trouble. Mou had a profound understanding of Yang Kai's forthrightness. After all, this kind of thing was not something that could be decided lightly. Yang Kai agreeing so readily was most likely because of Qianshi Tao and Lu Ying's face. Although his two disciples' aptitude was not top-notch, their luck was quite good and they had made good friends. Mou was greatly relieved and naturally expressed his thanks. As for Yang Kai's request for him to stay in High Heaven sect for a while, Mou certainly did not take it seriously. Yang Kai's request for him to stay in High Heaven sect for a while was simply empty words. High Heaven sect had only just been established, so there were definitely many trivial matters to deal with. Being able to obtain Yang Kai's promise was already a great matter, so how could Mou shamelessly refuse? And, Elder Qian, the people from Shadow Moon Hall can also enter the Emperor Garden from my High Heaven sect. Yang Kai turned to look at Qian Tong. Since that's the case, this old master will offer his thanks in advance. Qian Tong smiled politely. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and did not act polite. Since Yang Kai had agreed to let Clear Sky sect enter the Emperor Garden from here, naturally he would not leave out Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong was well aware of this. Sister Dai Yuan, if you are interested, I will also count you in. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Dai Yuan. However, the others from Colored Glass sect can be forgiven. Although Yang Kai was good to his friends, he was not a benevolent person. Allowing these people to enter the Emperor Garden from High Heaven sect was only possible because of their personal friendship. It didn't mean he would allow Colored Glass sect to do the same. After all, he didn't have the slightest bit of friendship with the others from Colored Glass sect and even Insu Dai's Yinzas. Dai Yuan's face darkened as she smiled bitterly. Dai Yuan must thank junior brother Yang for his kindness, but I probably won't have a chance to enter the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Dai Yuan would say this. In Colored Glass sect, Dai Yuan wasn't particularly favored, so if there was a disciple from the younger generation who was qualified to enter the Emperor Garden, it would be Insu Dai, not Dai Yuan. After all, the number of spots to enter was far too precious. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and said, Dai Yuan, don't belittle yourself. If it were before, I don't think you would have had a chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now, heh, this old master can't guarantee anything, but there is at least a 70% chance, as long as that old dog Gong Xing he hasn't gone senile. Dai Yuan's eyes lit up as she glanced over at Qian Tong in surprise, seemingly not understanding why he would say such a thing. However, she wasn't a brainless woman with big breasts. On the contrary, she was quite intelligent, and with a flash of inspiration, she suddenly understood everything. Indeed, if it were before, she would have had no chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now, in the entire Colored Glass sect, only she had a good relationship with Yang Kai. If Colored Glass sect really wanted to rely on Yang Kai, they would not treat Dai Yuan unfairly. Would Colored Glass sect need to rely on Yang Kai for anything? Obviously, Dai Yuan agreed. Without even mentioning the location to enter the Emperor Garden, High Heaven sect was the best place to set off, but the Origin King grade starship was something Colored Glass sect's sect master Gong Xing he couldn't ignore. He was also a peak Third Order Origin returning realm master. He also wanted to break through to the Origin King realm. To break through to the Origin King realm, one must leave Shadowed Star and escape the shackles of its world principles. Taking an Origin King grade starship was the only option. In this way, Gong Xing he would definitely want to establish a good relationship with Yang Kai and High Heaven sect, giving Dai Yuan an opportunity to be assigned an Emperor Jade and obtain a spot to enter the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Dai Yuan could not help feeling excited as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai gratefully. Although things had not been confirmed yet, the possibility of her entering the Emperor Garden was all because of the existence of Yang Kai. When a person's ability and resources reached a certain level, they would be able to subtly influence the fate of others, both in visible and invisible places. Dai Yuan had not thought much of this before, but today, after experiencing it firsthand, she discovered just how incredible it was. Dai Yuan instantly understood the crux of the matter, so how could Yang Kai not understand? Grinning, he said, Lady Dai Yuan, after returning, you might as well tell Senior Gong that if Colored Glass Sect is led by you, this sect master will also allow the others from Colored Glass Sect to set off from the sect and enter the Emperor Garden. As soon as this statement came out, Dai Yuan's tender body immediately trembled as she bit her thin lip, seemingly not knowing what to say, but the gratitude in her eyes was clear to see. Yang Kai's words were tantamount to forcibly snatching a spot from Colored Glass Sect for her. This condition sounded a bit overbearing, but Colored Glass Sect would definitely make a wise choice. After all, Dai Yuan was still a member of Colored Glass Sect. If she could obtain benefits in the Emperor Garden, it would also increase the strength of Colored Glass Sect. Taking a deep breath, Dai Yuan slowly got up and bowed to Yang Kai. Although she did not say anything, this gesture was enough. Qian Tong and the others watched with meaningful smiles. In fact, these old fogies didn't quite understand why a handsome young man like Yang Kai would pay so much attention to a woman like Dai Yuan. This little girl wasn't beautiful at all. Not beautiful was already a euphemism. Dai Yuan's face could only be described as ugly. However, because of this, these old fogies' evaluation of Yang Kai rose even higher. This little brat was obviously not someone who judged people by their appearance and was instead someone who valued friendship and loyalty. After Dai Yuan sat down with an excited expression, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he thought of a good idea. Seniors, if possible, I hope you can help this junior with something. Oh? Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Little brat, your methods have reached the heavens, what can we possibly help you with? Feel free to tell us, this old master and the others will return this favor. Fei Jitu and Mou also nodded in agreement as they stared at him curiously. Yang Kai wore a treacherous smile on his face as he whispered a few words to everyone. When Qian Tong and the others heard this, they all looked at each other and their expressions immediately became complicated. Qian Tong smiled bitterly and said, Little brat, you're really full of tricks. If this news were to be released, I'm afraid you would immediately get what you want. Yes, High Heaven Sect now occupies a great geographical advantage, yet you can even take advantage of it. It's a pity you don't go into business. Fei Jitu curled his lips fiercely. Relying on the mountain to eat the mountain, relying on the river to eat the river to eat the river, several seniors should not make fun of this junior. Kai Yang quickly waved his hand. Rest assured, after this old master and the others leave here, we will definitely help you spread the news, and, even if we don't say anything, I'm sure those people outside will ask about it. I'm sure they're already a little impatient, Mou chuckled meaningfully. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help looking forward to it. The only news he had asked Qian Tong and the others to pass on was that High Heaven Sect intended to open the Luyan Sandfields barrier and sell several prime locations so that the various sects on Shadowed Star could enter the Emperor Garden in advance when it opened. However, there were only 3 spots available. As for how much it would cost, Yang Kai didn't say. It all depended on which great force offered the highest price. Depending on the location, the price would be different. The best location and the worst location were at least 3 to 4 hours away from the Emperor Garden. If someone could come up with an Emperor Jade, it wouldn't be impossible for their sect's disciples to set off from High Heaven Sect's front temple. Yang Kai only had 2 Emperor Jades in his hands right now, but according to his previous estimates, High Heaven Sect would need at least 3 Emperor Jades to meet this demand. He and Yang Yan would definitely enter the Emperor Garden, but Yi Shiyun would not be left behind. She was the strongest here, so with her by his side, Yang Kai's safety would be greatly increased. Without an Emperor Jade, Yang Kai had been in a bit of a dilemma, but now that he had an idea, he should be able to solve this problem. The temptation of setting off from High Heaven Sect's front temple to enter the Emperor Garden was not small, so losing an Emperor Jade was not unacceptable. Qian Tong and the others praised this proposal. But they also reminded Yang Kai to be careful not to give others an opportunity to take advantage of. Yang Kai naturally nodded. Since he had made such a decision, there would definitely be no mistakes. When the time came, he would have Yang Yan arrange spirit arrays in the designated locations to prevent others from moving around at will and monitor them. If anyone dared to stray from the designated locations, they would be killed without mercy. This problem wasn't difficult to solve. Afterwards, Yang Kai politely asked Qian Tong and the others about various matters related to breaking through to the origin returning realm. Qian Tong and the others naturally explained everything they knew, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. In particular, the opinions of Wei Gucheng and Dong Xiner were of particular benefit to Yang Kai. These two had just broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago, so many things and experiences were still new to them. Although their experiences and insights were not as good as those of Qian Tong and the others, they still had their merits. Dai Yuan was also listening attentively to the side. Like Yang Kai, she was also a third-order Saint King, so after returning this time, she would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. The origin condensing pill Yang Kai had refined for her was still in good condition. After half a day, Yang Kai got up and escorted everyone out of the reception hall. Outside, Wu Yi controlled the flying shark battle shuttle to escort them out of the Luyan desert. Sitting in the reception hall, Yang Kai pondered for a while before taking out his communication artifact, pouring his divine sense into it and calling out a few times. A moment later, Yang Yan arrived. Yang Kai told her about his idea to sell the locations, to which Yang Yan nodded approvingly and immediately decided to make preparations. After all, once this news spread out, it would definitely cause countless great forces to compete for them. As for who would end up in the end, Yang Kai believed that Wu Yi, Yang Inflammation, and the others would handle it properly. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about any of this. His most important task now was to break through to the origin returning realm. After briefly explaining a few things to Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai immediately returned to First Heavenly Palace and began his retreat. Judging from the size of the protective shield formed by the Emperor Jade, it would likely take half a year for the Emperor Garden to open. Breaking through to the origin returning realm in half a year was a bit of a rush, but it didn't matter. This was the first time Yang Kai had broken through for the sake of breaking through. In the past, his breakthroughs had always come naturally and he had never deliberately tried to force them, but this time's trip to the Emperor Garden was of great importance and he happened to be stuck at the threshold of the Third Order Saint King realm, so naturally he had to try and break through to the next realm. Breaking through for the sake of breaking through was somewhat contrary to the essence of cultivation, but this wasn't a big problem. Yang Kai had been stuck in the Third Order Saint King realm for a long time now and had experienced several great battles, so he had already gained a thorough understanding of this realm. There was no need to worry about the density and purity of his Saint Chi as he had long since reached the standard for breaking through. All he lacked now was an opportunity to break through. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression, not in a hurry to meditate or accumulate strength. Instead, he calmly took out a number of herbs from his space ring and summoned his alchemy furnace. He was preparing to refine pills. Alchemy was also a part of his cultivation. Through alchemy, he could stabilize his state of mind and temper his Saint Chi and spiritual energy, which would be of great help to his future breakthroughs. Very few people knew he was an alchemist, except for Dai Yuan, who had asked him for help once. Perhaps only Yang Inflammation knew. Even Wu Yi was confused. Yang Kai had told her once before, but unfortunately, Wu Yi had not believed him. After all, a cultivator being able to reach the Third Order Saint King realm at Yang Kai's age was already amazing, so how could he have the energy to study alchemy? She thought that Yang Kai was joking with her. However, Yang Kai was indeed an alchemist, and an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist at that, so he could easily refine origin-grade mid-rank pills. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, he could even refine origin-grade high-rank pills. If this identity was leaked out, Yang Kai's status would immediately rise. He would be roped in by countless forces. An origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Even in other parts of the Star Territory, they would be considered extraordinary existences, let alone in a special place like Shadowed Star. However, this was relative to their status. It would definitely attract the covetous eyes of countless experts. Yang Kai only refined pills for the sake of cultivation. He did not intend to devote all his energy into alchemy. How could he leak such sensitive information and invite trouble for himself? Conflagrated spiritual energy burst out and wrapped around the alchemy furnace. Yang Kai methodically threw one herb after another into the cauldron, refining it with his pure conflagrated spiritual energy. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this moment, inside First Heavenly Palace, in front of Yang Kai, large and small bottles were filled with pills of different grades. Many of these pills had mysterious patterns on them, similar to the mysterious meridians of the human body. Pill veins. These were special marks that could double the value of a pill. The existence of pill veins not only ensured that a pill's medicinal efficacies would never deteriorate over time, but also demonstrated that the medicinal efficacies of these pills were twice that of ordinary pills. Pill veins were something that could only be encountered by chance. Countless alchemists had spent their entire lives trying to figure out how to make pills form pill veins, but they had never been able to find a way. Xianxia had found a new way, using different kinds of spirit arrays to refine pills, allowing the pills he refined to have a terrifying 30% to 40% chance of forming pill veins. Back on Rainfall Star, alchemy grandmaster Xianxia had shocked Xianxia. One had to know that at that time, Xianxia was just a Saint King grade alchemist while Xianxia was already an origin grade high-rank alchemist. Something that even Xianxia could not accomplish was easily solved by Xianxia, so how could Xianxia not be shocked? Although the two of them had made a deal and Xianxia had taught him the method, Xianxia could only sigh. Because he did not have Xianxia's conflagrated spiritual energy, he could not easily use his divine sense to perform alchemy or inscribe spirit arrays. However, Xianxia had not come out empty-handed. After so many years, Xianxia did not know if he had broken through to the origin king-grade alchemy grandmaster realm. If he succeeded, he would become the peak master of the entire star territory and be revered by the world. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Xianxia's eyes swept over the fruits of his labor this past month. 3 Purities pills, Jade Spirit pills, Saint King pills, Chi Recovery pills. There were all kinds of different types, including all kinds of elixirs. The spirit grass that he had on hand had almost been completely consumed. Flicking his wrist, a light blue pill appeared between Xianxia's index and middle fingers, releasing a refreshing fragrance. This pill was only the size of a longan fruit and was densely covered in veined patterns. It was a spirit pill that had also formed pill veins. An origin condensing pill. This was a supplementary pill that could increase the chances of breaking through from the Saint King realm to the origin returning realm. Dayuan had gone to Dragon Cave Mountain last time to ask Xianxia to help her refine an origin condensing pill, but Xianxia had casually refined it at that time, so that origin condensing pill did not form pill veins. Its value was incomparable to the one in her hand. Looking at this pill, Xianxia revealed a look of contemplation. After a long time, he put it away again. This was a safeguard he had prepared for himself, a safeguard for breaking through to the origin returning realm. If he could not break through secluded cultivation, before the Emperor Garden opened, he could only rely on the medicinal efficacies of this origin condensing pill to try. It was not impossible to break through the shackles of one's realm with the help of a pill. Many cultivators had done so before, and it could be said that 90% of cultivators had done so, but this method caused the cultivator to lack a trace of comprehension when breaking through, resulting in an imperfect breakthrough. No one could say for sure whether this pill had any drawbacks, or what kind of effect it would have on the person who took it. Perhaps there would be no effect, or perhaps it would affect the cultivator's future cultivation. Of course, even if there was an effect, it would be minimal. Xianxia had never once used a pill to break through since he began cultivating, so he did not want any flaws to appear in his cultivation path. Of course, this was just a thought. When it came down to it, Xianxia would not stick to such trifles. This origin condensing pill with pill veins was just a safeguard. Now that the pill had been refined, Xianxia took a deep breath and took out a fist-sized, round white crystal from his space ring. Saint Crystal Source. The stone puppet was created by swallowing Saint Crystals and was an existence that surpassed high-rank Saint Crystal. It contained an extremely pure and rich energy, so it was perfect for Xianxia to use when he was in secluded retreat. There was also a spirit spring below First Heavenly Palace, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Coupled with this Saint Crystal source, one's cultivation speed could be described as leaps and bounds. With a 5-month buffer period, Xianxia was confident he could break through to the origin returning realm. Just as he was about to concentrate on his cultivation, Xianxia suddenly showed a look of surprise and looked up. The barrier around First Heavenly Palace had actually reacted, causing Xianxia to frown. Before he entered retreat, he had informed Yang Yan not to disturb him until the Emperor Garden opened, so why had someone come to First Heavenly Palace after only a month? Had something happened to High Heaven Sect? Considering all this, Xianxia quickly got up, walked out of his retreat, and sent out a few wisps of Saint Qi to close the barrier. Not long after, he arrived outside First Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Xianyu was waiting outside. Seeing him come out, Xianyu quickly bowed. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked while observing Xianyu's expression and found that there was no trace of nervousness on her face. Obviously, High Heaven Sect had not encountered any difficulties, which was strange. High Heaven Sect was fine, so why would he be disturbed? "Young Lady Yang Yan wants to see you," Xianyu replied softly. "Young Lady Yang Yan?" Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself that it really was this woman. In all of High Heaven Sect, besides her, no one dared to disturb him while he was in retreat. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Did she say what she wanted me to do?" Xianyu slowly shook her head and smiled. "Young Lady Yang Yan just said she wanted to show you something good." "Something good?" Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted, "This woman's skin is itchy, disturbing me at such a critical moment and actually wanting me to see her in person. If she doesn't show me something good, just wait and see how I'll deal with her." Saying so, Yang Kai flew forward. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon found the location of Yang Yan. 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yan and Yi Shiyun lived, was shrouded in a mysterious barrier that made it seem like spring all year round. All kinds of rare flowers bloomed here, making it a beautiful place. It was more than a dozen kilometers away from First Heavenly Palace, but with Yang Kai's current speed, that distance was only a matter of time. Soon, he arrived at 100 Flowers Peak. After passing through the flower beds, Yang Kai found Yang Yan in a pavilion. At this moment, she was sitting on a stone chair with her legs crossed, leisurely sipping a fragrant tea. Yi Shiyun stood behind her like a maidservant, her expression respectful and humble. The stone mongoose was also here, squatting on a stone table in front of Yang Yan, a blank expression on her face, like a statue. "Yang Kai." Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Yang Yan called out happily. "What good thing did you find? Quickly show it to me." Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of her, not bothering to exchange pleasantries with her. Time was of the essence right now, so how could he have the time to chat with Yang Yan? "What's the hurry?" Yang Yan curled her lips, but despite her words, she did not delay, reaching out to her space ring and taking out what looked like an oar. This oar was about the size of a washbasin and had a bumpy surface. It was bronze in color and had an irregular shape. Looking at this oar, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this oar was definitely of high grade and extremely rare, but he could not identify what kind of oar it was. It wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize it. Although Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had seen a great deal, he still couldn't identify all the materials in this world. However, since yang inflammation had disturbed him at such a sensitive time and had even taken out such a piece of ore, its value was definitely not trivial. On top of that, it was very likely to be of great help to him. Otherwise, yang inflammation wouldn't have done this. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't notice the slightest abnormality, as if the ore in front of him was just an ordinary stone. "Try pouring your Saint Qi into it," Yang inflammation urged from the side. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to cover the ore, pouring his Saint Qi into it. The next moment though, his face suddenly changed and he quickly withdrew his hand, calling out in horror, "Swallowing Saint Qi?" It wasn't that Yang Kai was making a fuss, but that this ore was simply too strange. Even with his strength, pouring his Saint Qi into it was like throwing a stone into the sea, there was no reaction at all. It was as if this ore was a bottomless pit that could swallow up all his Saint Qi. Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation before. This ore was really something amazing. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked up and asked excitedly. "Divine Nullification Stone." "Divine Nullification Stone?" Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of such a thing before. Even Yi Shiyun, who was standing behind Yang Inflammation, frowned, obviously hearing about it for the first time. "What kind of magical effect does it have? Didn't you just try it out?" Yang Inflammation smiled lightly. "Swallowing energy is the most important characteristic of Divine Nullification Stone. It itself is an Origin King-grade artifact refining material, so if it is refined into an artifact, what do you think will happen when you fight with others? Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If this was the case, then an artifact refined from divine nullification stone could nemesis all martial skills, because martial skills were released by a cultivator using their Saint Chi, but this divine nullification stone could swallow them. It was likely that an enemy's martial skill would be swallowed up by this artifact before it could even get close. Good, good. It's really good stuff. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. On top of that, since it was an Origin King-grade artifact refining material, the artifacts refined from it would likely also be Origin King-grade. Such artifacts were extremely rare on Shadowed Star. The bone-incinerating flame lamp in Yi Shiyan's hand was an Origin King-grade artifact and was extremely famous. After praising him, Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange. But what does this have to do with me? He didn't believe that Yang Yan had called him out just to show off an Origin King-grade artifact refining material. Yang inflammation was not that boring. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. The divine nullification stone indeed has nothing to do with you, but the things inside are useful to you. Yang Yan mysteriously smiled. There's something else inside? Yang Kai was surprised. That's right, the divine nullification stone is a very special mineral. It can devour energy, even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This piece of divine nullification stone was given to us by a mid-sized family. According to the patriarch of that family, this divine nullification stone was obtained by their family from an ancient ruin several thousand years ago. From this, it can be inferred that this ore's history is extremely long. Why would a mid-sized family give us this kind of thing? Yang Kai was even more confused. Wasn't it because you said you wanted to sell a few prime locations? Now, the great forces outside are all trying to snatch those spots to enter the Emperor Garden ahead of time. We've already fought so hard over them that we've even gotten a piece of Emperor Jade. Not to mention the other things. This divine nullification stone was the bargaining chip that family offered. So that's how it is. It seems that the people from that family aren't very knowledgeable. Yang Kai grinned, a gloating look on his face. An Origin King-grade material was really too precious on Shadowed Star, so he naturally believed that if the other party knew what it was, they would not be willing to take it out as a bargaining chip. You're wrong. Yang Yan slowly shook his head. Although that family is now in decline and is not very strong, it still produced many masters several thousand years ago. They may not be able to recognize this divine nullification stone, but they definitely know it is an Origin King-grade material. Yang Kai frowned and hesitated, then why? It is precisely because they know it is an Origin King-grade material that they took out this divine nullification stone in order to impress us. Do you think something of such low value would be enough to compete with the countless great forces on Shadowed Star to snatch one of the few prime locations from my High Heaven sect? Yang Yan smiled. That family's luck was good and they obtained an Emperor Jade, but their strongest master is only a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If they want to find something good in the Emperor Garden, they can only ask us to enter it ahead of time. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding flashing across his face. An Origin King-grade material was indeed not a small price to pay, but no matter how precious it was still slightly inferior to the temptation of entering the Emperor Garden ahead of time. That was because no one on Shadowed Star could refine an Origin King-grade material, so this divine nullification stone was nothing more than a chicken rib in the hands of that family. It was better to take it out as a bargaining chip to compete for one of the prime locations. Their luck was indeed good, encountering Yang Yan, who was able to recognize the value of this divine nullification stone at a glance. Otherwise, whether or not they could have succeeded was uncertain. After obtaining a large number of Saint crystals and this piece of divine nullification stone from that family, High Heaven sect had reached an agreement with them and sold them a certain piece of land. Once the Emperor Garden opened, they would be able to enter High Heaven sect, a mutually satisfactory transaction. You just said that the things inside are of great use to me, what do you mean? Yang Kai asked. Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you, otherwise, why would I call you out? Weren't you looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure? Yang Kai nodded, suddenly showing a look of joy as he stared at her in surprise. Could it be? Yang Yan smiled. Although this divine nullification stone itself is not of the Earth Attribute, the divine nullification sand contained inside is undoubtedly an Earth Attribute treasure, more than enough to meet your requirements. Divine Nullification Sand. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This divine nullification stone is constantly swallowing the aura of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and if enough time passes, it will produce grains of sand inside it, known as divine nullification sand. As for the divine nullification stone itself, it is of no use to you, but I can use it to refine an artifact. Good, good. Yang Kai grinned, overjoyed. He was looking for an earth attribute supreme treasure in order to cultivate the body-tempering secret art 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. This 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was something he had found in the ancient Xianxia ruins. According to the description of this secret art, once one cultivated it to the extreme, one's body would be immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai had coveted this secret art for a long time. Unfortunately, the conditions for cultivating this secret art were extremely harsh. Not only did it require one's own soul and physical strength, but it also required one to gather supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Of the 5 elements, Yang Kai already possessed thunder wood, sun's true essence, profounding sunflower water, and even 10,000-year ice jade. Last time at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction, Yang Kai had obtained a metal attribute supreme treasure, causing him to become enemies with Xianxia and Old Woman Feng. Now, all he lacked was an earth attribute material. If the divine nullification sand was really as Yang Yan said, then he would be able to gather enough of the 5 elements and immediately begin cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The benefits of a powerful physique were self-evident. Not to mention gaining an advantage in a fight, Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space was so great that every time he tore space and crossed 1,000 kilometers, he would need to have a powerful physique to protect himself. Otherwise, the tearing force of the Tao of space alone could easily destroy him. As Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space increased, the requirements for his physique would also increase. This was why when he saw the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he had been so excited and had not hesitated to spend so much time collecting materials. After a moment of excitement, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly take out the divine nullification sand." Yang Yan couldn't help glaring at him. "Do you think it's so easy to take it out? The divine nullification stone can swallow energy, and with my current means, I can't refine it." Yang Kai's expression stiffened in an instant, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his previous excitement and joy immediately disappearing. Yang Yan pursed her lips and snickered. "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai was furious. Seeing her like this, how could he not know that she already had a card up her sleeve? If she really couldn't extract the divine nullification sand, why would she call him here? "I haven't finished yet." Yang Yan wore a proud expression and no longer tried to keep him in suspense, solemnly saying, "Yes, with my current means, I can't refine the divine nullification stone and extract the divine nullification sand from it, but this one can." Saying so, Yang Yan pointed to the stone mongoose sitting on the table. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, the onlooker cannot see clearly. He had actually forgotten about the stone mongoose's innate divine technique of devouring mineral essence and purifying it. The divine nullification stone was indeed of a very high grade, but it couldn't resist the stone mongoose's ability to swallow and refine it. After all, the stone mongoose could even freely enter a place like Thousand Illusion-colored Glass Mountain, so how could a mere divine nullification stone hinder it? But I have to tell you first, although the divine nullification stone will definitely produce divine nullification sand, depending on the age, the amount of divine nullification sand produced will also vary. Maybe there will only be 2 to 3 grains of divine nullification sand in a single divine nullification stone, which won't be enough to satisfy your requirements, or maybe there will be more. It all depends on your choice, so I had Qianyu call you out. Yang Kai frowned. He naturally understood what Yang Yan said. The older the stone, the more divine nullification sand it would produce. This was a matter of course. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "How long does it take for a grain of divine nullification sand to be born?" This kind of thing takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years to be born. If you want to wait for a while, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a very, very long time. Yang Kai's expression became resolute. He turned to the stone mongoose and gave it an order in his mind, "Then there's nothing more to say. Let's do it now." After receiving Yang Kai's order, the stone mongoose immediately got up, patted its chest with both fists, and rushed over to the divine nullification stone, picked it up with both hands, and stuffed it into its mouth. In all fairness, the stone mongoose's mouth wasn't that big, but strangely enough, the washbasin-sized divine nullification stone was swallowed by it, leaving Yi Shiyun dumbfounded. An hour later, inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with a happy expression on his face. In front of him were a total of 6 kinds of materials. One of them was a tree full of vitality that flickered with lightning, its green leaves seemingly pulsing with lightning arcs. This was the thunderwood that Yang Kai had preserved for a long time. This thunderwood was the condensation of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan's physique and monster core after it died. In terms of value, it was far more valuable than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Although it contained lightning, its essence was still a wood attribute material. There was a palm-sized piece of profound gold that he had bought at an auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion for 70 million Saint crystals. The gold chi it gave off was sharp and almost tangible, causing Yang Kai's skin to ache. There was also a bottle of milky white liquid that exuded a cold chill. It was the profounding sunflower water that Yang Kai had not used up before, and from the looks of it, there were at least a dozen drops. There was also a huge ice jade pedestal that looked pure and unremarkable, but if one were to sweep it with their divine sense, the chill it contained was enough to freeze one's divine sense. On top of the ice jade pedestal was a piece of fiery red metal the size of a baby's head. Looking at it with the naked eye, one wouldn't be able to see anything special about it, but the scorching heat it contained was shocking. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and the sun's true essence. In addition, there was a small pile of gravel. There were over 100 of these things, and although they looked no different from ordinary gravel, they were actually the divine nullification sand that the stone mongoose had extracted from the divine nullification stone. The fact that this piece of divine nullification stone had actually produced so many divine nullification stones not only made Yang Kai overjoyed, but even Yan Yan was secretly amazed. She had thought it would be good if there were 20 to 30 divine nullification stones, but the final number was actually several times what she had expected. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. There was even an additional type of water elemental supreme treasure. 6 kinds of materials, each one of them was invaluable and extremely difficult to find, but at this moment, all of them were placed in front of Kai Yang. How could he not be happy? With them, he would be able to practice the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Of these materials, in terms of pure value, the thunderwood and profound gold were undoubtedly slightly inferior, but the most valuable of them all was the sun's true essence the size of a baby's head. After all, sun's true essence was the product of a legendary master refining stars. If the energy contained in such a small piece of sun's true essence were to erupt, it could easily destroy all of Shadowed Star. Looking at these materials in front of him, Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a secret art specifically for tempering one's physique. It had been a long time since Yang Kai obtained it, so he had naturally studied it thoroughly. Strictly speaking, this secret art wasn't very profound, on the contrary, it was simple and easy to understand. The only difficult part was gathering the materials and cultivating it. Moreover, using different materials to cultivate this secret art would result in different results. This was one of the most flexible aspects of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. In other words, the higher the grade of the materials, the better the effects of cultivation. Without mentioning anything else, the sun's true essence could be considered one of the best materials available. Profounding sunflower water and divine nullification sand were both nearly extinct, and although the thunderwood and profound gold were slightly inferior, their grade was definitely not low. By using these materials to cultivate, Yang Kai's starting point was definitely very high. Yang Kai believed that even if a cultivator elsewhere in the star territory obtained the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they would not necessarily have the same advantage. Feeling excited, Yang Kai began to carve a spirit array on the spot. If one wanted to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they needed to use a special spirit array. Regarding this, the secret art clearly explained how to carve a spirit array and how to activate it. Although Yang Kai wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, after being together with Yan Yan for so long, he had developed a basic understanding of them, so it wasn't difficult for him to carve a spirit array. Pieces of Saint crystal sources were placed in an orderly manner while the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth materials were also arranged according to the requirements. 2 days later, Xianxia looked at the 5 elements indestructible array he had painstakingly arranged with satisfaction. After carefully inspecting it to make sure there were no mistakes, Xianxia leapt to the center of the spirit array and sat down cross-legged. Casually wiping his space ring, Xianxia took out a few spirit pills and placed them on the tip of his tongue before closing his eyes and circulating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Pushing his Saint Chi violently, with the place where Xianxia was sitting as the center, the ground around him suddenly flashed as a series of complex and mysterious runes appeared. These runes were both large and small, giving off an unfathomable aura. *1*, a trembling sound echoed as the Saint crystal sources placed in the center of the 5 elements indestructible array bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. The pure energy contained within them poured out and began to flow along the runes. After being supplemented by the energy from the Saint crystal sources, the 5 elements indestructible array arranged by Xianxia was instantly activated. An indescribable feeling filled Xianxia's body as a simple and desolate aura filled the entire first heavenly palace. It was as if at this moment, Xianxia had returned to an ancient era. With a swishing sound, the profound gold, thunder wood, profoundine sunflower water, sun's true essence, divine nullification sand, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth world treasures seemed to be supported by an invisible force at this moment as pure energy was extracted from them and converged towards the center of the 5 elements indestructible array. This center was where Xianxia was. The whole Tianyi palace became colorful in an instant. The cyan thunderwood essence, the golden profound gold essence, the white profoundine sunflower water essence, the red sun's true essence, the yellow divine nullification sand essence, all of them seemed to possess spirituality as they drilled into Xianxia's body. In an instant, Xianxia began to tremble as his closed eyes widened. A low roar involuntarily escaped his throat, like a wounded beast frantically licking its wounds. Intense pain and unimaginable pain spread throughout his body at this moment, causing Xianxia to feel as if he was about to be crushed to pieces. This kind of pain was not something that could be compared to being injured in battle, it was a kind of fear that penetrated deep into his soul. In an instant, Xianxia understood why the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art had such harsh requirements for a cultivator. If one's physique was not strong enough, once the 5 supreme treasures world essence invaded their body, they would immediately explode and die. What was the point of talking about cultivation? If one's spiritual energy was not strong enough, they would not be able to withstand this kind of pain. Sooner or later, they would be driven mad by the pain and eventually become the demon race. Kai Yang felt that he had already met the requirements, but when he really started cultivating, he discovered that he had taken it for granted. The perseverance that he had always been proud of, in the face of this soul-sucking torment, was simply not worth mentioning, and he almost collapsed on the spot. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the materials he had chosen were too high quality. If he had replaced them with thunder wood, it would not have been so painful. However, this also stimulated Xianxia's nerves. Since embarking on the road of cultivation, how many times had he wandered between life and death? How many times had he suffered heavy losses and faced desperate situations, but step by step, he had overcome them. If he failed here, then all his years of hard work would have been for naught. Not to mention anything else, when he first obtained the wordless black book in High Heaven Pavilion, he had relied on his own perseverance to successfully make it recognize him as its master and open it, allowing him to obtain the unyielding golden skeleton. Unyielding pride was also a mysterious martial skill he had comprehended in a desperate situation. Although it had gradually lost its usefulness as he grew stronger, it was still a martial skill he had comprehended from the unyielding golden skeleton. It was his own martial skill. The birth of this martial skill also had a great deal to do with Su Yan. It was she who had used a method to freeze him for several days before he was able to comprehend it. With all kinds of distracting thoughts flashing through his mind, Xianxia subconsciously used unyielding pride. To his surprise, the pain he felt actually weakened a little. Although it was not worth mentioning, it had indeed weakened. Xianxia's brow furrowed and he immediately sent his soul avatar back into his knowledge sea to stabilize it, no longer paying attention to the changes in his body and the outside world. A series of popping sounds rang out. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's skin began to crack inch by inch as pale golden blood seeped out, soaking his clothes in an instant. Not only was his physique wriggling and his skin bursting, even his meridians were unable to withstand the destructive power of the five elements world treasure and began to break. The powerful restorative ability of golden blood was vividly displayed at this moment. His cracked skin, torn muscles, and shattered meridians were completely repaired in an extremely short amount of time, and then they cracked and exploded once more. This cycle repeated over and over again, and it seemed as if it would never stop. As time passed and this process continued, Yang Kai's body gradually grew stronger to an obvious degree. Not only that, but the Saint Chi in his body also seemed to become purer and more vigorous, while even his spiritual energy was tempered to a certain extent. Although the five elements indestructible sword tempering art was a secret art specifically used to temper one's physique, during the process of cultivating it, it was inevitable that one's Saint Chi and spiritual energy would be strengthened, which was a side benefit. Miserable roars rang out from First Heavenly Palace, but fortunately, there were layers upon layers of barriers protecting this place, so no sound would leak out, otherwise, it would definitely have attracted the attention of all the people from High Heaven sect. Time passed slowly as all of Shadowed Star prepared to enter the Emperor Garden. One Emperor Jade was equivalent to one entry slot. None of the great forces had obtained many Emperor Jades, so it was difficult for them to decide who would enter the Emperor Garden. For this reason, many great forces began to select talents from within to compete for a spot to enter the Emperor Garden. High Heaven sect was also very busy. High Heaven sect only had 3 Emperor Jades, so there was no need for them to select a spot, but they still needed to make a lot of preparations. Only Yang Kai in First Heavenly Palace had not appeared since that day he entered retreat. Half a year later, on a certain day, High Heaven sect's reception hall was bustling with noise and excitement. After half a year of waiting, the Emperor Garden's opening was just around the corner. The great forces that had received Yang Kai's promise naturally arrived early at High Heaven sect. The people from Shadow Moon Hall were all familiar faces. In addition to Qian Tong and Fei Jitu, there were also Wei Gucheng and Dong Xiner. However, not all 4 of them were going to the Emperor Garden. Although Shadow Moon Hall had paid a huge price to obtain a 3rd Emperor Jade in the past 6 months, this was their limit, so Dong Xiner was not going to go to the Emperor Garden this time. As for Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong and Fei Jitu would work together to bring Wei Gucheng. Needless to say, Clear Sky Sect's group was led by MOU. In addition to him, there was also a 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Master, a white-haired old man. This old man was Clear Sky Sect's sect master, Gu Zhan, and in terms of strength, he was even stronger than MOU. Chen Tao had obtained a spot to enter the Emperor Garden thanks to Yang Kai. Logically speaking, Chen Tao's aptitude and cultivation were not enough to enter the Emperor Garden. Clear Sky Sect was filled with talents, and there were countless disciples of the younger generation who had higher cultivation and better aptitude than her. However, MOU and Gu Zhan were both shrewd old men and knew that Clear Sky Sect being able to establish a relationship with High Heaven Sect was entirely dependent on the existence of Chen Tao, so naturally, they would not abandon her on this trip to the Emperor Garden. On the contrary, during the past 6 months, Clear Sky Sect had even bestowed upon her many precious pills and medicines and had several of the sect's great elders use secret techniques to help her break through to the Origin returning realm First Order. The price they had paid for this was not small. Chen Tao was extremely grateful to Yang Kai. Standing behind Gu Zhan and MOU, her beautiful eyes kept glancing around, wanting to personally thank Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall and Clear Sky Sect had arrived as promised, so naturally, Colored Glass Sect had not been left behind. As Qian Tong had expected, Dai Yuan now also had the qualifications to enter the Emperor Garden, and Colored Glass Sect's luck was quite good, actually obtaining 1 more Emperor Jade than Shadow Moon Hall, giving them a total of 4 spots to enter. Sect Master Gong Xing he had personally come, and in addition to him and Dai Yuan, the remaining 2 people were Gong Ao Fu and Yin Su Dai. At this moment, Yin Su Dai was gritting her teeth, her red lips trembling slightly as she muttered something under her breath, glaring towards Dai Yuan from time to time with a depressed expression on her face. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to this, just like Chen Tao, her attention was completely focused on the outside of the hall, as if she was waiting for something. Her cultivation was now also at the first-order origin returning realm, but unlike Qinsher Tao, she had broken through on her own without the help of others. Both Gong Xinghe and Gong Aofu were greatly surprised by this result. Neither of them had expected Dai Yuan to break through to the origin returning realm so quickly. If not for this, the two of them would not have agreed to let Dai Yuan enter the Emperor Garden. It was precisely because Dai Yuan showed aptitude and cultivation speed that was not inferior to Yin Su Dai's that the two of them agreed. In any case, she was a disciple of their own sect, so there was nothing wrong with her entering the Emperor Garden. Taking this opportunity to pass through High Heaven sect, Dai Yuan could enter the Emperor Garden first. In addition to the people from these three sects, there were also two unfamiliar faces in the hall, both of them third-order origin returning realm masters with weathered and aged faces. Yang Kai had never dealt with them before, but these two were quite famous on Shadowed Star. The sect master and great elder of Floating Mist Palace. Floating Mist Palace was also a first-class force on Shadowed Star, so the cultivation of its sect master and great elder was naturally not low. The reason they were here was entirely because they had handed over an Emperor Jade to High Heaven sect. It was this Emperor Jade that allowed High Heaven sect to open its gates and barriers and welcome them inside. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 third-order origin returning realm masters in the reception hall, as well as 3 sect masters and sect masters, but none of them dared to speak loudly, all of them wearing solemn expressions. The reason was simple: Yi Shiyun was here, so with her here, who would dare act presumptuously? After tasting some tea and eating some spirit fruits for a while, Qian Tong lightly coughed and turned to Yang Yan sitting at the head of the table and asked, "Sister Yang Yan, has Yang Kai not come out yet?" Yang Yan heard this and slowly shook her head, "Not yet." Qian Tong frowned and could not help feeling a little worried. He has been in seclusion for almost half a year now, and now that the Emperor Garden is about to open, he won't miss this opportunity, right? Thank you for your concern, Elder Qian, but I don't think he will miss this opportunity. Perhaps he will come out in a few days. Yang Yan smiled lightly, and although her expression was calm, she was actually quite anxious on the inside. She naturally knew why Yang Kai had entered secluded retreat. He wanted to improve his strength before the Emperor Garden opened, but until now, there had been no movement from First Heavenly Palace, so she really didn't know if things were going smoothly or not. Yang Yan wanted to investigate, but was also worried about disturbing him, so she could only wait patiently. Everyone is a guest from afar, so you might as well return to your residence and rest first. Before the Emperor Garden opens, there will definitely be a heavenly manifestation, so it won't be too late to set out when that time comes. Yang Yan was now the vice sect master, so her words were much more appropriate than before. Hearing this, everyone exchanged a glance before getting up, expressing their thanks, and preparing to return to the residences High Heaven sect had prepared for them. But before everyone could leave the reception hall though, the world energy aura suddenly shook. Everyone present was a top master and was extremely sensitive to changes in the world energy aura, so although this change was slight, it was still noticed by all of them. Everyone's faces changed and no longer had time to exchange pleasantries with Yang Yan, their figures flickering as they rushed out of the reception hall and looked up towards the sky. High up in the sky, the gap in the sky that was more than a dozen kilometers in diameter was still there, allowing sunlight to shine down and nourish High Heaven sect's vegetation. Although it looked no different from usual, everyone could feel a sense of pressure in the air, as if a storm was brewing. Soon, this feeling became obvious as the world energy aura began to surge, like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. This is... Gong Xinghe's eyes shrank as a look of shock appeared on his face. "Father, is this a sign that the Emperor Garden is about to open?" Gong Aofu asked softly, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Just now, Yang Yan had said that if the Emperor Garden really opened, there would be a heavenly manifestation, but she had not expected it to appear so soon. Many people had the same idea as her. Qian Tong, Fei Jitu, Gu Zhan, Mou, and the 2 masters from Floating Mist Palace all wore looks of anticipation. But soon, these top masters frowned as they withdrew their gazes and turned to look in another direction. "No, someone is about to break through," Qian Tong whispered, but after speaking, he froze for a moment before an excited expression filled his old face. Yang Kai. He immediately thought of the key point. Yang Yanyan's expression also became joyful as his figure flickered and he rushed towards First Heavenly Palace. The others naturally wanted to follow and see what was going on, but before they could, Yi Shiyan's tender body flickered and blocked their path, her expression cold as she shouted, "Everyone, please wait." Although most of these people had some friendship with Yang Kai, how could Yi Shiyan allow them to pass when Yang Kai was about to break through? Yang Kai was about to break through a great realm, and if he failed because of interference, the consequences would be unimaginable. As such, Yi Shiyan did not hesitate to stop everyone. Qian Tong and the others naturally understood these principles and nodded, waiting quietly in place as they watched the battle unfold. Seeing them behave themselves, Yi Shiyan no longer said anything and simply chased after Yang Yan. In an instant, only Qian Tong and the other guests remained in front of the reception hall. "Brother, do you think Brother Yang will be able to break through smoothly?" Dong Shan'er asked with some concern. After all, she had walked this step before and knew how difficult it was to break through from the Saint King realm to the Origin Returning realm. Every breakthrough in a cultivator's cultivation was accompanied by great risks. It was a struggle against the heavens, against the earth, and against oneself. Not to mention others, when she and Wei Gucheng broke through to the Origin Returning realm, both of them had experienced indescribable hardships. Just the baptism of world energy when breaking through was almost too much for her to bear, and the endless stream of heart demons almost caused her to fail. This kind of tribulation had nothing to do with one's aptitude and was something every cultivator had to face. Hearing Dong Shan'er's question, Wei Gucheng grinned, "Rest assured, I don't dare say for others, but Brother Yang will definitely have no problem breaking through to the Origin Returning realm." His words were full of confidence in Yang Kai, causing Yin Sudai to curl her lips. Although she did not dare to say anything, in her heart, she could not wait for Yang Kai to die. At the same time, 3 kilometers away from First Heavenly Palace, Yang Yan stood still and watched quietly. Not long after she arrived, Wu Yi, Qian Yu, Chang Qi, and the others also arrived, and after a brief discussion, everyone understood what was going on. In order to prevent Yang Kai from being disturbed, orders were passed down that no one was allowed to approach within 3 kilometers of First Heavenly Palace. All disciples were to patrol the area to prevent anyone with ill intentions from sneaking in. Just after these orders were passed down, the atmosphere above First Heavenly Palace suddenly changed. Suddenly, a spirit energy funnel appeared in the sky. When this spirit energy funnel first appeared, it only occupied an area of a few dozen feet. But in the blink of an eye, it expanded with a loud bang and rapidly grew in size. Finally, it became several acres in size before stopping. As this funnel rotated, the surrounding 100 kilometers felt a huge suction force and the surrounding world energy madly gathered towards it. Streaks of light of different colors flew past everyone, like bolts of ice, fire, and lightning, adding to this funnel's momentum, causing it to grow more and more powerful. 5 elements world energy? Yi Shiyan frowned as a look of shock appeared on her face. These streaks of light were clearly the convergence of the 5 elements world energy. When the Emperor Garden underwent changes, such a scene had occurred across Shadowed Star. The scene at this moment was somewhat similar to that day, but on a completely different scale. In terms of scale, it was naturally far from being comparable to that day, but it was still quite remarkable. The Emperor Garden was an Emperor artifact, so it was reasonable for it to be able to affect all of Shadowed Star. But now, just Yang Kai breaking through to the Origin Returning realm from the Saint King realm had caused such a change in the 5 elements world energy, causing Yi Shiyan to be shocked. Could a cultivator's breakthrough to the Origin Returning realm cause such a huge commotion? The answer was obviously no. Yi Shiyan, as a peak third-order Origin Returning realm master, certainly had the right to speak on this matter. She had seen many people take this step and become an Origin Returning realm cultivator. When Gucci experienced this process, she had personally stood guard beside him, but none of them could compare to this scene before her. This could already be called a heavenly manifestation. Yi Shiyan's expression was filled with shock as she involuntarily recalled a record she had read in an ancient book a long time ago. That record stated that if a cultivator was strong enough, they could cause some heavenly manifestations when breaking through to the great realm. Of course, such a cultivator had always been a rare existence in the long history of the 9 continents, perhaps not even one appearing once every 10,000 years. Could it be that sect master had such potential? In all fairness, Yi Shiyun and Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship, nor were they familiar with each other. The reason she stayed in High Heaven sect and held the position of Great Elder was entirely because of Yang Yun. Besides Yang Yun, she had never seen anyone else. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Yang Kai was much more powerful than the average Saint King realm cultivator, an elite among elites, but even so, it had no effect on her. But at this moment, she couldn't help looking at Yang Kai in a new light. If her guess was correct, then this sect master's future would be unfathomable. Thinking so, Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she began to look forward to it. High up in the sky, the huge world energy funnel contained enough energy fluctuations to destroy the heavens and earth, and as the world energy of the 5 elements continued to pour in, this funnel began to take on a colorful hue as it hung upside down. Above First Heavenly Palace, constantly rotating, a terrifying sight to behold. Even standing 3 kilometers away, everyone could feel a mountain-crushing pressure descending from the sky, not to mention Yang Kai, who was directly below the funnel. No one knew just how much pressure he was under at this moment. Outside First Heavenly Palace, a burst of light flashed wildly as the many barriers around First Heavenly Palace reacted to the pressure. Grand Elder, how is the sect leader? Changqi and the others were anxious, but none of them dared to release their divine senses to investigate, so they had no choice but to ask Yi Shiyun for advice. It seems to be going quite smoothly. You've already touched the world principles, Yi Shiyun replied lightly. When Changqi and the others heard this, they were overjoyed. Touching the laws of heaven and earth meant that Yang Kai was close to breaking through. However, whether he can succeed or not will depend on whether he can withstand the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They all fell silent with worried looks on their faces. The baptism of heaven and earth energy was a process that a cultivator would have to go through to reach a higher realm. During this process, the cultivator would have to endure unimaginable suffering and pain. It was also the best standard to test and measure the overall quality of a cultivator. Once successful, one's strength would increase by a large margin, thus breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the next realm. If he failed, at the very least, he would be severely injured. At the very least, his body would explode and he would die. After all, this was a baptism of heaven and earth energy, and if he failed, the result would definitely not be good. Every year, countless cultivators would fall at this juncture, so for a cultivator, breaking through a great realm was both an opportunity and a challenge. The law of survival of the fittest was vividly reflected at this moment. How could an ordinary cultivator create such an amazing heavenly manifestation when breaking through a great realm? Yang Kai had done it, which was certainly a joyous and shocking matter, but since he had reached this point, he could only succeed, not fail. Judging from the degree to which the world energy was gathering at this moment, if Yang Kai failed, there would only be one outcome: his soul would be destroyed. After all, the power contained in the colorful world energy funnel was too great, not something a Saint King realm cultivator could withstand. Just as everyone was worrying, the huge world energy funnel in the sky suddenly changed, as if something inside First Heavenly Palace was attracting it. The world energy funnel actually began to rotate rapidly, and as it rotated, a massive amount of heaven and earth energy poured down in the direction of the funnel. There was no pause, as if it had been accumulating momentum for a long time, just for this one eruption. The layers of barriers around First Heavenly Palace were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow from this massive world energy, and were instantly shattered. The 5-colored world energy that caused even Yi Shiyun to pale in fright poured straight into First Heavenly Palace and soon disappeared. The huge world energy funnel shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few breaths, it had shrunk in size. Sect Master! Changqi and the others exclaimed in horror, their faces changing drastically. The heaven and earth energy was actually pouring down in torrents. This made them unable to believe their eyes. All of them had broken through to the origin returning realm and had experienced this process before. But at that time, they had experienced a baptism of world energy, which was like a bolt of lightning that poured into their bodies, and although it was powerful, it gave them time to breathe and adjust. The scene in front of them, however, was obviously not like that. As a result, Yang Kai did not have the slightest opportunity to breathe. Even if Yang Kai was strong, in the face of such a massive world energy funnel, how could he survive? The faces of Xianxia and the others turned pale in an instant, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was dead this time. Yi Shiyun was no exception, letting out a long sigh as a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. She had thought she had encountered a peerless genius who would only appear once every 10,000 years, but it turned out the other party was just a flash in the pan. But soon, her brow furrowed as a bright light flashed across her beautiful eyes and a look of surprise appeared on her face. That was because the huge spiritual chi funnel didn't dissipate. Instead, it was still pouring down. This shocking amount of spiritual chi continued to pour down. Deafening rumbling sounds came from the inside of the funnel. He's not dead. Yi Shiyun raised her brow in surprise. If Yang Kai had died, the world energy manifestation caused by his breakthrough would have naturally dissipated, but since this world energy funnel still existed, it meant that he was not dead and was instead undergoing a baptism of world energy. This was also a key step in breaking through to a great realm. Listening carefully, Yi Shiyun clearly heard a muffled and unbearable roar mixed in with the rumbling of the battlefield. Sure enough, he wasn't dead. Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes lit up as she turned her head towards Yang Yun, only to find that she was even calmer than herself, as if she had expected this. However, upon closer inspection, Yi Shiyun discovered that Yang Yun's pair of delicate fists were quietly clenched and her eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. The group from High Heaven Sect was on tenterhooks while the masters from Shadow Moon Hall, Clear Sky Sect, Colored Glass Sect, and Floating Mist Palace were all shocked. Elder, can Brother Yang withstand this kind of world energy baptism? Wei Guchang asked anxiously. This old master doesn't dare make a judgment, but since things have gotten to this point, if he can't bear it, he will die. Qian Tong frowned and sighed. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai's breakthrough to the origin returning realm would cause such a strange scene, so he couldn't help worrying about him. It's not necessarily that he can't bear it. Clear Sky Sect Master Guzhen said thoughtfully, if his physique is strong enough, he will be able to accept this world energy in a short time, but it will be very difficult. Although the Misty Palace's Palace Master and Great Elder didn't say anything, when the two of them looked in that direction, their expressions flickered with uncertainty. They were extremely surprised. As for Gong Xinghe and Gong Ao Fu of Colored Glass Sect, after exchanging a glance, shock appeared in the eyes of the father and daughter pair. They had previously thought that High Heaven Sect's fame was entirely due to the special terrain it occupied and Yi Shiyun who was stationed here. But now, it seemed that this High Heaven Sect master was not an ordinary person, so it was necessary to re-examine him. If he fell here, naturally, everyone would be happy. Heaven Battling Union was more than enough on Shadowed Star, so Gong Xinghe didn't want another such great force to appear. If this sect master really succeeded, it would be necessary to maintain good relations with him. Everyone had different thoughts, but no matter what they were thinking, everyone's attention was focused on the huge five-colored spirit chi funnel. In just a short while, the five-colored funnel seemed to have shrunk a lot. Compared to before, it was only half the size, and it was still shrinking rapidly. After a while, in front of everyone's eyes, the huge five-colored funnel disappeared, and all the world energy that had been contained inside it was now pouring into First Heavenly Palace. The originally oppressive atmosphere and that terrifying oppressive feeling also disappeared at the same time. The sky once again returned to its original clear color. The sun poured down, and the blue sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. There were no clouds in sight for thousands of miles. Only a few remnants of the five-colored world energy still floated above First Heavenly Palace like fish that had escaped the net. All of High Heaven Sect seemed to be silent as everyone's eyes were focused on First Heavenly Palace, wondering how it was faring. But there was no movement, only a deathly silence, as if Yang Kai had really fallen. Wu Yi and Qianyu's faces turned pale. Failed? Wu Yi and the others didn't dare to continue thinking about it, but the scene in front of them could only be explained as failure. No cultivator could withstand such a huge amount of world energy baptism in such a short time, not even a third-order origin returning realm master, let alone Yang Kai who was originally just a peak Saint King. Although the two of them had not reached this realm, their eyesight was still quite good. Changqi and the others also wore ashen faces. What are all of you crying for? Yi Shiyun frowned lightly, do you think he died? Changqi was shocked when he heard this and turned to her in amazement, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Great Elder, you mean?" The corners of Yi Shiyun's mouth curled upwards as a smile bloomed on her usually cold face, giving her a somewhat enchanting look as she combed her hair and said unhurriedly, "Although this queen doesn't know how he did it, he didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also seems to be living quite comfortably." Hearing Yi Shiyun's words, Xianxia and the others all wore startled expressions. Since he hadn't died, that meant his breakthrough had been successful. Xianxia and the others could hardly believe their ears, but since these words were spoken by Yi Shiyun, they naturally held great authority, so no one questioned them. All of them turned their gazes towards First Heavenly Palace in surprise. Just as Yi Shiyun's voice fell, the world energy aura above First Heavenly Palace suddenly changed again. This aura quickly gathered and transformed into a huge palm. Covering the heavens and earth, this palm seemed to exude a mysterious power that was enough to block out the light in front of everyone. He clenched his fist and caught the few strands of five-colored spirit energy that had slipped through the net. Then, he slowly pulled them back and flashed into the First Heavenly Palace, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yi Shiyun was stunned, but the smile at the corners of her mouth became even wider as she muttered, "This little brat." He didn't even want to waste the last few strands of five-colored world energy. Before they could enter his body, he had taken the initiative to reach out and grab them back. Having the leisure to do this kind of thing meant that everything was going well. Yi Shiyun couldn't help laughing. Good, disperse, there's no need to worry about Yang Kai." Yang Yanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to everyone. "Yes." Changqi and the others responded respectfully before quickly leaving. "Great Elder, he just broke through and will need some time to consolidate his realm, so I'll have to trouble you to stand guard here," Yang Yanyan ordered Yi Shiyun. "Yes, Master." Yi Shiyun gently nodded. She would obey all of Yang Yanyan's orders. Glancing over at First Heavenly Palace, Yang Yanyan smiled before his figure flickered and disappeared. Now that the Emperor Garden was about to open and Yang Kai couldn't leave, all the matters of High Heaven sect had to be handled by Yi Shiyun. Fortunately, Su Yi, Qian Yu, and the others were there to assist her, so it wasn't too difficult. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai was dressed in rags. His clothes were in tatters. His clothes were full of traces of dried pale golden blood and his hair was a mess, making him look extremely disheveled, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. However, his expression was one of joy. There was a look of comfort on his face. He hadn't expected this. Yang's breakthrough had gone so smoothly. He had obtained the divine nullification sand. After collecting the 5 elements' supreme treasures, Yang had begun cultivating the 5 elements' indestructible sword, but he didn't expect it to reach a high level. His original intention was just to familiarize himself with her. But he hadn't expected. In the past 5 months, Yang Kai had cultivated the 5 elements' indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage, and not only had his physical strength greatly improved, even his saint chi and spiritual energy had been enhanced. Compared to before, his overall strength had increased by at least 10 to 20%. It was this 10 to 20% increase that allowed him to touch the critical point of the origin returning realm and touch the shackles of the peak Saint King realm. S heavens is Yang's soul, Yang's heavens is heavenly S's souls. In the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, many origin returning realm masters had died. Most of the soul fragments of these origin returning realm cultivator had been absorbed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and purified by the world annihilating golden light, but he hadn't dealt with them yet. After absorbing the soul fragments of these cultivators' soul fragments and obtaining their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, Yang Kai's breakthrough came naturally. However, this breakthrough was a little different from before. Before, there had never been a 5-colored aura gathering around him. Yang Kai didn't know why, but he vaguely guessed it had something to do with his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Generally speaking, this breakthrough could be considered a coincidence. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. It was completely different from his previous plans. Before this, Yang Kai had entered retreat in order to break through and even prepared an origin condensing pill with pill veins. But man proposes, God disposes, and all of his preparations were useless. This was a good thing, so naturally Yang Kai was overjoyed. Now, he had cultivated the five elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage, but the legendary immortal body was still extremely far away. This secret art had a total of 9 stages, each one more difficult than the last. If he wanted to cultivate it to the peak, he didn't know how much time or how many five elements supreme treasures it would take. After cultivating to the first stage, Xianxia deliberately checked the five elements supreme treasures he possessed. The highest grade sun's true essence didn't seem to have changed much, but the others weren't. The profound gold source's strength had been greatly reduced, and so had the thunder wood, 3 drops of profoundine sunflower water, and more than 20 grains of divine nullification sand. This price was not small, but it didn't matter. The remaining materials were enough to support Xianxia's cultivation to the second or even third stage, especially the sun's true essence, which could be used for a very long time. With a lot of time as a buffer, Xianxia could find other five elements replacements. There was no need to rush this. Thinking so, Xianxia stretched out his hand and with a thought, a 5-colored mass of light suddenly appeared on his palm. This mass of light was only the size of an egg and had a total of 5 layers, a mix of gold, blue, white, red, and yellow, giving it a beautiful appearance. 5 elements indestructible sword chi. After spending 5 months cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, this secret art could not only temper one's physical body, greatly enhancing the strength of one's physical body, but also allow one to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Sword chi was formed from the convergence of the 5 elements, so it could be combined and fused with each other or released separately. It had infinite uses and was ever-changing. However, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi in his hand was still a little weak, like a chick that had just broken out of its shell, unable to withstand the ravages of wind and rain, so it probably wouldn't play much of a role in a fight. However, this didn't hinder Xianxia's desire to experiment. With a thought, a golden light immediately shot out from the 5-colored mass of light and twisted in front of Xianxia, transforming into a small golden sword. Although the sword was small, the sharpness contained within it could not be underestimated. This was the metal attribute indestructible sword chi condensed from the profound gold origin, so it possessed an extremely strong offensive ability. Go! Xianxia exhaled loudly and pointed his finger, causing the small golden sword to tremble slightly before disappearing, instantly piercing through the remaining barriers of First Heavenly Palace and flying a few kilometers away. Locking onto it with his divine sense, Xianxia was naturally able to clearly see the flight path of this small golden sword and could not help raising his brow as a happy expression appeared on his face. Although he had not tested its killing power, its speed was quite fast, making it impossible to guard against. With another thought, the small golden sword flew back, as if it was his arm, and connected to his mind. Xianxia was in a good mood and began experimenting with the remaining 4 types of indestructible sword chi one by one, eventually becoming extremely satisfied. The 5 types of indestructible sword chi each had their own advantages and it was difficult to say which was better. The metal sword and fire sword focused on killing, the former being sharp and swift while the latter was powerful. The earth sword and water sword focused on defense, the former being thick and solid while the latter was soft and boundless. The wood sword was relatively mediocre, concentrating both offensive and defensive power, but it still couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, if one cultivated these 5 types of indestructible sword chi to a certain extent, one could arrange a 5 elements indestructible sword array. Inside this sword array, the power of the 5 elements would mutually reinforce and counteract each other. Unless one could instantly break through the 5 elements indestructible sword chi, even an opponent a minor realm higher in cultivation would suffer greatly if they were trapped inside. After happily experimenting with the 5 elements indestructible sword chi for a long time, Xianxia took it back into his body. Although the secret art was extremely powerful, it would take more than a day or 2 to fully display its results and would require time and accumulation. Xianxia had long been mentally prepared for this. Now that he had broken through to the origin returning realm, his strength was completely different from before. His entire body seemed to be brimming with power, and every movement he made was filled with a powerful aura. This was the origin returning realm, the highest realm on Shadowed Star. It had been 10 or 20 years since Xianxia set foot on Shadowed Star territory. At that time, he was just a small character in the Second Order Saint Realm, but now, he had already crossed 2 great realms. While this kind of cultivation speed might not be unprecedented, it was definitely rare. Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and the others might look similar to Yang Kai in appearance, but in fact, they were much older than Yang Kai. It was just that once a cultivator's strength reached a high enough level, it would be difficult for their appearance to appear old. Their powerful strength had the effect of resisting the effects of the flowing time Great Emperor. For example, which character like Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu had not lived for hundreds of years? Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai did not become complacent. The Origin Returning Realm was just a realm a cultivator could cultivate to, there was still the Origin King realm above it. There were even higher realms. At the very least, the great emperors of Star Field were existences far beyond the Origin King realm. It was just that Yang Kai had not reached that level yet, so he could not access the deeper mysteries. There were many things he needed to cultivate now, and all of them took time. Condensing golden blood threads was not a big deal as it didn't take much time to condense them. Once a golden blood thread was condensed, all that was left was for Yang Kai to nourish it in his body. The longer this process lasted, the more powerful his golden blood threads would become. Yang Kai did not need to worry about the verdant dragon bone sword as he had the Firebird artifact spirit to help him refine it. The demon eye of annihilation had also gradually merged with the colored glass bead, and as time passed, the golden light of annihilation and colored glass divine light would also slowly merge into one. Yang Kai needed to spend some time on this process as he only cultivated 2 secret techniques, the Space Blade and the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. As the saying goes, having more skills is never a burden. Yang Kai did not worry about this as all these secret techniques and methods were related to his future. However, he was not prepared to add any new methods or secret techniques. As long as he cultivated the ones he currently had to the grand accomplishment stage, no matter how big this world was, he could go anywhere he wanted. Thinking so, Yang Kai closed his eyes, held a piece of Saint Crystal Source in each hand, and began to stabilize his realm. Breaking through to the next realm was very dangerous. If one did not immediately stabilize their cultivation, it was possible for them to fall. A few days passed quickly. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he looked outside. After releasing his divine sense for a moment, he leisurely got up and strode out of First Heavenly Palace where he had been in retreat for half a year. At this moment, in the huge square of High Heaven Sect, all the cultivators had gathered, including not only the cultivator of High Heaven Sect but also Qian Tong and the others. Everyone looked up, their eyes attracted by something in the sky, all of them wearing solemn expressions. Not only High Heaven Sect, but all the cultivators on Shadowed Star were staring at the same spot at this moment. The Emperor Garden. At this moment, the Emperor Garden was shrouded in a dazzling 5-colored light as it floated quietly high up in the sky, clouds drifting by, making it impossible to see through. Along with the movement coming from the Emperor Garden, an invisible pressure suddenly spread out. Emperor pressure. Fortunately, this Emperor pressure was not too strong, otherwise, at least 80% of the cultivators on Shadowed Star would have suffered great misfortune. Wing, a soft trembling sound rang out from all over Shadowed Star as a series of palm-sized jade tokens exuding a soft white light appeared. Even if these jade tokens were stored in the space ring of a cultivator, at this moment, they seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and flew out on their own. The owners of these Emperor Jades reached out and grasped them, an indescribable feeling spreading throughout their bodies as all of them trembled and showed looks of joy. The Emperor Garden was about to open. Although no one had told them this information, when they held the Emperor Jades in their hands, they all felt the mysteries of the Emperor Garden at the same time. Since the Emperor Garden had appeared, they had been waiting for 2 to 3 years, and now it was finally about to open. This was a great opportunity, causing countless people to feel excited. Inside High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared next to Yang Yan and the others. All of them looked up with solemn expressions. Yang Kai. Yang Yan called out, her red lips opening slightly, but just as she was about to say something, Yang Kai grinned and said, I know. Yang Yan nodded lightly and no longer said anything. Although Qian Tong and the others wanted to ask Yang Kai how he had stabilized his cultivation, now was obviously not the time, so all of them remained silent. Time continued to pass in front of everyone's eyes. High up in the sky, the Emperor Garden was wrapped in a thick 5-colored light, giving it a majestic and magnificent appearance. Not long after, this five-colored light suddenly poured into the Emperor Garden, as if it was being absorbed by it. Immediately afterwards, 3 white pillars of light shot out. Shooting straight down from the bottom of the Emperor Garden, its speed was incredibly slow. Seeing this, Xianxia's heart trembled, and his expression changed slightly. The last time an Emperor Jade appeared, a similar situation had occurred. As a result, Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array had been broken, and now a pillar of light had appeared. And 3 at that, would High Heaven Sect suffer the same fate? Fortunately, Xianxia's worries were unfounded. Although the 3 pillars of light shot straight down, they only extended to midair before stopping. After the pillars of light disappeared, something seemed to be left in midair, emitting a dazzling light. Everyone held their breaths and looked in that direction. Although they were far away, the strength of those present was not weak. Naturally, it could be seen clearly that what was left after the 3 light beams disappeared were 3 white jade disc-like objects that were strangely suspended in the air. It didn't look big, only occupying a radius of a few dozen feet. On the white jade disc, mysterious and profound lines flashed, and it was obvious that an exquisite spirit array was engraved on it. However, the distance between them was estimated to be at least 100 kilometers. Space arrays. Yang Yanyan's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. Thoughtfully, she muttered, "It seems that one needs to pass through these 3 space arrays to enter the Emperor Garden. So that's how it is." Qian Tong and the others' eyes lit up as they suddenly understood. These days, they had been wondering how to enter the Emperor Garden after it opened. After all, from the naked eye, there seemed to be no clear entrance to the Emperor Garden, causing countless masters on Shadowed Star a headache. Originally, they guessed that the entrance was related to the Emperor Jades that had appeared not long ago. But now, it seemed that this idea was completely wrong. When the Emperor Garden opened, 3 space arrays would appear, and as long as one passed through these space arrays, one could enter the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Jades were only used to resist the Emperor pressure. Without an Emperor Jade, it was impossible to get close to these 3 space arrays. Everything suddenly became clear. This old master will be going first. Just as everyone was pondering, an old voice called out from the side. As soon as these words fell, 2 figures flew up and turned into streams of light as they rushed towards one of the space arrays. Naturally, it was Floating Mist Palace's sect master and great elder. Now that the Emperor Garden had opened and the space arrays had appeared, these 2 naturally did not want to delay any longer. As the saying goes, one who strikes first gains the advantage, so they immediately set off. They had paid the price of an Emperor Jade to enter High Heaven Sect and set off for the Emperor Garden from the square, arriving at least half a day earlier than everyone else on Shadowed Star. The 2 of them could take advantage of this half a day to explore more places and search for more treasures. Just after they set off for the Emperor Garden, 2 other groups of people from High Heaven Sect also flew up into the sky, but the geographical location of their departure was not satisfactory. Although they were within High Heaven Sect's sphere of influence, they were quite far from the square. These 2 groups of people had naturally paid a large price to purchase the location of their departure from High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai had obtained his divine nullification sand from one of these 2 groups. At the same time, outside the Luyan Desert, the various forces, large and small, who had been waiting for a long time, flew up into the sky one after another, transforming into multicolored streaks of light. However, if they wanted to get close to the Emperor Garden and the space arrays, they would first have to bypass the barrier formed by the 3 blazing flame rings, which would take a lot of time. Seeing that the 2 from Floating Mist Palace had arrived first, Qian Tong could not help looking at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai naturally knew what he meant and grinned, "Let's set off too." Qian Tong was overjoyed and immediately pushed his Saint Chi together with Fei Ji too, wrapped Wei Guchang in it, and flew up. The 4 from Colored Glass Sect followed closely behind while the 3 from Clear Sky Sect were not to be outdone either. "Elders, while we're away, I'll have to trouble you to look after the sect." Yang Kai looked at Changqi and the others and whispered. "Yes, Sect Master." Changqi and the others responded in unison. In fact, there was nothing much to instruct them about. On this trip to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai, Yang Yan, and Yi Shiyan all had to leave for the Emperor Garden. Although the strength of the people left behind was not high, High Heaven Sect's geographical location was special, so even if someone wanted to attack it, they would not be able to break through the barrier formed by the 3 blazing flame rings. High Heaven Sect could be said to be extremely safe. Let's go. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Yan before his figure flickered. In the next instant, Yang Kai disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai did not know what method Yang Yan had used, but his speed was not inferior to Yang Kai's, and he quickly appeared beside him. Needless to say, Yi Shiyun was a peak third-order origin returning realm master. In terms of speed alone, she was even faster than Yang Kai, so keeping up with him and Yang Yan was extremely easy for her. The trio flew straight up, and unlike the tension and anticipation of the others, whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Yan, both of them wore indifferent expressions. Yang Kai was not anxious because he had already entered the Emperor Garden once and was quite familiar with it. With his previous experience as a guarantee, it would be much easier for him to go deeper this time. Yang Yan himself was a soul clone of one of the great emperors, and the Emperor Garden was also one of the great emperor's residences. Although Yi Shiyun did not know much about it now, as long as she entered its interior, her sealed memories would slowly awaken. No one knew more about the Emperor Garden than she did. Under their influence, Yi Shiyun's excitement slowly calmed down. Yang Kai, what's your current realm like? As they flew, Yang Yan suddenly asked with concern. I haven't had time to consolidate my foundation yet. But it doesn't matter, as long as I fight a few battles, it should be enough, Yang Kai grinned, not taking this matter seriously. Generally speaking, after a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, it would take a certain amount of time to consolidate their foundation. The most common and reliable method was naturally to meditate and cultivate. However, fighting with others was also an alternative. Of course, this was accompanied by a certain amount of risk. However, Yang Kai did not care as he was fully confident he could consolidate his realm in battle. Good, that's good. Yang Yan gently nodded. The rest of the way was silent as the trio flew upwards with all their strength. The Emperor Garden seemed to be suspended not far above High Heaven Sect, but after really rushing towards it, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. No matter how he flew, it was always directly above him. Moreover, as the distance between them narrowed, the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden became stronger and stronger, like an invisible swamp that affected the cultivator's Saint Qi circulation and slowed down the cultivator's progress. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, but instead of being surprised, he was actually quite happy, a thoughtful and eager expression appearing on his face. After flying another 1,000 meters or so, the Emperor pressure suddenly increased, forcing Yang Yan and Yi Shiyun to stimulate the effects of their Emperor Jades to create a light barrier around their bodies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, paused in place. What's wrong? Yang Yan looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he had stopped at this critical moment. You go on ahead. I want to cultivate here, Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yan frowned, but soon showed a look of understanding. You want to use the Emperor pressure here to condense your sure? As soon as this statement came out, Yi Shiyun was also shocked. Yes. Yang Kai did not deny it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I want to try it. When he went to rescue Qian Tong with Fei Ji Tu and the others, he had entered Fallen Emperor Mountain. Ning Xiangchen had told Yang Kai at that time that when he broke through to the origin returning realm one day, he could enter Fallen Emperor Mountain to condense his sure because there was Emperor pressure there. The sure condensed with the help of Emperor pressure was often much stronger than the sure of an ordinary cultivator, and the benefits were indescribable. However, no one had ever confirmed this, so no one knew the truth. At that time, Yang Kai had made a mental note that regardless of whether this was true or not, when he reached the origin returning realm, he would definitely go to Fallen Emperor Mountain. If things were as he guessed, it would naturally be for the best, but even if it wasn't, it didn't matter. In any case, Emperor pressure had the effect of helping a cultivator condense their sure. This was something everyone recognized. However, since the appearance of the Emperor Garden, there seemed to be no Emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain, so if Yang Kai wanted to use this Emperor pressure to condense his sure, this was probably his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, it would be impossible to find an equivalent opportunity again. Compared to the various treasures and benefits in the Emperor Garden, one's own strength was the most important, while everything else was just external forces. Which was more important, Yang Kai naturally understood. As such, even if he entered the Emperor Garden 1 hour later, it didn't matter. As long as this plan was successful, the benefits he would obtain would be far greater than the treasures he could find in the Emperor Garden. It was with these considerations in mind that Yang Kai was eager to try. Yang Yan had no intention of stopping him, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Then act according to your own strength, don't be reckless. I have great chalk here to protect me, so you don't need to worry about anything." N. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to Yi Shiyun and cupping his fists. "Senior Yi, I'll leave Yang Yan to you. You can rest assured, as long as this queen still has a single breath, no one can harm master," Yi Shiyun declared proudly. Yang Kai grinned and waved his hand. "Let's go. If possible, I will find you inside the Emperor Garden and meet up with you." Yang Yan glanced over at him and gave him a few more words of advice before continuing to fly upwards. A moment later though, she stopped and shouted back, "Yang Kai. What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. "These past few days. I must thank you." Yang Yan smiled brightly, and after saying these seemingly random words, she set off again and flew off. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her back blankly, wondering what this woman meant and why she had suddenly become so pretentious. Shaking his head, Yang Kai decided not to think about it too much. Right now, the most important thing was to use the Emperor pressure to condense his Shi. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to fly upwards unhurriedly. Every cultivator, after breaking through to the origin returning realm, would begin to condense their Shi. No one was an exception. Force was something that was hard to explain. It was different from the cultivator's own qi. It was the product of a person's essence, qi, and spirit. Once cultivated successfully, it would be of great help to the cultivator when facing an enemy. The cultivator could even integrate all kinds of secret arts and divine skills into his force, allowing his force to unleash unimaginable effects. However, Shi was extremely difficult to cultivate and required many years of comprehension and integration. Only by cultivating Shi to the grand accomplishment stage could a cultivator break through to the origin king realm. This was one of the requirements for advancement. On Shadowed Star, there were countless origin returning realm cultivators, and the number of third-order origin returning realm cultivators was also quite large, but only 1% of them had cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage. Yi Shiyun was undoubtedly one of them. It was hard to say about Qian Tong and Feiji Tuesday. They might or might not have reached the great accomplishment stage. Experts like Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng were most likely not at this level. Therefore, even if two third-order origin returning realm masters had the same cultivation realm, the strength they could display would be different. The reason for this was Shi. If an origin returning realm cultivator could condense their Shi, their combat effectiveness would rise sharply, increasing by at least 30% to 40%. 30 peak saints might be able to defeat a single first-order saint king. However, 30 peak saint kings were definitely not the opponent of a first-order origin returning realm cultivator who possessed Shi. The difference was obvious because once one fell into the opponent's Shi, whether it was the circulation of their saint qi or the power of their secret techniques, they would be greatly reduced unless they cultivated a secret technique specifically designed to break Shi, such as Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread. As for how to condense his Shi, Yang Kai already had a plan. Although he had only broken through to the origin returning realm a few days ago, he had not swallowed the souls of so many origin returning realm masters for nothing. Furthermore, there was also the personal experience of Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xianer, all of which had been of great help to him. Yang Kai had been preparing for a long time, and now it had finally come in handy. High up in the sky, Yang Kai's figure was as straight as a sword, his saint qi condensed and roaring as it circulated through his body. Above him, there seemed to be an invisible staircase that allowed him to climb step by step, his demeanor leisurely and without the slightest pressure. At this time and place, the Emperor pressure was not too strong and could only slightly affect the circulation of his saint qi, but Yang Kai was taking advantage of this suppression to silently comprehend and integrate his essence, qi, and soul. As he continued to climb, the Emperor pressure shrouding his body also gradually increased, gradually reaching a point where it was difficult for him to even move. Every step he took seemed to consume a great deal of strength as crackling sounds constantly rang out from his body. The shroud of emperor pressure not only slowed down his movements but also greatly reduced the speed at which he circulated his Saint Qi. It was as if he was in a swamp, and even the space around him had become extremely viscous. Yang Kai's face was ferocious as the veins on his neck protruded and his eyes turned red, making him look like a mad beast. Although he looked embarrassed, the joy in the depths of his eyes was obvious. Using the emperor pressure to condense his shi really had a miraculous effect. The emperor pressure that shrouded his body and exerted tremendous pressure on every part of his body and every cell had become a magical catalyst, allowing his essence, qi, and soul to reach an unprecedented level of harmony. This allowed him to vaguely understand what shi was and how to condense it. Looking up at the void, Yang Kai once again took a step forward with great difficulty. The distance of this step was only 1 meter, but to Yang Kai, it felt as if dozens of days had passed, if not longer. The huge pressure of the emperor pressure not only slowed his movements but also slowed his thoughts and feelings. This kind of slowness was not obvious from the outside world, but for Yang Kai, it was a rare experience. The distance of this step allowed him to experience something that ordinary cultivators would need to spend a lot of time to experience. After landing, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began circulating the Saint Qi in his body, feeling as if he had broken free from the shackles of the emperor pressure and was circulating his Saint Qi faster than before. After a long time, Yang Kai opened his eyes again and took another step forward before closing his eyes again to feel the various changes in his body. This cycle repeated itself. The benefits of a powerful physique were finally reflected at this moment. If it were not for Yang Kai's powerful physique, he would not have been able to persist until now and would have suffered heavy injuries under the suppression of the emperor pressure. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage before this, greatly enhancing his physical strength. Yang Kai had just broken through to the origin returning realm and was consolidating his foundation at an incredible speed. This enlightenment allowed Yang Kai to save a lot of time in meditation, otherwise, it would have taken him at least 1 or 2 weeks to consolidate his foundation. Just these benefits alone made this trip worthwhile. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this and continued to climb upwards, still immersed in his own enlightenment, as if he had forgotten everything around him. After a full day, Yang Kai had climbed tens of thousands of meters. This distance was nothing and was still far from the Emperor Garden, but he had used this opportunity to comprehend a deeper layer of the heavenly way and martial Tao that would take an ordinary cultivator several hundred years to achieve. An invisible and heavy energy, invisible to the naked eye, spread out with him as the center, contending against the emperor's pressure. This was Yang Kai's shi. Although compared to the incredible emperor pressure, this shi was equivalent to a chick breaking out of its shell, not even worth mentioning, it was still an absolute miracle. There was no martial artist who could condense their own force in a short day, and it was already at the minor accomplishment stage. No one would believe such a thing even if it was told. However, Yang Kai had taken advantage of this rare opportunity to accomplish this. The emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden was more intuitive, clear, and impactful than the one he had felt in Fallen Emperor Mountain. In the past, many cultivators had gone to Fallen Emperor Mountain to experience the wondrous emperor pressure in order to condense their own shi, and many of them had obtained great benefits from it. Yang Kai was in a better position than Fallen Emperor Mountain, so naturally, he was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, this was just the beginning and was far from over. With a determined look, Yang Kai continued to climb slowly while comprehending and experiencing the wonders of the Emperor Garden. On this day, a cultivator finally caught up with Yang Kai's pace. These cultivators had all set off from the periphery of the Luyan Desert and were rushing to the Emperor Garden. Bypassing the flame barrier had cost them a lot of effort, so all of them were anxious, fearing that someone else would arrive first and snatch the benefits from the Emperor Garden. When they passed by Yang Kai, everyone was shocked, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They could easily resist the Emperor pressure and fly upwards because they had activated the protective effect of the Emperor Jades. With the protection of the barrier, they could not bear the pressure of the Emperor pressure at all. But here, they saw Yang Kai resisting the Emperor pressure with his own strength. How could they not be shocked? Many of them were famous masters on Shadowed Star, their cultivations reaching the second order or third order origin returning realm, but even so, no one dared to casually withdraw the Emperor Jade's protective barrier. Occasionally, a master who did not believe in superstition saw Yang Kai acting so arrogantly and could not help wanting to compete with him and put away their emperor jades, but in an instant, their speed would drop and they would be left far behind. Although they did not immediately die, the feeling of being enveloped by the emperor pressure was not pleasant. Thinking about the various benefits of the emperor garden, these masters had no choice but to stimulate the power of their emperor jades again and fly past Yang Kai. Not everyone had Yang Kai's boldness, willing to sacrifice the time spent in the emperor garden to search for treasures in order to condense their sure. Moreover, not everyone could turn a blind eye to Yang Kai. Most people were shocked by Yang Kai's feat, but with the emperor garden on their minds, they quickly left. However, when the masters from the great forces who had grudges with Yang Kai passed by this place, they showed eager expressions, seemingly wanting to take action here and eradicate him. Not only did Xianxia of Demon Blood Temple have such thoughts, but he also directly took action. The last time Xianxia participated in the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, he tried to kill Yang Kai and snatch the profound gold, but in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn, having one of his arms destroyed by the crystal cannons of Dragon Cave Mountain's Origin King-grade starship. That battle made him hate Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain to the bone. After half a year of recuperation, Xianxia had finally recovered. Although he was missing an arm, it did not affect his strength much. At this moment, when he passed by Yang Kai, his eyes blazed with hatred. Without any hesitation, he summoned his demon blood thread and transformed it into a jet-black beam of light that shot towards Yang Kai's head. He thought that Yang Kai would be defenseless and would die without a doubt. However, he had underestimated the emperor pressure in this place. As soon as the black streak of light transformed from demon blood thread shot out, it was wrapped up in Yang Kai's emperor pressure and slowed to a crawl, unable to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, however, Yang Kai glanced towards Xianxia as if he sensed something and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. His lips squirmed a few times as if he was cursing, but because they were too far apart, Xianxia could not hear him clearly and simply withdrew his gaze. The other party did not pay any attention to him at all. ***** With a light bang, the black light that was attacking Yang Kai burst apart, releasing a strong smell of blood that made one nauseous. The demon blood thread that Xianxia had nurtured for countless years, under the crushing pressure of emperor pressure, was reduced to dust. Xianxia's face suddenly turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure teetering on the verge of collapse as a look of horror appeared on his face. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. The demon blood thread was a very special existence, similar to an artifact, but it was connected to a cultivator's mind and soul. Once it was destroyed, the cultivator would naturally suffer a backlash. Xianxia's attack not only failed to kill Yang Kai but also caused him to lose a demon blood thread that was as important to him as his life, causing him to go pale with anger. Mo Xiaoxing, Old Woman Feng, and the others who had just arrived saw this scene and all showed looks of shock. The eager expressions on their faces gradually converged and became extremely dignified. Just now, they had also wanted to attack Yang Kai, but Xianxia had moved faster. But now, it seemed that fortunately, they had not acted rashly, otherwise, their fates would not have been much better than Xianxia's. Thinking so, everyone's faces paled. Each of them revealed a look of lingering fear. After glancing at Yang Kai, they flew up without saying a word. "Little brat, don't let this old master meet you in the Emperor Garden, or else I'll skin you alive." Xianxia roared furiously. Yang Kai turned to look at him. She raised her hand with great difficulty and raised it towards him. Clenching her fist, she raised her pinky. "This old man is furious." Xianxia's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he couldn't wait to fight Yang Kai to the death. For better or worse, he was a famous character. In Demon Blood Temple, he held the position of Great Elder, so when had he ever been so despised and provoked? Those who dared to do this to him had long been refined by him using a secret technique and turned into blood to increase the power of his demonic blood threads. Yang Kai's actions undoubtedly made him furious. "Great Elder, it's more important to enter the Emperor Garden first. This little brat will definitely enter as well, it won't be too late to find trouble with him then," Xianxia said from beside him. A beautiful woman wearing a pink dress with revealing clothes gently parted her lips and tried to persuade Xianxia. This woman was dressed in a very bold and unrestrained manner. Her two white jade-like arms and two slender legs were almost completely exposed to the air. That pink dress was completely unable to conceal her impressive figure. Her two full breasts were about to burst out of her dress, and the deep white ravine on her chest seemed to have some sort of magical power. She could attract the eyes of any man, devour their souls, and drive all men crazy. The most eye-catching feature was her red lips. Her red lips were like dazzling rubies, and they emitted a sparkling and translucent luster. They were bright and alluring, and they possessed a different kind of allure. This beautiful woman looked like a ripe peach. Just a casual pinch would cause water to drip out of her. She didn't look very old. She was only 30 years old, but she exuded the powerful aura of a third-order origin returning realm master. Although Xianxia was resentful in his heart, he didn't dare act presumptuously in front of this beautiful woman and nodded, "Temple Master is right." This beautiful woman was the Temple Master of Demon Blood Temple. If one didn't know the details of Demon Blood Temple, they wouldn't be able to believe such a woman. They definitely wouldn't dare to believe that such a woman actually held such a high position. However, if they had heard of her name, they would fear her like a snake or scorpion. Demon Blood Temple wasn't a kind force, and although it didn't commit all kinds of evil, most of its disciples weren't good people either. They often killed others for their possessions and used their strength to bully the weak. Pillaging is a common occurrence. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since the disciples of the temple were like this, the beautiful woman who was the temple master was naturally no better. It was rumored that this woman was happy without a man every night, and she was particularly fond of beautiful men. In Demon Blood Temple, once a man with even a little bit of good looks was targeted by this beautiful woman, they couldn't escape her palm. Even several of the temple's elders were rumored to have affairs with her. Every year, a large number of strong and handsome male cultivator would be abducted into Demon Blood Temple and disappear without a trace. Rumor had it that all of their essence chi had been sucked dry by this beautiful woman and they would die tragically on her belly. However, although Demon Blood Temple had committed all kinds of evil deeds, they had always remained safe and sound. This was because the targets they targeted were all small forces without any great backing or background, so even if they had a bad reputation, no great force dared to find trouble with them. What's more, Demon Blood Temple was a first-class force. On Shadowed Star, so unless Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union joined forces and gathered some helpers, it would be impossible to uproot it. At this moment, this beautiful woman was looking at Xianxia, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, her fragrant tongue licking her ruby-red lips as her breathing quickened slightly. There was no wind without smoke, the rumors outside were mostly true. For example, this beautiful woman liked strong men the most. She wasn't feeling empty or lonely. As the sect master of a powerful sect and a third-order origin returning realm master, how could she feel empty and lonely? The biggest reason why she liked strong men was because the vitality in their bodies was far stronger than that of an average cultivator. While she was having S*X with these men, she could use her secret techniques to absorb their vitality and enhance her demon blood threads. Xianxia being able to resist the Emperor pressure here without relying on the protection of the Emperor Jade was a testament to the strength of his physique, so it was only natural that this beautiful woman was quite interested in him. On top of that, Xianxia's cultivation was not low, at least at the level of a first-order origin returning realm. If she could absorb this man's vitality, she would be able to further improve her strength. After reaching her current level of cultivation, it would be extremely difficult for her to increase her strength. If she was on another star in the territory of Shadowed Star, she could still hope to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the special environment of Shadowed Star, reaching the Origin King realm was a luxury, so she could only try her best to enhance the power of her secret techniques. Xianxia's body was the best nourishment for this. The more she looked at him, the happier and more satisfied she became. This beautiful woman couldn't wait to rush over and capture Xianxia, find a secluded place, and have a good time with him, but the scene of Xianxia taking action just now had alarmed her greatly and made her realize that now wasn't the best time to act. With a chuckle, the beautiful woman looked at Xianxia and said, "Little brother, hurry up and enter the Emperor Garden, this sect master will be waiting for you inside." After saying so, she and Xianxia flew past Xianxia. Looking at the backs of these two, Xianxia coldly snorted, not paying them any mind at all. He had long known that his trip to the Emperor Garden this time would not be peaceful. Without even mentioning others, the great forces who had previously clashed with him on Dragon Cave Mountain would definitely not let him off so easily. But so what? Now that he had broken through to the First Order Origin Returning Realm and Xianxia had reached the minor accomplishment stage, even if he faced them, Xianxia was not afraid. As long as he wasn't besieged by 4 or 5 top masters, he could always escape if he couldn't win. As such, Xianxia wasn't afraid and was instead somewhat eager to find an opportunity to test the power of Xianxia. Streaks of light flew past him from both near and far. These were the cultivators who had obtained Emperor Jades on Shadowed Star rushing towards the Emperor Garden. As time passed, gradually, all those who were qualified to enter the Emperor Garden passed through the space array in the sky and entered it. Up in the air, only Xianxia's lonely figure remained, but he still continued to climb upwards at an extremely slow pace. Instead of becoming impatient, Xianxia became calmer and calmer. Now that everyone had left, he no longer had anything to worry about. He could refine and strengthen his aura without any restraints. With such a rare opportunity, Xianxia was not willing to miss it. Time continued to pass, and after 3 days, Xianxia's face was pale as he stood somewhere in the void, gasping for breath, his legs trembling as if he had collapsed. At this point, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to take another step forward. The thick emperor pressure around him had increased to a level that made him tremble with fear. It was as if he took another step forward, he would be crushed to pieces. After 3 days of hard work, Xianxia had obtained a wealth that ordinary cultivators would not be able to obtain even after several dozen or even 100 years. That was his understanding of Xianxia. Not only had Xianxia reached the minor accomplishment stage, but it had also been greatly enhanced, making him not inferior to those masters who had been famous for a long time. Have I reached my limit? A trace of sadness flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Although he still wanted to continue climbing, there was a limit to one's strength, so there was nothing he could do about it. But soon, he seemed to think of something and showed a thoughtful expression. After a full incense stick worth of time, Xianxia's eyes lit up and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Slowly and painstakingly, he lifted his foot and placed it on the invisible stairs above. Kong, a pressure that almost destroyed Xianxia's body and soul suddenly enveloped him. At the same time, a loud sizzling sound rang out. A strange force burst out from Xianxia's body, turning into an invisible blade that cut through the emperor pressure surrounding him. His body suddenly became much more relaxed, and Xianxia's figure flickered as he ascended another step. The sizzling sound became more intense, and as far as the eye could see, the space around Xianxia began to distort, as if it was constantly collapsing and repairing itself. Space Force. The power of space was a divine ability that very few people could cultivate, and it was even more so a secret technique that no one could master. It was by relying on his space force that Xianxia was able to take this final step, and this was far from the end. Wrapping himself in space force and combining it with his Xianxia to resist the emperor pressure, Xianxia felt that he could continue to climb higher. After such a successful attempt, Xianxia vaguely had an idea that excited him. Whether this idea would work or not would depend on the next test. Considering all this, Xianxia's previous sadness was swept away and replaced with unparalleled excitement. Constantly urging his space force to merge with his Xianxia, Xianxia repeated what he had been doing for the past 3 days. 7 days later, a white light curtain wrapped around Xianxia and quickly flew up into the sky. This white light curtain was naturally the protective shield of the Emperor Jades. With this protection, Xianxia did not feel any suppression from the Emperor pressure and was able to quickly approach the Emperor Garden. It had been 10 days since the Emperor Garden opened, and during these 10 days, Xianxia had been condensing his Xianxia and making great gains. Although he had entered the Emperor Garden 10 days later than everyone else and many of the good things had already been taken by others, Xianxia did not regret it. Compared to those treasures, his gains this time were more than enough to satisfy him. His Xianxia had now reached a limit and could no longer be strengthened with the help of the Emperor pressure, so Xianxia made a prompt decision to rush to the Emperor Garden at full speed. Soon, Xianxia arrived in front of the nearest space array, a disc-like object. When he looked at it from below, Xianxia thought it was a solid object, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that this disc was actually not solid but was instead formed from pure energy. On the surface of this disk, there were many complex lines that flashed brightly. These were the space array diagrams. Yang Kai then looked up at the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai could not help frowning. Observing it from such a close distance, the Emperor Garden gave off a somewhat illusory feeling, as if it existed somewhere between real and illusory. It was as if it was floating there. Or as if it was not. It was just a projection. After a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Returning his attention to the space array, he observed it for a moment, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. Not intending to stay here any longer, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a few high-rank Saint crystals, accurately embedding them into the grooves of the space array. Immediately after, the space array lit up and Yang Kai shot up. A moment later, when the light dissipated, Yang Kai had already disappeared. The sky was silent, as if no one had ever been there. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure appeared on an unknown green grassland. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately summoned his purple shield, which transformed into a purple light that protected him. At the same time, he released his divine sense and assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, the others had entered this place 10 days earlier than him. If he suddenly fell into someone's encirclement, there would definitely be a battle. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found no life aura within a 10-kilometer radius, let alone any kind of sneak attack. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became one of shock as he turned his head and looked around dumbfoundedly, his brow furrowed. Is this the Emperor Garden? His current location was actually on top of a grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was blue, and there were no clouds in sight. It was a good day with the sun hanging high in the sky. But how could this be the Emperor Garden? Others might not know what the interior of the Emperor Garden looked like, but Yang Kai was very clear. When he went with Fei Zhi and the others to rescue Qian Tong, he had already entered the Emperor Garden once. There were many richly ornamented buildings and palaces, so how could there be a grassland? However, if someone were to say that this was not the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would not believe it. After all, he had entered this place through the space array, so it was impossible for there to be a mistake. What's going on here? Yang Kai was confused. At the same time, somewhere in this space, there was a beautiful woman wearing a fiery red palace dress. Her brow was slightly furrowed as a look of surprise appeared on her face. This beautiful woman had a beautiful figure and an outstanding appearance, clearly a first-class beauty. If that was all there was to it, the key was that this beautiful woman exuded an enchanting aura from head to toe. This kind of enchanting aura was not something that could be compared to someone who cultivated some kind of bewitching technique, but rather someone who was born with it. Every frown, every smile, and every move she made was filled with a myriad of charm. She stood there like a ball of fire, attracting countless moths to throw themselves at her. The beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple was also extremely enchanting and charming, but compared to this woman, her charm was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was simply no comparison. At this moment, there were 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters gathered around this woman, 1 Third-Order Origin Returning Realm, 2 Second-Order Origin Returning Realm, and 1 First-Order Origin Returning Realm Master. The 4 of them formed a triangle, blocking off all avenues of retreat for this woman, all of them staring at her with greed. In all fairness, these 4 men were not lustful or lustful people. For experts with such strength, except for a very small number of people who had special preferences, beauty was not very important to them. What they pursued was the pinnacle of martial arts and the improvement of their cultivation base. However, this woman was simply too special. Her enchanting charm was irresistible to any man. The moment they saw her face, whether they were lustful or not, the 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't help wanting to capture her and pamper her with their own hands. It seemed that as long as they could spend a night with her, even if they died, it didn't matter. The woman stood alone, all by herself. Although her tender body exuded a powerful Third-Order Origin Returning Realm aura, the 4 men opposite her did not fear her. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and one of them could contend with her. A trace of perplexity flashed across her pretty face. That look of deep thought had a unique charm to it. Even her slightly furrowed brows exuded a captivating charm. The 4 Origin returning realm masters gathered around her felt their hearts beat wildly as their faces flushed red. They could not help feeling their lips go dry as their blood rushed to their heads. Soon, the woman's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something, and an inexplicable look of excitement appeared on her face as she whispered, "He's here. He's actually here." Her voice was soft, but it exuded an irresistible charm. A dazzling smile blossomed on this tender face, causing the other 4 Origin returning realm masters to completely lose their minds and attack the beautiful woman in green at the same time without hesitation. Although their attacks were ruthless, there was no murderous intent. They just wanted to capture this beautiful woman alive and ravage her wantonly. How could they be willing to let her suffer any harm? However, they had underestimated the strength of this beautiful woman far too much. Facing the overwhelming attacks coming from all directions, a trace of displeasure flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes, as if she was annoyed that these 4 had interrupted her contemplation. Even if this beautiful woman was angry, she was still exceptionally beautiful. At the very least, the 4 men who attacked her could not help feeling pity for her and involuntarily slowing down their attacks. The beautiful woman did not show the slightest trace of politeness though, her tender body twirling in place as a pink mist suddenly filled the air. Hong hong hong, all of the attacks landed on the pink mist, but they only managed to cause it to wriggle a few times, but were unable to break it apart. The fog quickly dissipated, revealing the angry face of the beautiful woman. With a wave of her hand, a small fan appeared in her grasp. This fan was overflowing with world energy, and at first glance it was obvious it was a high-grade artifact. What was even more surprising was that the surface of this fan was embroidered with many exquisite figures. There were men and women, all of them completely naked and in all kinds of poses, as if they were enjoying themselves. The pattern on the surface of the fan was actually an erotic painting. Ordinary women would not use such a shameful artifact, but the beautiful woman did not care at all. Her jade hand clenched the small fan as she bit her lip and shouted, "Courting death." As soon as her voice fell, she gently waved the fan. The erotic painting embroidered on the surface of the fan seemed to come to life as countless naked men and women rushed out from the fan, pouncing straight towards the 4 men and pouring into their bodies in the blink of an eye. The faces of the 4 men changed greatly as they tried to circulate their secret arts to resist, but it was already too late. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. They had underestimated the terrifying strength of this beautiful woman in red and had not been ruthless in their attacks. Now that they had been attacked by this woman, how could they defend themselves? The scene in front of them immediately changed. The 4 of them seemed to be in a pool of wine and a forest of meat. Decadent music that made one's blood boil echoed in their ears. Countless young women dressed in light muslin appeared beside them, singing and dancing. From time to time, they would display their beauty. Their beautiful eyes moved, and it was an instinct to please. The 4 men instantly fell and stood in place stupidly, all of them wearing happy smiles on their faces as they immersed themselves in this scene, unable to extricate themselves. The beautiful woman glanced at the 4 men in disgust but did not attack again, instead taking out a veil and covering her face before quickly flying off in a certain direction. Although it was only a vague feeling, she knew that person had come. It was just that too much time had passed, a full 20 to 30 years ago, so it was impossible for her to rely on her original secret technique to find him. She could only rely on her own instincts and pray that she could find him before the Emperor Garden closed. Otherwise, once she missed this opportunity, she may never be able to do so again. The figure of the beautiful woman gradually disappeared, and after an incense stick worth of time, the 4 men who were standing in place fell to the ground one after another, blood flowing from their 7 orifices as their bodies twitched and their vitality rapidly drained away. With just a single move, she had killed 4 Origin returning realm masters, demonstrating just how terrifying her strength was. Is this still the Emperor Garden? On the green grassland, Xianxia muttered to himself blankly. It had been a cup of tea's worth of time since he arrived here, but Xianxia still could not figure out what was going on. However, the world energy aura here was indeed extremely rich, much richer than on Shadowed Star and not inferior even to his own High Heaven sect. It was clear that this place had surpassed the floating continent. From this point of view, it was possible that this was the Emperor Garden. However, Xianxia remembered that in the Emperor Garden, one's divine sense could not extend too far from one's body, let alone investigate the situation within 10 kilometers. From this point of view, it was clear this was not the Emperor Garden. In any case, the best thing to do now was to find someone to inquire about the situation. At the very least, he had to figure out what was going on. After all, others had entered 10 days earlier than him and might know something he didn't. Thinking so, Xianxia took out 2 communication artifacts from his space ring and poured his divine sense into them. Of these 2 communication artifacts, one was used to contact Yang Inflammation while the other was used to contact Qian Tong. Both had been left behind in the past and had come in handy now. As long as the distance between them wasn't too far, both sides would be able to contact each other. After waiting for a moment, Xianxia put away the communication artifacts with a look of disappointment. Neither Yang Inflammation nor Qian Tong responded. Obviously, even if they were here, they were too far away to be able to contact him. It seems I'll have to rely on myself. Turning his head and looking around, Xianxia randomly picked a direction and flew off in that direction. Even without using his star shuttle, Xianxia's current speed was extremely fast, but along the way, he didn't encounter any living people. However, Xianxia did find a lot of corpses here, as well as traces of battle. Some of these corpses belonged to monster beasts while others belonged to humans, but all of them had died gruesome deaths. It seemed that many great battles had broken out in this grassland. Judging from how dried up the blood was, these battles had probably ended not too long ago, the earliest being the day the Emperor Garden opened. There were also many traces of spirit grasses and spirit medicines being harvested here. It seemed that many people had obtained some benefits here. After half a day, Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Over 100 kilometers away, the faint sounds of battle could be heard, mixed with the shockwaves of energy collisions. It was obvious that a good show was about to unfold. Xianxia didn't hesitate and immediately changed direction and flew in that direction. Now that he had broken through to the origin returning realm and had condensed his Shi to the limit, he could even fight against a third-order origin returning realm master, so naturally, he was bold enough to do so. The distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. When Xianxia arrived and saw what was going on, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and exclaim, "Seven-colored elk?" Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't expect to see the famous rainbow elk here. He recognized this monster beast because he had once obtained the 10,000-year incense on the 6th floor of the Luyan sand field. One of the main ingredients of the 10,000-year incense was the 7-colored elk's perfume sachet. Needless to say, the benefits of the 10,000-year incense went without saying. The cultivator could cultivate in the fragrance of the incense, which could purify their mind and reduce their inner demons. However, the materials needed to refine them were extremely difficult to find. Each of them was made from the body of a level 10 monster beast. Among them, the rainbow elk sachet was the most difficult to obtain. This was because this monster beast was a remnant of an ancient strange beast and was rumored to have gone extinct long ago. Therefore, even if some great sects had mastered the refining method of the 10,000-year incense, they couldn't make bricks without straw. But as soon as he stepped into this strange place, he encountered a rainbow elk. No, it didn't seem to be a rainbow elk. Xianxia frowned again and carefully observed the battlefield in front of him. At first glance, this monster beast looked similar to a rainbow elk, but upon closer inspection, he noticed some differences. It was rumored that the rainbow elk was born as a level 8 monster beast, and when it reached its peak, it could even reach the level 10. Although the one in front of him was also an adult monster beast, it was obviously only at the peak of level 9, not even level 10. Moreover, the 7-colored glow on its body wasn't as frightening as the rumors said. The 7-colored glow of a real rainbow elk was its innate divine technique, which had the magical effect of ignoring all defenses. Even an Origin King Realm cultivator would have to retreat 3 meters in front of it. If one wanted to kill a real rainbow elk, it would take several Origin Kings working together. There were a total of 5 people fighting this rainbow elk, 3 men and 2 women. All of them were at least Origin returning realm masters, including 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd order cultivators. The artifacts they summoned were also unpredictable and varied. Even so, the 5 people didn't dare to be careless. 2 of them were in a sorry state, as if they had already suffered a great loss at the hands of this monster beast. All kinds of martial skills and artifacts blasted towards the monster beast, but it remained motionless, standing in place with a human-like look of contempt in its eyes. The seven-colored glow on its body blossomed and blocked all the attacks. After the collision of energy, the monster beast remained unscathed. On the other hand, the 5 people who had been fighting for a long time were panting heavily due to their Xianxia exhaustion. Xianxia didn't conceal himself when he arrived, which surprised the 5 people. In this kind of place, what they feared the most was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, when their divine senses swept over Xianxia, they found that he was just a first-order returning realm cultivator, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. The weakest of the 5 was at this level, and there were still second-order and third-order cultivators among them. Naturally, they didn't take Xianxia seriously. After exchanging glances with each other, a middle-aged man divided a part of his attention to monitor Xianxia's movements while the rest continued to besiege the monster beast. Xianxia was naturally aware of their actions, but he wasn't annoyed at all. If he were in their shoes, he would have done the same, so there was nothing to be concerned about. However, Xianxia's brow furrowed even tighter, because he found that he didn't recognize any of these 5 people. Although Xianxia hadn't had much contact with the cultivator from other great forces on Shadowed Star, when the Emperor Garden opened this time, he had been condensing his share outside. In other words, he had seen most of the cultivator who had passed by him on the way to the Emperor Garden. However, he didn't recognize any of these 5 people. What surprised Xianxia the most was that the clothes these 5 wore were somewhat different from those on Shadowed Star, as if they weren't from Shadowed Star at all. Thinking so, Xianxia felt like he was about to fall into a daze. However, he had only come to inquire about the situation and had no intention of interfering or disturbing them. He was just going to wait for the battle to end before coming forward to speak. The battle continued, and after an hour, the 5 of them showed signs of disappointment and retreating. The reason was none other than the fact that the demonic beast, which was similar to the rainbow elk, was extremely difficult to deal with. The 7-colored light covering its body was mysterious, but it was actually very sturdy. No matter how the 5 of them attacked, they couldn't break it. Moreover, the monster beast's counterattacks from time to time were extremely sharp. At this point, the 5 people had all suffered some injuries. The most seriously injured, the black-haired old man, had his abdomen pierced through and was bleeding profusely. Although this wasn't a serious injury, if this battle continued, it would only worsen his injuries and weaken his combat effectiveness. Brother Min, should we temporarily withdraw and reconsider our options? Another white-haired old man frowned and said. Everyone could see that the situation was hopeless. Without even mentioning the fact that they couldn't do anything to the monster beast in a short time, this place was so open that if they were taken advantage of in the middle of a fierce battle, it was likely they would be the fishermen who took advantage of the situation. After all, Xianxia had already followed the sounds of the battle and found this place. The injured black-haired old man wasn't an inflexible person, so he nodded and said, "Okay, let's withdraw first." Since the 2 strongest old men had already said so, the slightly weaker middle-aged man and the 2 women naturally didn't have any objections. The 5 people all made a feint and immediately withdrew from the battle, running away as fast as lightning. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the direction in which the 5 people left was where Xianxia was standing. It seemed that they wanted to use him to slightly resist the monster beast. Xianxia frowned and immediately understood what they were thinking. Although he was displeased, he didn't show it. "Let's go." Among the group of 5, a petite young woman wearing a black robe, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, called out to Xianxia as she passed by him. Among the 5 people, her cultivation was the lowest. Like Xianxia, she was only at the first-order origin returning realm. It was unknown what kind of cultivation method she practiced, but her strength wasn't low, and her appearance didn't change at all. The other party had good intentions, so Xianxia grinned at her and asked, "You don't want this monster beast, right?" The woman frowned and didn't have time to answer. In the blink of an eye, she was hundreds of feet away. Her figure flickered a few more times, and she was already far away. The 5 people wanted to escape, but the monster beast became fierce. It let out a cry similar to a deer's cry and moved its 4 hooves, suddenly turning into a 7-colored stream of light and chasing in the direction of the 5 people. Its speed was as fast as lightning, almost impossible to see with the naked eye. As it ran, a seven-colored light separated from its body and shot toward Xianxia. Facing such a monster beast, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. He reached out and pointed, and the purple shield stood in front of him. The next moment, the seven-colored light collided with the purple shield. It was silent. What surprised Xianxia was that his purple shield was unable to completely defend against this attack. The seven-colored light actually passed through the shield like it was nothing, directly piercing through it and striking towards his chest. But the shield was not damaged at all. Was there really a magic that could ignore defense? Xianxia was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that I was blind? Was this really a seven-colored elk that was supposed to be extinct? But soon, he rejected this idea, because although the seven-colored light did pass through his purple shield, its power was greatly reduced. It didn't have the terrifying power that it had just released. If it was really a seven-colored elk's light, it definitely wouldn't be like this. It seemed that even if this monster beast wasn't a real seven-colored elk, it had some bloodline relationship with this ancient species. I found a treasure. Xianxia wasn't surprised, but was happy. His figure flashed, and he dodged the seven-colored light's attack. At the same time, he flicked his finger, and a space blade attacked the monster beast with lightning speed. The other party didn't seem to take Xianxia seriously, thinking that it could kill him with one blow. It didn't seem to have any intention of guarding against him at all. When the space blade came close, it realized that something was wrong. It was too late to dodge at this time. The pitch-black space blade cut the monster beast's body, and the seven-colored light shook, and a small hole appeared. The defense that the five people couldn't break no matter how hard they tried was done by Xianxia. Half an hour later, Xianxia exhaled softly and stepped forward, arriving in front of the monster beast's body, bending down and reaching into its abdomen to extract its sachet and monster core. A strange fragrance wafted out, and when one sniffed it, they couldn't help but feel refreshed and comfortable to the extreme. This monster beast was indeed related to the seven-colored elk in terms of bloodline. Even if it wasn't a direct bloodline, it should still be a hybrid. Although its sachet and monster core couldn't be used to refine rare treasures like the 10,000-year incense, they could be used to refine some pills used to resist one's heart demons. This kind of pill was extremely precious. It was something that cultivators wanted to obtain. The most when breaking through to the next great realm, but it was also the most difficult to obtain. A single pill could not be bought even with 10,000 gold coins, so the fragrant sachet and monster core in the hands of an alchemist like Xianxia would definitely play a huge role and bring unimaginable value. Although the battle just now wasn't very thrilling for Xianxia, it had still cost him quite a bit of effort. Xianxia couldn't kill this monster beast with just his space blade. The monster beast was simply too fast, and after seeing the situation turn for the worse, it actually tried to escape. But how could Xianxia allow it to do as it pleased? He immediately summoned his spectral cloud array plate and transformed it into a sea of clouds to envelop it. Using the power of the spectral cloud array, Xianxia was able to trap it and kill it. The spectral cloud array plate was something Xianxia had obtained from the Emperor Garden and was extremely powerful. When Fei Zhitu and the others were trapped inside it, they had suffered greatly. With Xianxia's current strength, coupled with his space blade and golden blood threads, how could the monster beast possibly escape? The monster core and the sachet were the most precious things on this monster beast's body, but the body of a peak 9th order monster beast couldn't be wasted. Xianxia thought about it for a moment before taking out the verdant dragon bone sword and pouring his Saint Chi into it. The dragon bone sword immediately transformed into a 3-meter-long dark green dragon. It swallowed the monster beast's corpse and spat it out a moment later. All that was left was a shriveled corpse. Its flesh and blood seemed to have been completely devoured. Xianxia smiled. The dragon bone sword was an artifact that could grow. By devouring the essence of its enemy's flesh and blood, it would become more and more powerful. Putting it away with satisfaction, Xianxia released a few more strands of Saint Chi and withdrew from the spectral cloud array. After retrieving the array plate, Xianxia turned his head and glanced in the direction the 5 people had left. With the sound of wind and thunder behind him, Xianxia summoned his wind and thunder wings and his figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. At the same time, in a natural cave 1,000 kilometers away, the 5 origin returning realm masters who had fought the monster beast before were all gathered here. They did not know what kind of monster beast used to live in this catacomb. It seemed to be some kind of python, but it had been abandoned for a long time. The environment was dry, so the 5 of them used it as a temporary resting place. A simple concealment spirit array had been set up outside. That 7-colored elk variant still hasn't caught up. It seems that little brat was the one who lured it away. Good, although that little brat's cultivation isn't very high, he should have cultivated some kind of escaping secret technique. His speed isn't slow. Among the 5 people, the black-haired old man who had been using his divine sense to investigate the situation outside for a long time said happily. But with his cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to escape. The petite woman with the lowest cultivation showed a trace of sadness, seemingly feeling a little guilty. What does his life or death have to do with us? This trip to the Emperor Garden was supposed to be full of surprises, but who would have thought it would be full of accidents and thorns at every step? The 5 of us being able to survive until now is already a stroke of luck, so how could we care about others? The white-haired old man coldly snorted. Another middle-aged woman chimed in, I didn't expect the Emperor Garden's interior to be so dangerous. Of our group of 10, only 5 remain. If we hadn't retreated early, I'm afraid even we would have lost our lives. Huh. The black-haired old man sighed lightly and said self-deprecatingly, it's true that the older one gets, the more timid they become. Although the Emperor Garden is filled with dangers, there are also many benefits. If this old master was still young, he would definitely not have retreated, but now that he is old, he is no longer as cautious as he was back then. These words resonated with the white-haired old man and he nodded, in the past, where did you and I not dare to go? Even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we could still venture into it, but now. Another long sigh rang out. For a time, the cave fell silent, only the faint breathing of the 5 people could be heard. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, a loud voice suddenly rang out from outside, this Yang greets all these friends. This Yang has something he would like to consult with you about, would it be possible for him to enter? This voice clearly reached their ears, causing the faces of the 5 people sitting cross-legged to change greatly. The white-haired old man immediately shouted, who is it? Not being able to discover any trace of this intruder despite being in front of them caused the white-haired old man to feel a sense of foreboding. He secretly rejoiced that this newcomer had not launched a sneak attack, otherwise, if he had any malicious intent, the 5 of them would have become turtles in a jar. A hearty laugh came from outside. It hasn't been long since we parted ways, have you already forgotten this one? Allow me to introduce myself first, this one is Xianxia. Xianxia? The 5 people frowned, but when they swept their divine senses outwards, all of them showed looks of shock. It's that little brat from just now. Not only did he not die, but he also managed to escape from that monster beast? How is that possible? The 5 people looked at each other, all of them wondering how Xianxia had managed to escape from that monster beast, but they also had some concerns. After all, when the 5 of them were fleeing just now, they had all intended to use Xianxia as a shield. Now that the other party had chased after them, they had no idea what his intentions were. Brother Min. The black-haired old man looked towards the white-haired old man with some hesitation on his face. It's fine, listening to his tone, he isn't here to seek revenge. On top of that, his cultivation isn't high, so even if he wants to seek revenge, does he have the ability? Let him come in, the white-haired old man said casually. He couldn't be blamed for not having good eyesight, after all, Xianxia's cultivation was quite low, and he was alone. The white-haired old man knew that this boy wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in front of the 5 of them. Hearing this, the black-haired old man waved his hand and sent out a wisp of Saint Chi to temporarily close the aura-concealing spirit array before politely saying, little friend, please come in. Many thanks. Xianxia smiled lightly and stepped forward, walking towards the cave without the slightest vigilance, causing the 5 people inside the cave to be a little surprised. The other party had come alone, yet still dared to act so boldly. Either there was something wrong with his head and he didn't know the dangers of the world, or he had some kind of backing and didn't put the 5 of them in his eyes. Since the latter was unlikely, then it must be the former. This made sense though. The other party didn't look very old, but he had an origin returning realm cultivation, so he was probably a disciple of some great force who spent most of his time in retreat in his sect, not interacting with outsiders and not understanding the ways of the world. Considering all this, the expressions of the 5 people inside the cave eased greatly. Such a person was easy to deal with. The cave wasn't very large, only about a dozen meters in diameter, and it was completely dark inside. After Xianxia entered, he looked around and nodded to himself. Although the way these 5 people ran away just now made him feel uncomfortable, it now seemed that they weren't evil people. Otherwise, as soon as he landed, they would definitely have launched a sneak attack. At least for now, they didn't show any malicious intent. What's more, the petite woman even nodded slightly to him while the other woman seemed to be a little reserved and embarrassed, seemingly a little guilty of what she had done just now. Not bad. Xianxia had been thinking that if these people didn't know what was good for them, he definitely wouldn't show mercy. Now it seemed that he had saved himself some trouble. This one is Xianxia, greetings. Xianxia kept his fists slightly and smiled meaningfully. Little friend Yang is too polite. The white-haired old man seemed to be the leader of this group and tactfully didn't ask how Xianxia had escaped from the monster beast, instead introducing himself in a pleasant manner. This old man is Pine Moon Island's island master, Xianxia. These are all this old master's close friends. His demeanor was easygoing, as if nothing had happened just now. Pine Moon Island? Xianxia frowned, a blank look on his face. However, since the other party was an island master, he should be from the Endless Sea Islands. It was normal for Xianxia to not have heard of this place. After all, he had never been to the Endless Sea Islands and the only force he had dealt with there was Sea Heart sect. Xianxia wanted to take it for granted, but Xia's next words made him dumbstruck on the spot. Pine Moon Island is an island on Azure Tree Star, so little friend naturally has never heard of it. May I ask which star little friend Yang is from? Xianxia asked. Azure Tree Star? Xiaxia's eyes widened as he stared at Xianxia and the others in shock, his mood fluctuating for a moment. However, his mind was also quite sharp. Although Xianxia didn't say much, only a few words, Xianxia was able to infer some unexpected information and asked in surprise, Island Master Min, could it be that this Emperor Garden is not only accessible to cultivators from a single star? As soon as this remark came out, all 5 people laughed. Xianxia scratched his head and stood in place awkwardly, knowing that he must have asked the wrong question. Could the star little friend Yang is from be a remote place? Xianxia speculated boldly. Island Master Min is right, the star this Yang came from is indeed quite remote, so. Xianxia nodded slightly. Oh, no wonder, Xianxia nodded. Our Azure Tree Star is the same. Its location is remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. Originally, this old master and the others had the same idea as little friend Yang, thinking that only a cultivator from Azure Tree Star could enter the Emperor Garden, but after entering, we discovered that any cultivator from across the entire star's territory could enter this place. This old master also inquired about this and found that the Emperor Garden has a phantom image projected on every star. As long as one possesses an Emperor Jade, they can use the space array to teleport here. So that's how it is. Xianxia murmured before casually saying, this Yang shadowed star is similar to your Azure Tree Star. Shadowed star? The 5 people all frowned, obviously having never heard of it before. However, even though Azure Tree Star's location was remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world, it was still much better than Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star could almost be said to be isolated from the outside world, unable to establish contact with the rest of its territory. Azure Tree Star was certainly not like this. Such a situation really surprised Xianxia. He had never thought that the Emperor Garden would open to the entire star territory. He had always thought that only Shadowed Star's cultivator could enter. This accident was a disaster rather than a blessing for Shadowed Star's cultivator. After all, with the number of competitors increasing, the danger would also increase significantly. Considering all this, Xianxia was shocked and asked, Island Master Min, is there an Origin King Realm Master here? Hearing this question, Xianxia smiled slightly and waved his hand, little friend Yang, don't worry. There are no Origin King Realm Masters here, you can rest assured. He had the same concerns as Xianxia before. After all, Azure Tree Star's world energy was not very rich and cultivation resources were not abundant. Although there was no world principle suppression, the number of cultivators who could break through to the Origin King realm could be counted on one hand. In the past 1,000 years, there had not been an Origin King realm cultivator on Azure Tree Star. With his third-order origin returning realm cultivation, Min Sha Kai was already one of the top masters on Azure Tree Star. This was exactly the same as Shadowed Star. Entering this place with such a cultivation, Min Sha Kai thought he would be able to sit back and relax, but after learning that cultivators from other stars could also enter this place, Min Sha Kai was naturally alarmed and worried about encountering a strong opponent here. However, after some investigation, Min Sha Kai was overjoyed. He did not know what kind of mysteries existed in this place that prevented any Origin King from entering. In other words, the strongest cultivator here was only on the same level as him. After listening to Min Sha's explanation, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief, his expression easing greatly. Although he had now broken through to the Origin Returning Realm and was confident he could compete with third-order Origin Returning Realm masters, in front of an Origin King, he definitely had no power to fight back. If he really encountered an Origin King here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was not too bad though. Yang Kai pondered for a while before suddenly asking solemnly, "Dare I ask, is this place the Emperor Garden?" Before Min Sha could answer though, the petite woman in black answered from the side, "Of course this is the Emperor Garden. We all used Emperor Jades to enter this place through that space array, so if this isn't the Emperor Garden, where else could it be?" She had a funny look on her face as she looked at Kai Yang with great interest. "Since this is the Emperor Garden, why?" Yang Kai frowned. "Little friend Yang wants to ask, why is it so different from what you imagined?" Min Sha looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai gently nodded. "In your imagination, since the Emperor Garden is the courtyard of the great emperors, shouldn't it have a continuous stretch of grand palaces? Not bad. Naturally, there is a palace 100,000 kilometers west of here. That palace is the real Emperor Garden," Min Sha said as he pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Min Sha chuckled, "However, since the Emperor Garden is the courtyard of the great emperors, it is naturally impossible for there to be only one huge palace. There is also a large area of land around the palace. The grassland we are currently in is just a part of this. In addition to this grassland, the Emperor Garden is surrounded by swamps, deserts, and oceans. Each of these places contains different dangers, and the locations where the cultivator who used an Emperor Jade to enter this place are also different. And our luck is pretty good. The danger here in this grassland is the lowest, but it still shouldn't be underestimated. So that's how it is." Yang Kai put on an enlightened expression. If he hadn't asked someone about this, he wouldn't have known. Before talking to Min Sha, he had been wondering if this place was really the Emperor Garden. "Since the real Emperor Garden is over there, why are you here, Island Master Min?" Yang Kai looked at the 5 people in surprise, not understanding why they had let go of this heaven-sent opportunity and instead chose to stay in this grassland instead of venturing deeper into the Emperor Garden. Min Sha smiled bitterly and said, "It's a long story. Let me put it this way, although there are many treasures in the Emperor Garden, its interior is also extremely dangerous. Not to mention the hidden barriers and spirit arrays and the long-lost ancient puppets, just the number of masters gathered in the Emperor Garden at this moment is innumerable. This old master and the others originally entered this place with 10 people, but little friend, how many of us are left now?" After hearing this explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood that these 5 people had probably encountered some kind of great danger in the Emperor Garden and were forced to retreat in fear. This wasn't difficult to understand, after all, everyone only had one life. Although treasures and opportunities were full of temptation, if one lost their life, how could they have a chance to enjoy them? It seemed that the Emperor Garden was somewhat different from the last time he entered it. The degree of danger should have greatly increased, otherwise, these 5 people would not have been so frightened. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. The last time Yang Kai entered with Fei Ji2 and the others, the Emperor Garden had not yet officially opened, so some of the barriers and spirit arrays were still closed. Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Min Sha didn't disturb him, only letting out a hearty laugh a moment later as he said excitedly, "However, little friend Yang shouldn't underestimate the outer perimeter of the Emperor Garden. Whether it's the grasslands, swamps, deserts, or oceans, there are all kinds of opportunities that can make one's eyes go red." "Oh?" What do you mean? Yang Kai couldn't help becoming interested. That palace is indeed one of the residences of the great emperors, but little friend Yang, the great emperors couldn't have lived alone when they were alive. There were always some servants and disciples who served them. This old master does not dare to speculate about the great emperor's cultivation, but even the people who serve him are definitely not weak. As for those disciples, not all of them live inside the Emperor Garden but rather outside, so there are many hidden secluded mansions in the periphery of the Emperor Garden. As long as we can find one of them, this old master's trip will have been worth it. Min Sha said as he stroked his long beard, his face glowing with a faint red glow. And, in addition to these hidden cave residences, there are also many spirit grasses and medicines that have long been extinct in the outside world, as well as rare ores. There are even some rare monster beast, such as that 7-colored elk just now. If we can kill it. The petite woman suddenly paused mid-sentence and looked at Yang Kai awkwardly, as if she had just remembered something and didn't know how to continue. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and didn't mind, not only because he hadn't suffered any losses, but also because these 5 people had told him so much information at this moment. With this alone, he could write off all his previous grievances. Has anyone found those hidden cave residences? Yang Kai asked casually. Yes. Min Sha nodded solemnly, a look of envy appearing on his face. Just 3 days ago, someone found a hidden cave residence somewhere in this grassland and brought back an Origin King grade artifact as well as a lot of pills. Speaking of this, Min Sha's breathing became a little rapid. The situation on Azure Tree Star was similar to that on Shadowed Star, so an Origin King grade artifact was quite tempting to him. Since this news has spread, it seems that person's fate wasn't very good. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. Min Sha looked at Yang Kai with admiration. Little friend Yang's words hit the nail on the head. That person is indeed being chased by many people, and as for what his fate is, this old master doesn't know, but I'm sure he won't have a good time in the future. Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. Yang Kai had inquired about everything he could, and as long as he knew that this was indeed the Emperor Garden, it was enough. Yang Kai wasn't planning on staying outside for long. Although he didn't know when the Emperor Garden would completely close, there was definitely a time limit. Before that, he still had at least 2 things to do and 2 things to find. Both of these things were things he had encountered when he entered the Emperor Garden last time, but he didn't have the time or ability to deal with them. Now that his strength had greatly increased, Yang Kai naturally wanted to try. Little friend Yang, from the looks of it, you must have entered this place alone. If you trust this old master, why don't you act together with us? If we find something good, the 6 of us can share it equally. We won't let you suffer a loss. For some unknown reason, Min Sha actually invited Yang Kai to join them. This Yang appreciates Island Master Min's kindness. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly shook his head and refused. Although I am alone right now, I didn't come here alone. I still have companions waiting for me, so I need to find them. Is that so? A look of regret flashed across Min Sha's face, but he didn't insist, simply saying, if that's the case, let's just pretend this old master didn't say anything. Good, take care of yourselves, this Yang will take his leave. Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists slightly before his figure flickered and he rushed out of the secret cave, determined a direction, and flew off in that direction. After Yang Kai left, inside the cave, the black-haired old man turned to Min Sha and asked suspiciously, Brother Min, why did you invite that little brat? He isn't that strong. The others also wore blank looks, not knowing what Min Sha's intentions were. Min Sha chuckled and explained, although his strength isn't anything special, since he was able to escape from that 7-colored elk variant, his speed must be top-notch. This old master invited him to join because he wanted him to scout the way for us, but since the other party didn't have such an intention, there's no need to. The others suddenly understood. Let's not talk about this for now. We need to carefully study how to kill that 7-colored elk variant. If we can kill it, the value of its fragrant sachet and monster core will be no small matter. Min Sha said solemnly. The others nodded repeatedly and immediately began planning carefully. What they didn't know was that the 7-colored elk variant had already been captured by Yang Kai and its fragrant sachet and monster core had already been stored in Yang Kai's space ring. At this moment, Yang Kai was flying in the direction of the Emperor Garden. According to Min Sha, the Emperor Garden was 100,000 kilometers away from here. Even with Yang Kai's speed, it would take him 2 or 3 days to reach it, so he wasn't in a hurry. On the surface, Yang Kai was calm and indifferent, but deep down, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. His heart was filled with longing. He longed to meet Su Yan here. Since the Emperor Garden was open to the entire Star's territory, as long as Su Yan was still within Star's territory, she would have a chance to enter it. However, Yang Kai did not know what her current cultivation was, whether she was qualified to enter, and even if she was, would she be able to obtain an Emperor Jade? With all kinds of uncertainties, the chances of the two of them meeting here were slim, but even so, Yang Kai still held some expectations in his heart. The two of them had an inextricable connection because of the yin-yang joyous unification art, so if Su Yan was really here, Yang Kai would be able to sense her presence within a certain range. With such thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, summoning a crystal clear bead that exuded a cold aura into his palm. Su Yan's ice soul bead. As long as the bead existed, the bead would shatter and she would die. This ice soul bead had been given to him by Qianyu, and even though so many years had passed since it had been condensed, there was still a lingering aura on it that Yang Kai was reluctant to part with. Feeling the chill emanating from the bead in his hand, Yang Kai's gaze gradually softened and his mood quickly calmed down. Storing the bead back into his space ring, Yang Kai let out a long roar like a rolling dragon's roar, venting the last bit of anger in his heart before shooting off like a bolt of lightning towards the Emperor Garden. One day later, Yang Kai was still flying across the grassland. The scenery around him didn't seem to have changed much, which showed how big this strange place was. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter any dangers. Although there were many cultivators entering the Emperor Garden now, they were all scattered across such a large area that the crowds were not too dense. On the other hand, there were many strange monster beasts roaming the grassland, each one of which looked like they were not to be trifled with. Some of them had incredible demonic chi, some were extremely strong, and some were good at escaping, not giving anyone a chance to approach them. Yang Kai did not waste any time dealing with these monster beasts, he just wanted to find someone to inquire about whether he was heading in the right direction. As he flew, his divine sense leisurely spread out in all directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai's figure suddenly came to a stop, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Not far from his left, there was clearly the aura of living people, and there seemed to be a lot of them. Yang Kai made up his mind and changed direction, heading in that direction. After a short period of time, Yang Kai had already arrived at the location of those people. Looking around, his expression couldn't help but be stunned. He stared at a certain location in high spirits, and a look of interest appeared on his face. The reason was none other than the fact that he actually found traces of restrictions and formations here. At the position where he was looking at, there was a layer of energy light screen that was faintly discernible. It seemed that there were some flaws after the attack, and when the energy light screen was faintly discernible, the scene within the light screen also changed slightly. Illusion array. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked around more carefully. The terrain here was quite special. Although it was still a grassland, there was a ring-shaped mountain here. Looking at it with the naked eye, there was nothing strange about the valley inside the ring-shaped mountain. Although the vegetation was lush, there were no spirit grasses or medicines. But all of this was definitely an illusion, because when the energy light screen flickered, the scenery inside the valley also changed. Impossible, right? Is my luck really that good? Yang Kai was amazed. He had heard from Min Sha just a day ago that there were many hidden secluded homes in this grassland, but he hadn't expected to run into one so quickly. This valley was clearly a hidden secluded home. There was no doubt about this, otherwise, there would be no need to arrange an illusion array on the periphery to confuse others. However, it had been discovered and attacked, so it had been exposed. At this moment, there were two groups of people gathered here. There weren't many people in either group, 4 on one side and 3 on the other, each led by a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The rest were first-order and second-order origin returning realm cultivators. Close to the valley's restriction was a side with fewer people, all of whom were women. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over these 3 women, he couldn't help raising his brow, revealing a thoughtful look. These 3 women were all dressed in pristine white robes. It seemed that they were all from the same sect. Their beauty was outstanding. Even the oldest one was full of charm. The other two were also thin and round. Each of them had their own merits. However, what caught Xianxia's attention was not their beauty, but their temperament. She was cold, aloof. She seemed to be a little unreasonable and unapproachable. The aura emitted from her delicate body was also extremely cold. This kind of temperament made Xianxia feel a sense of familiarity and intimacy. Su Yan's temperament was exactly the same as theirs. On the other side, there was also a cultivator from the same sect, dressed in a fiery red robe that made him look like a burning fireball. 3 men and 1 woman, all of them staring at the 3 women opposite them with ill intentions. Although Xianxia had just arrived and had only taken a few glances, he quickly figured out what was going on in front of him. These 3 women must have discovered this hidden secluded home first, and when they were attacking the barrier here, they were noticed by the other group and chased here. However, because the difference in numbers and strength between the 2 sides wasn't too obvious, they were in a stalemate, with no one showing any intention of making the first move. Generally, when a cultivator encountered this kind of situation, there were only 2 ways to resolve it. One was for both sides to fight to the death, and the remaining side would monopolize all the benefits. The other was for both sides to reach a temporary agreement to explore together, and the benefits obtained would be distributed according to their prior agreement. There were no other possibilities besides this. Xianxia observed their expressions and felt that the first possibility was Jude, because when these 2 groups looked at each other, their eyes flashed with hatred and anger, as if they had known each other for a long time, and the gap between them was quite deep. Xianxia wondered which stars they came from. This is interesting. Xianxia was overjoyed. If these 2 sides really joined forces, he would definitely be able to win this battle. 1 versus 7, 2 of which were third-order origin returning realm masters. Xianxia wasn't arrogant to such an extent. Fighting with these 2 sides over a secluded cave mansion with unknown benefits was obviously not a rational decision. However, if the benefits were clear enough, Xianxia didn't mind stretching his muscles and trying to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Although the 3 women gave Xianxia a feeling of familiarity, they had only met by chance and didn't have the slightest friendship, so Xianxia naturally didn't intend to act righteously and only hoped that they would fight as soon as possible. However, to Xianxia's disappointment, neither side showed any intention of taking action. Instead, because of his arrival, the already delicate situation reached a turning point. When Xianxia arrived, the 7 people naturally noticed him as well, but after realizing that Xianxia was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Even the cultivator in the fiery red robe showed a look of disdain. The leader of this group was a bald man who looked extremely valiant. Coldly glancing at Kai Yang, he saw that Kai Yang didn't take the initiative to retreat and instead stayed behind. His expression couldn't help but become cold as he shouted, "Little brat, this is none of your business. If you don't want to die, then scram far away." Xianxia heard this and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, but he didn't show the slightest trace of fear. Instead, his expression became even more indifferent. On the other hand, a young woman leading the group raised her brow as a hint of joy flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes. There were only 3 people on her side, and although their individual strength wasn't much worse than the other parties, they were still outnumbered. Now that she saw the big bald man mercilessly threaten Xianxia, she couldn't help rolling her eyes and thinking of winning over Xianxia. As long as Xianxia could join their side, the gap in numbers would immediately be closed and she would have nothing to worry about. Although the first-order origin returning realm cultivator wasn't very strong, she was still an origin returning realm cultivator. At such a critical moment, she would definitely come in handy. Thinking so, the young woman no longer hesitated and looked at the big bald man coldly. "Kong Wendong, you talk big. With this queen here, do you think you have the ability to harm the innocent?" After saying so, she gently nodded to Xianxia and said warmly, "Little brother, don't be afraid. As long as I'm still alive, he can't do anything to you." Haha. Xianxia let out a hollow laugh, a speechless look appearing on his face. This young woman's intentions to win him over could not be more obvious, and with Xianxia's shrewdness, how could he not understand what she was trying to do? She clearly wanted to borrow his strength, otherwise, how could she protect an unrelated outsider like this? However, judging from the conversation between the two sides, it was clear that these two groups knew each other and had a grudge against each other. Cheap slave. The big bald man smiled contemptuously. You think you have the ability to do so? You say this Kong's tone is big, but it seems your tone isn't. Saying so, he turned his head to Yang Kai and said fiercely, Boy, I'm warning you one last time, if you don't want to die, leave quickly. Don't think this cheap slave can really protect you. If you get involved in the battle between my Brilliant Flame sect and her Ice Heart Valley, what awaits you is only death. Brilliant Flame sect, Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had never heard of these two forces before, just from their names alone, it was obvious they were like fire and water. No wonder the two sides were at daggers drawn when they met. However, Yang Kai did not put Kong Wendong's threat in his eyes. With his current strength, only an Origin King Realm Master could kill him in an instant. An Origin Returning Realm Master had no such ability. The young woman smiled, combed her hair, and said casually, Kong Wendong, you're really getting worse and worse. Are you only capable of threatening others now? Little brother, you don't have to be afraid of him. Although Brilliant Flame sect is not ordinary, my Ice Heart Valley is not easy to bully. If you can help this mistress this once, this mistress can give you some benefits, what do you think? Hearing what she said, Kong Wendong frowned, but Yang Kai's interest was piqued and he asked with a grin, what kind of benefits are there? The young woman smiled like a blooming flower and said lightly, pills, Saint Crystals, what do you think? Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head. Pills and Saint Crystals might be attractive to other First Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, but they were not attractive to him at all. Then what benefits do you want? The young woman seemed to be a little displeased that Yang Kai was actually negotiating with her at this time. Before Yang Kai had time to answer, Kong Wendong didn't give him a chance. How could he just sit back and watch Yang Kai be won over by this young woman? His expression becoming fierce, Kong Wendong shouted, Boy, this Kong has already given you a chance, but you chose to seek your own death, so you can't blame anyone else. A trivial First Order Origin Returning Realm, if this Kong wants to kill you, who can stop me? Saying so, Kong Wendong pushed his Saint Chi and a scorching aura spread from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly rise by a level. Kong Wendong looked like he was about to go on a killing spree, but in fact, he was just putting on an act in order to force Yang Kai back. Since he had already offended the other party verbally, Kong Wendong naturally didn't want Yang Kai to remain, but without understanding Yang Kai's background, Kong Wendong didn't really want to make a big fuss. Kong Wendong's plan was very good and his thoughts were clear, but the young woman in the palace robes wasn't a fool. How could she just stand by and watch Yang Kai leave? Without waiting for Kong Wendong's voice to fall, she shouted, if you have the ability, try it. The chill radiating from her tender body became even more intense as she glared at Kong Wendong without flinching. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at this beautiful woman with a gloomy expression. The other party's words just now didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them at first glance. Instead, it sounded like she was trying to protect him, but if Yang Kai's guess was correct, this woman obviously wasn't so kind. She seemed to be eager for Kong Wendong to attack him. This was understandable. If this bald man really did attack him, he would definitely push him towards the three women's side, forcing him to become their helper. At that time, whether he was willing or not, if he wanted to live, he would have to join forces with them. This woman wasn't as pure as she appeared on the surface and was actually quite scheming. This greatly reduced Yang Kai's impression of her. The key now was whether Kong Wendong would fall for her provocation or not. Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced over at the burly bald-headed man again, but after a single glance, he couldn't help but sigh. The other party was a cultivator from Brilliant Flame sect, so the secret art he cultivated was definitely a fire attribute cultivator. Most cultivators who cultivated this kind of secret art had a common problem. That was because he was hot-tempered. Being aggressive had nothing to do with a person's personality. It was completely due to the cultivation technique. The young woman's words made Kong Wendong feel like he was riding a tiger. Moreover, he wasn't a mild-tempered person. Why would he hesitate? Furthermore, a mere First Order Origin Returning Realm. He really didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased him away so rudely when he first arrived here. He laughed sinisterly. Kong Wendong said, "Brat, don't blame this old man when you reach the netherworld. If you want to blame someone, then blame that bitch. She forced me." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai's head. The fire attribute aura between heaven and earth suddenly gathered above Yang Kai's head, and soon, a huge flaming palm took shape, burning fiercely as it mercilessly slammed down towards Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, the young woman's eyes shrank as horror filled her face. Although they had fought with brilliant flame sect cultivators all year round, this was the first time they had seen such a powerful attack. Kong Wendong had clearly displayed the full extent of his fire attribute attacks. Although she was shocked, the young woman leading the group did not let go of this rare opportunity. Just as Kong Wendong attacked Yang Kai, attracting almost everyone's attention, the young woman suddenly waved her hands like a butterfly fluttering through flowers, her body exuding a chilling aura as a white ice spear formed in front of her. With a shout, this spear trembled slightly and shot out like an arrow towards the weakest cultivator on the opposite side. This cultivator's cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, one of the weakest among the 7. Injuring all 10 of his fingers was not as good as cutting off one. The young woman's appearance was quite good, but her attacks were extremely ruthless and merciless. A pitiful scream immediately rang out as the cultivator targeted by the young woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had instinctively moved his body at the critical moment, the ice spear still pierced through his lower abdomen, instantly causing him to bleed profusely. He had been severely injured. After all, this was a sneak attack launched by a cultivator 2 minor realms higher than him, so it was already a miracle that he was still alive. Even so, he had lost most of his combat strength and would not be able to play much of a role in the upcoming battle. Seeing her attack succeed, a satisfied smile appeared on the young woman's tender face. Kong Wendong was stunned for a moment before his expression suddenly became ferocious as he ground his teeth and shouted, "Cheap slut, so this was your plan all along." He had underestimated the cunning of this young woman. He had thought that after he attacked, this young woman would try to rescue Yang Kai and then win his support, creating a 4 versus 4 situation. But how could he have known that this young woman did not put Yang Kai's life or death in her eyes at all and instead took advantage of this opportunity to severely injure one of his own people? Exchanging the life of an unknown boy for the strength of one of their own people, Ice Heart Valley had profited greatly from this deal. Kong Wendong's face was uglier than a dead man's, as if he had just swallowed a fly and was extremely disgusted. The young woman, on the other hand, smiled like a flower and leisurely said, "Kong Wendong, if you know what's good for you, scram quickly, otherwise don't blame this queen for being impolite." "Bastard!" Kong Wendong cursed loudly, "Do you think you can eat this, father? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Take a look at what this is." The young woman didn't care about the other party's insults. Instead, she calmly pointed her hand and a small flower drum appeared in her palm. It looked exquisite, but the flower drum was emitting strong spirit chi fluctuations. "Profounding heart-shattering drum." The burly bald man's eyes shrank as he exclaimed in shock, as if this artifact had a great origin. Staring at the young woman in disbelief, he asked, "How could you have such a thing?" The young woman giggled lightly, "Since we want to enter the Emperor Garden, of course we have to bring some good artifacts." "What's wrong? Don't you have an Origin King Great artifact?" These words caused Kong Wendong to choke on his breath. He and this young woman had the same cultivation and status in their respective sects, but now, this young woman had an Origin King Grade artifact while he did not. In comparison, Kong Wendong's status seemed a bit shabby and unvalued. This was not a big deal though, the key was the power of this artifact. Since it was an Origin King Grade artifact, it must possess great lethality. The burly bald man knew how strange this profounding heart-shattering drum was, so a look of dread appeared on his face. But soon, he laughed, as if he had figured out something. "Cheap slut, you don't need to pretend. If you could fully activate the power of this profounding heart-shattering drum, why didn't you take it out just now? If I'm not mistaken, you haven't fully refined this thing, right?" This time, it was the young woman's face that turned ugly. Indeed, as Kong Wendong said, this Origin King Grade artifact was something she had obtained from her elder specifically for this trip to the Emperor Garden. After using it, she would have to return it. The time she had been given was simply too short, so Xianxia had not fully refined it and could only display 50% of its power at best. Otherwise, how could she have wasted so much time with Kong Wendong? She would have long used the power of this artifact to repel him instead of continuing the stalemate. Seeing the young woman's face change slightly, Kong Wendong immediately knew that his guess was correct and laughed loudly. You want to scare this Kong with a trivial artifact that hasn't been fully refined? Smelly woman, do you think this Kong is easily frightened? So what? An Origin King grade artifact is an Origin King grade artifact. If you want to try it, you can try, but if you don't have the courage, scram. The young woman shouted coldly. Kong Wendong frowned, not knowing what to do for a while. On one hand, he was reluctant and greedy for this secluded home, but on the other hand, he was wary of the profound heart-shattering drum. He really did not want to test its power, so his expression was hesitant. Are you going to fight or not? I still have to go to another place. A long sigh came from not far away, and in an instant, everyone turned towards the source of this voice in amazement, dumbfounded. The place where Kong Wendong had gathered his fire attribute world energy to launch his attack was covered by a ball of fire. However, at this moment, the rich fire attribute world energy seemed to have been dispersed by something, leisurely dissipating in all directions, revealing a figure hidden in the middle of it. How is this possible? Kong Wendong almost bit his tongue, unable to believe his eyes. Over there, the little brat from the First Order Origin returning realm, who had been attacked by him before, was actually standing in place unscathed. Not only was he not dead, but there were no signs of injury either. How is this possible? Kong Wendong was well aware of the power of his attack. Forget about a brat from the First Order Origin returning realm, even a Third Order Origin returning realm master would not be able to withstand such a blow. A trivial First Order Origin returning realm cultivator should have been killed immediately. The other party had not summoned any defensive artifacts at all just now, nor had he used his Saint Chi to protect himself, so how could he not be injured at all? Kong Wendong almost thought he was dreaming. Not only him, but the three women on the young woman's side were also shocked, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Xianxia's expression was extremely helpless. Originally, after being attacked by Kong Wendong, he had restrained his aura and was preparing to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but now it seemed that this idea was somewhat unrealistic. The strength of these two sides had now reached a stalemate and would likely remain in this stalemate for a long time. Unless something unexpected happened, no one would take the initiative to attack. In desperation, Xianxia could only show himself. At this moment, not only did Kong Wendong's face become ugly, but the young woman's expression was also quite ugly. The former had attacked him, while the latter had used the moment he was attacked to launch a sneak attack on her enemy. Although her words sounded good, the result was that she had chosen to watch him die without saving him, so she naturally felt somewhat embarrassed. End of chapter 1446. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.